Hello and welcome to the opening round of the 2023 PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship. It's a new year, and with a new title sponsor whose DNA is based on being a great driver, we can expect expert handling at high speeds and plenty of overtaking as we look to crown our 6-class champions in the coming weeks. And we kick things off here on the international circuit at Whilton Mill. It is a racetrack that many of these drivers will know well in the heart of Northamptonshire. So this is it then, the circuit at Whilton Mill, 12 turns and about 1,200 metres of high-speed karting action. Heading off down towards turn 1, you've got Oblivion. Now you're going to want to clip the inside of that curb there, take the apex with your near side wheel, and then carry as much speed as you can and use the runoff through into turn 2. There's a nice area just on the outside of turn 2. Use plenty of runoff there because then you want to be getting your toe down. Keep as much speed as you can going up through Fine Lady and Manuel's Bank, heading towards Christmas Corner, just off in the distance up there, and that's likely to be your first overtaking opportunity. So here we are then up at Christmas Corner. The car has come up Manuel's Bank. You've maybe used the marshal post on the left there as a little marker in your head for where to brake, but get your apex right on this one, clipping on the inside. And if you can hold your nerve and brake later than the person ahead of you, you might be able to flick it out before you get through turns 4 and 5 and get an overtake done up here at Christmas Corner. It's a high-speed corner because you've carried all that speed up the hill. And then, like I say, 4 and 5, by that point in time, you might have nicked a place or two. But the next big opportunity for you to overtake will be at turn 6, the hairpin that is Ashby. So here we are then deep in the infield. You've just come through that section from Christmas through turns 3, 4, 5, carrying as much momentum as you can, and you're going to find yourself here, turn 6, Ashby. It's a hairpin. Leave your braking as late as you can and clip the inside of the apex here. And you'll notice as well, just on the outside of Ashby, there's that whole runoff area. So use some of that to carry as much speed as you can. We're then into a section which is a double left-hander. Turns 7 and 8, that's Parker and Chapman, and we continue then around the circuit, but get it right here and it's another key overtaking opportunity. So here we are then in the heart of the infield. We've had turn 6 and 7 and 8, then Chapman through here, another overtaking opportunity. You're going to be just running, using a bit of the curb here, and then it's all eyes on this uphill drift as we go towards one of the key sections here at Whilton Mill, which is called the Boot. So here we are then at the start of the Boot complex, and it's coming towards the end of the lap. This is the left-hander that will greet you as you come into this complex. You're going to put your wheel up on the curb here before the double right-hander that's effectively turns 10 and 11 over there. And that final one, turn 11 over there, pit bend, well, many a race has been won and lost over there, so let's go and have a look at it. So here we go then, the final right-hander that is pit bend at Whilton Mill, and we've seen many a race, indeed a championship, won and lost right here. It's a fast right-hander and your eyes are firmly fixed on the finish line at this point in time. You will see karts using the runoff away to the left here. It's part of Whilton's makeup, this big runoff area, but be warned, that runoff is going to give you a very rocky ride. It's not going to be comfy and it's not going to do your kart much good either. All the way to the line then, crossing the line, the fastest karts, well, they'll be doing that in around 44 seconds. It's a fantastic circuit here at Whilton, but it is certainly one where you have to concentrate. Fast, flowing lines throughout, but you cannot let off up here. Do that, and who knows what will happen. But get it right, and oh boy, you'll be rewarded.
What a fantastic venue to kickstart this 2023 PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship season here at Whilton Mill. We are ready for an exciting battle out on the circuit. It's a new season, it's a new dawn, and it's a new era, an opportunity for us to go racing at the pinnacle of the British karting scene. I'm Jake Sanson, great to be with you once again for another season of Ultimate Karting Championship Racing, Season 4, for those who've been following from the get-go. And here at Whilton Mill, a circuit that has already seen 4 brilliant decades of incredible racing in its past, is now about to have another one. We're going to see some great racing out on the circuit at Whilton Mill today. Yesterday definitely gave us a few indications and a few hints as to who's going to be at the sharp end. And now we're going to see how it all continues out. Great to see everybody watching along on the YouTube stream, on Alpha Live, and also on the Twitch feed as well. Great to see everybody, and your company is very much appreciated. If you are on Twitch and you want to watch along, UKC Official is what you need to subscribe to. Or if not, then obviously you're probably on YouTube, on Alpha Live, and welcome to all of you. You are very, very welcome. Do keep your questions and your comments and your cheers of support for your particular drivers coming in. It is great to see so many people already getting up and having a nice English muffin over some karting. Good for you. Very, very good indeed to see everybody here and present. We've got people watching from all over the world already, all the way from Tennessee in the United States. Terry Ellingham is watching along and is definitely going to be rewarded with some fantastic races. Yesterday, it was bitterly cold and bitterly windy as well. I actually caught some windburn yesterday from my commentary position up next to the cafe. So it is very, very tricky out here on the course. Crosswinds are going to be an interesting one as the drivers feed into it. So we are going to be up for a fantastic race battle out in front of us. Yesterday, the qualifying heats, which were random grid draws, that's the only way as far as I'm concerned, gave us plenty to talk about and plenty to do as the drivers are now gearing up ready for the start of today's super heats and super finals. These are the races that are going to set the grid for the later stages of the day. The first of 6 race meetings over the course of proceedings. William asks, why is it called Christmas Corner? Well, that's because it's always present, says Tom Butters. That's not the only reason. There used to be pine trees up there, and of course, pine trees means Christmas. So, we're going to get ourselves ready for the first race of the day. It's the Honda Cadet Superheat on track. So the contenders are getting themselves out onto the starting grid now. As you can see, it is a brilliant opportunity to see these Honda Cadets, the GX200s, for the first time in 2023. Ryan White and Theo Bradshaw will line up on the front row of the grid for this one after their epic swabble yesterday. Ralphie Branscombe and Ashley Haase on the second row. Noah McFarlane and Archie Loveridge on row 3. Ollie Thompson is alongside Bella Fairclough, the leading seed going into this year, from 8th on the grid. Ed Spain and Sam Hayes, Blair Smith and Jensen Maplethorpe, then Archie Cannon and Ella Dixon, Andrew Sutherland and Amaya Thompson, Esme Rosie, Leland McNeish, then Ryland Blake and Fenton Stoneman. So it's going to be an interesting battle. Only 18 karts are on the grid as we sadly have an absence from Ryland Blake and Fenton Stoneman this weekend. Hopefully they'll be back in time for Lark Hall in Scotland at the West of Scotland Kart Club. 4 weekends from now, the second round of the 2023 Championship. What happened yesterday? Well, it was a bit of an interesting one. Ryan White and Theo Bradshaw shared the victories yesterday. Ralphie Branscombe was right up at the sharp end. Ashley Haase was fairly consistent through the course of the weekend. Bella Fairclough should be a lot higher than she was in the rankings yesterday, based on the fact that she was leading the first heat yesterday when a mechanical failure robbed her of the chance of a certain victory. She had pulled about 2 to 3 seconds clear at that point, but mechanical failure stripped her of the victory and she dropped to the back. Without that, we would probably be talking about Bella Fairclough in 3rd or 4th on the starting grid minimum, potentially even the pole. So we'll have to watch from her from 8th position on the starting grid. Also, brand new for the 2023 season of the PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship, I've got to keep my eyes peeled over the course of the day for things like that, for example. That is a spin on the warm-up lap for the 56, Blair Smith, getting it all wrong. Fortunately, Blair will be able to take the position back on the starting grid. I was going to say that this year we have a circuit watch to give away, so I will be giving myself a little bit of homework over the course of the day and deciding who gets the circuit watch on my own personal circuit watch. See what we did there? Yes, indeed. A brand new sponsor, the new brand new watch app, the brand new watch brand, the Circuit Watch Company, and they are going to give a watch to the driver of the weekend. No pressure, Jake, but you've got to decide who that's going to. Sorry, everybody in advance who thought it goes to them, but I'll do my best to be as fair and as reasonable as possible. Here are the drivers on the starting grid then. Ryan White and Theo Bradshaw, Ralphie Branscombe and Ashley Haase. Then we have Noah McFarlane and Archie Loveridge, Ollie Thompson and Bella Fairclough. There we see Ed Spain and Sam Hayes, Blair Smith and Jensen Maplethorpe, Archie Cannon and Ella Dixon into position. Then Andrew Sutherland in the 49 and Amaya Thompson in the 55, Esme Rosie and Leland McNeish. This is the only grid position of the day that is a standing start procedure. Only the Honda Cadets are standing start. Everything else is rolling start. The lights are on. When they go out, we'll be racing for the first time this season in the Super Heats. Here we go. Good start from the front of the grid from Theo Bradshaw. Looks like he's going to get the whole shot as they head up towards the first corner. 3 wide, but Branscombe has shot past both of the front row men as they go through Oblivion and Crook for the first time. Along Fine Lady and up Manuel's Bank. Up towards Christmas for the first time. We've got a spinner in the background. Up at Crook as the rest of the field tries to nick its way through. Up at Christmas corner, a couple of drivers getting difficult starts, but Ralphie Branscombe has got the whole shot and he leads the way. So up towards Ashby for the first time. Drivers trying to cut their way through the hairpin. Bella Fairclough on the move, not having the best of starts, but already cutting her way in front of Andrew Sutherland, as Ralphie Branscombe leads this race in front of the 47 of Ryan White. Theo Bradshaw slotting into third position, fourth place. That looks to me like Ashley Haase battling it out with Noah McFarlane. So already a very exciting start here as the drivers work their way through. And look at Ryan White, already very hungry behind Ralphie Branscombe, trying to get the hole through on the inside of the toe of the boot. Not going to get through. And as they go through the heel, the toughest corner in British karting, many people say, it is a very solid start. But it's Branscombe who leads the way. Then White, Bradshaw, Haase, McFarlane, Hayes, Spain and Fairclough from Thompson and Sutherland. Here comes the move up the inside. White and Bradshaw are going to double time Branscombe. They get through at Christmas, no problems at all. And into the positions 1 and 2 for White and Bradshaw, renewing the battle they had yesterday. So an excellent start to the season for White and Bradshaw. Definitely the two favourites coming into the finals later. A couple of drivers running a little bit deep into Ashby, but Haase and McFarlane are still fairly close to the top three, so it's still an open competition for the time being in the superheat. 12 minutes of racing, of course, for the superheats, just a little bit longer than it has been for the heats. They were 8 minutes each, and Branscombe loses it! Branscombe loses it in the toe of the boot. Such a shame for Ralphie Branscombe. Oh, bit of disappointment for Ralphie Branscombe. And that's all gone horribly wrong from his point of view. Drops out of the leading quartet. Meanwhile, getting into the leading quartet, if she's not careful, it looks like Ralphie Branscombe is making big moves as he comes forward. Now, what's happened to Archie Loveridge? Was he the one that spun it on the first laps? Because Loveridge is now right down to the back of the grid with Ralphie Branscombe. So we've got White, Bradshaw, Haase, McFarlane, Fairclough and Spain now. So some good battles all the way around the course. Bella Fairclough working her way forward. There is the battle further back. This is Thompson versus Hayes. So Ollie Thompson has worked his way past Sam Hayes to get through into, what is that going to be, 7th position for the time being. So an excellent start to proceedings as the contenders make good hay while the sun shines. So there they are, continuing to battle away in position. And still they run in position once again. So White holding on to the lead from Bradshaw and Haase. Bella Fairclough has already got past Noah McFarlane, so that puts her up into 4th position as she comes across the line. A warning flag goes out to the 73, that is Loveridge. But now we've got White versus Bradshaw once again. Haase being caught by Fairclough, then McFarlane, Spain, Thompson, Hayes, Cannon and Thompson. So when is Bradshaw going to make the move? Theo Bradshaw's got overtime today because he's not just racing in the Honda Cadet, he's also racing in the Micromax later as well. So Theo Bradshaw definitely cutting the candle at both ends. He works his magic, trying to get through on the inside of Ryan White. White gave a little bit of a gap there through Parker, but the door was firmly shut in time for Chapman. So still they continue to battle away. Doesn't matter where you're watching from, whether you're watching from Tennessee in the United States, or if you're Michael Burke watching from Bathurst in Australia at 7:30 in the evening, you are having a fantastic run of it, watching the racers battle away. It's not quite 7:30 in Australia, but it's going to be. Here Fairclough goes on the inside, but no resistance from Ashley Haase. Haase hangs on a third. Fairclough has to drift wide there at Oblivion and Crook. And now they go up Fine Lady once again, up towards Christmas. Haase holding on to the position, but so too is Spain. Spain has got through now past Noah McFarlane and defends 5th position valiantly there. So through they go again. And Bella Fairclough trying to get herself back into the top 3. Has to get past her teammate in order to do it. Ashley Haase is the man in front. So Bella Fairclough looking for the opportunity. The number 5 seed, the leading seed in Honda Cadet this year. Many of her compatriots from last year have ended up moving on to other classes, but this is the opportunity as far as Bella Fairclough is concerned to become a UKC champion. She did such a good job in her first full season. Top 5 in year 1 is absolutely awesome, but she has champion written all over her as she goes for Ashley Haase. A little bit of a love tap on the back, but Haase doesn't lose the cart. Now Fairclough's going to get alongside again. Again, Haase's going to resist, and now Ed Spain will get his chance to move forward. But Bella Fairclough is no BWRDC Junior Gold Star winner for nothing. There she goes on the inside, 3rd position, makes the move. Excellent work. And up into 3rd position she goes. Now they've got a lot of work to do to catch up to White and Bradshaw, but if White and Bradshaw start battling for the lead again, then it's going to be momentum that carries these 3 back to the front. McFarlane in 6th, then Thompson, Hayes, Cannon, Dixon, Maplethorpe, and then it is Amaya Thompson in 12th position ahead of Blair Smith and Ralphie Branscombe, who, working in coupling with Archie Loveridge, have been able to work their way past Esme Rosie, the only novice in the field, then Leland McNeish and Andrew Sutherland, who are having problems of their own. So Fairclough back in the 3rd position. Out through the final turn. And onto the home straight again. Still, White and Bradshaw absolutely glued together. Theo Bradshaw clearly playing the long game, doesn't want to battle for the victory at this stage. Just wants to keep in the hunt and let it all happen around him. They want to pull clear of the rest of the field. Haase has now got the message and is starting to work with Bella Fairclough to move further up the road. So White, Bradshaw, Fairclough. Further back, we've got good battles. This is Thompson having a nice little duel here with Jensen Maplethorpe. Amaya Thompson having a good go. So can Thompson get through? They've got Blair Smith for company as well. So Blair Smith is making good moves to try and get back into a decent position again, up into the top 10 if possible. Jensen Maplethorpe just hanging on to 11th for the moment, but there is Amaya Thompson and Blair Smith still mixing it up. And behind them, they've got pressure from Ralphie Branscombe, who is making a resurgent comeback. Ralphie, that wasn't quite the racetrack. That was the green and brown bit. So unfortunately, that was more grass and mud than it was tarmac. Through the toe of the boot, down the drop. It's good defensive tactics from Amaya Thompson, just keeping the kart slightly further over the apex, so there's not a lot that Blair Smith can do to make the overtake. So Amaya Thompson being very careful, because it's tough being piggy in the middle when you've got to be on offense and defense in the same breath. Now, there is the move up in front from Dixon. Dixon trying to get the move done on Archie Cannon. And that's a good bit of racing from Blair Smith. Blair Smith does get the jump there on Amaya Thompson. And here comes Ralphie Branscombe back for more on the inside line. Into Ashby. Did Branscombe get through? Yes, Branscombe is through then on Amaya Thompson. As we watch the 16, that is Ella Dixon trying to charge after Archie Cannon. And on the back of her, that is the 52 of Jensen Maplethorpe, really starting to build in confidence and stature now. So Ella Dixon looking for her way to get through up the inside of the 23 of Archie Cannon. So can Cannon hold on to this for the time being? Cannon is gesturing to Ella, don't overtake me, work with me. We can go catch up to the guys in front. I'm not entirely sure that Ella and Jensen are going to be on side with that strategy. Ralphie Branscombe certainly isn't. He's going to want to catch these guys and disappear up into the distance. So a long fine lady. Across Manuel's bank, into Christmas. There's the move from Maplethorpe. No, you don't, says Ella Dixon. I'm hanging on to this for the time being, thank you. Holds on to it for now. Up to Ashby again. Got to be so careful. You've got to be tactical about when you go for these moves, and Maplethorpe leaves it very late, but gets the run on Ella Dixon, and now Branscombe is going to get alongside as well. Round the outside from Ralphie Branscombe into Parker. Beautifully done. So now we've got a change of lead. Theo Bradshaw's got ahead of White. We didn't see where it happened, but Theo Bradshaw has taken his move on Ryan White with just a couple of minutes to go. And Haase, meanwhile, has also got past Bella Fairclough. So that's two Zip drivers on the move. But Ed Spain is there in 5th position as well for good company. Ryan White trying to get closer to Theo Bradshaw once again. But has Bradshaw timed this move to perfection? Has he been looking after the card enough that he can hold on to it? Fairclough's got back into 3rd. So Bella Fairclough back into 3rd position then. A very good start to proceedings for this Honda Cadet Superheat, but they are coming into the closing stages shortly. This is all going to be about the 72 of Ed Spain, hanging on now in front of Ashley Haase, and the 29 of Noah McFarlane. McFarlane doing a great job here in P6, really starting to put pressure on the Zip boys in 4th and 5th. Ed Spain now in front of Ashley Haase. There's been a real shuffle in the deck from 3rd to 6th on this one as Ed Spain tries again to take on Haase. No, he's already got him. Ed Spain is in front of Ashley Haase, so Haase down to 5th, and McFarlane is now putting Haase under pressure. So through they go, across the line. There was about 53 seconds or so when the leaders came through, so I think this is going to be the anti-penultimate lap. There goes Haase alongside Ed Spain, but he gets there in the end, and McFarlane to the left of him. Oh, contact! McFarlane committed to the move. So Noah McFarlane bangs wheels with Ashley Haase and Ed Spain. And they were very lucky to get away with that. I think McFarlane has been able to hold on to P6 despite that. Let's look at them as they come through. There's the 18, that's Ollie Thompson. And I think that's actually Noah McFarlane behind him now. So in the momentum, McFarlane has actually dropped behind Spain and Thompson. So McFarlane is now in 7th. So here comes the leaders once again. 72, Ed Spain across the line. There you go, 9 seconds to go when they cross the line. So this is the penultimate lap. If you are Ryan White, it's game on time. Out of Fine Lady, along Manuel's bank. Let's see if this is going to be a good one again for the number 47, Ryan White, trying to take on Theo Bradshaw. Bradshaw's had a good weekend, but so too is Ryan White. Both drivers trying to edge these boys out. Bella Fairclough, 3rd position, in front of Ashley Haase. Ed Spain in 5th, Thompson in 6th, then McFarlane, Hayes, Branscombe, Maplethorpe. onto the back straight. Wait for the moment, Ryan. That gap is going to open up organically. You've just got to pick the moment. As I think about it, into the toe of the boot. I think he's preparing himself for a challenge on the final lap. This is going to be the charge forward out of the final turn, and the last lap board comes out for both men. Here we go. One final route of the Whilton Mill circuit to decide who's going to win the superheat and get themselves into pole position for the final later. Out of Oblivion and Crook. Up Manuel's Bank. Into Christmas. White not close enough to challenge. Through the kink. Into Inkermans, the right-hander. Up towards Ashby. Is this going to be the bold move from Ryan White? Not close enough yet. Too big a risk. Up towards Ashby. Along the Kenny straight. There's the moment. Here it comes. Ryan White launches the move and gets the overtake on Theo Bradshaw. Perfect timing. Let Theo Bradshaw have the initial lead. A couple of laps to go. Following his wheel tracks. Wait for the mistake. Wait for the gap to open up. And that is exactly what Ryan White did. Now he's got to hold it for the final section. Through the toe of the boot and through the ankle. Through Pitts Bend. Lovely job. Ryan White takes it from Theo Bradshaw. Timing of an absolute masterclass. Ryan White gets it from Theo Bradshaw. Bella Fairclough survives for third position in front of Haase, Spain, Thompson and McFarlane. Terrific racing here at Whilton Mill to start things up. That is an absolutely terrific situation for the contenders. Great stuff. And a really phenomenal performance. Ryan White gets the job done in front of Theo Bradshaw and Bella Fairclough. Then Ashley Haase, Ed Spain, and Ollie Thompson. That's your top six. What a great start to the day here at Whilton Mill. Great to have your comments and your questions. Alpha Live have just come into the Christmas Corner debate. Christmas Corner is named because everyone goes into oblivion and it'll all be over by Christmas. And Whilton are planning on planting Christmas trees there too. There you go. Also a nice couple of questions coming in. Archie Lee asks, do you have to be racing to spectate? No, you don't. If you're quite close to Whilton Mill, which is just down the road from Silverstone, you're more than welcome to come along. If you leave now, you'll just about get there in time for the super heats, I'm sure. For the super finals, I should say, later. So the officials there just checking the front fairing positions. If they're loose, then obviously a penalty comes through. But so far, it looks as though everybody's escaped a penalty on this occasion. Certainly in the front end of the field they have. A couple of them might have a loose front fairing, but obviously if you get a loose front fairing, that's a 5-second penalty. And that is to stop relentless contact that used to happen back in the days when drivers would push the driver in front of them or edge them out. Here is the provisional result then. Ryan White in front of Theo Bradshaw, Bella Fairclough and Ashley Haase. Ed Spain in fifth in front of Ollie Thompson, then Noah McFarlane and Sam Hayes. Ralphie Branscombe, Jensen Maplethorpe in the top 10. Then Archie Loveridge, Archie Cannon, Blair Smith, Ella Dixon and Amaya Thompson. Leland McNeish and Andrew Sutherland came home in 16th and 17th in front of Esme Rosie. So a fabulous opening race of the day here in the Honda GX200 Superheat at Whilton Mill International. So great performance from the contenders, and there is still more racing to come. Minimax is up next. Back into the action once again here at Whilton Mill for the PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship 2023. Minimax 2022 spec is up next on the circuit. And a very exciting battle it is going to be too. Andrew Dixon and Dan Kilpatrick on the front row of the grid from Charlie Very and Dan Hartley. Zach McDonald and Ewan House, Amy Peacock and Evan Purcell. And then Lucas Blandford will be there ninth on the starting grid. Reese Owen and Leo Massey are non-starters, sadly. They were originally entered, and I can tell you that there are 8 karts on the actual track for this formation lap, because after damaging his wrist yesterday, we are not going to see a start from Lucas Blanford until the final at the earliest. So the 8 karts are now on circuit, and they are giving us a good battle around the course. They have now left for the formation lap. There they are. As you can see, there's only 8 karts on the grid for this one as opposed to the 9 that we were expecting, but as we've already intimated for the Minimax Superheat, Lucas Blanford, he took the start of the first race yesterday, but after a difficult race, he ended up damaging and therefore affecting his already slightly injured wrist. So they decided to take precautions for the rest of the weekend, sit out the remaining qualifying heats and superheats, and then hopefully he'll be ready to do the final today. But again, they just have to be very careful. The fortunate thing for Lucas Blanford is that there's only 8 karts to overtake if he has to start the final from the back, which he almost certainly will. So at least he has a relatively decent chance of being fairly competitive. So great to see everybody on Twitch who are enjoying the coverage for the first time. Great to see the likes of Barker Blue, Billy Raymond and Motor Magpie really enjoying things at the moment. Hello to Scruffy Badger Lord on Twitch as well. Hey, they're all names, they're all important. Got to give them a name check. Great to see everybody watching along on the YouTube as well. Thanks SN15, your check is in the post, by the way. Anyway, Andrew Dixon and Dan Kilpatrick on the front row of the grid for Minimax 2022 spec. The Superheat coming up, which again will help to set the grid for the final later. We had 3 completely different winners of the heats yesterday. Andrew Dixon, Dan Kilpatrick and Charlie Very. That's why they are 1, 2 and 3 on the starting grid. Going to be an interesting one off the go. They're in the tram lines. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. And up to the first corner we go. A great start from Dixon, who follows into the lead. Charlie Very in second place, but he runs wide, Dixon. Very's trying to get him, and he chops right across on Charlie Very. Very is not happy with that, so he goes for the lead immediately into Christmas. Dixon tries to hold on to it. No, you don't. Charlie Very is done and dusted with that already, as Dan Hartley finds himself crowded out in the first couple of corners and is already down the field. Kilpatrick third. A good start there from Zach McDonald. He puts himself in 4th position. 5th place, that is the hard-charging Amy Peacock. She made a good start on that one to P5. Then Dan Hartley, then Ewan House, then Evan Purcell. So along the back straight they go. And already Kilpatrick's going to try and make a bid there on Dixon. And he's through. Second position. Watch McDonald round the far side at the toe of the boot. Dixon's not going to let that one slide. But that's opened the door for Amy Peacock. She gets through into 4th place. Good run from Amy Peacock there. Good opportunism. And as they complete the first lap, Peacock is up into 4th position behind Dixon in 3rd. Kilpatrick in 2nd and Very in the lead. Now Charlie Very has been able to use that opportunity to get a second clear of his opponents there. Amy Peacock still doing a good job in 4th in front of McDonald, then Hartley, then House, then Purcell. So as they come through once again, looks like House and Purcell have got a slight transponder issue. Not entirely sure what that's related to. They are down in 7th and 8th at the time being. Big dive up the inside from McDonald, trying to take on Amy Peacock. No chance. Amy Peacock is no slow coach. She is going to keep that gap very wide and present at that point. So through there will come again. There's Dan Kilpatrick in front of Andrew Dixon, holding on to 3rd position on the Mad Crop. So this is going to be a really exciting run for the contenders. Still they work their way through as Peacock holds on in front of McDonald, out of Oblivion and Crook. Hartley now having a go at Zach McDonald. He's been working up to this one as Dixon again hustles the back of Kilpatrick. Is that Hartley getting through? Yes, he did. So Dan Hartley in the Kato Motorsport machine does get through into 5th position in front of Zach McDonald now. So Hartley's now going to chase after Amy Peacock. Still trying to make the moves up on the intense side of the field. Trying to work the magic there. Dan Hartley trying to stretch away now from McDonald and Ewan House. 5th position for Dan Hartley, trying to close up again on Amy Peacock, who has a new front fairing for today. Clearly has run out of graphics kits for her own private livery. That's the other thing I quite like about UKC. Not only do you get the team's liveries that we know and love, but certain drivers will put their own graphics and sticker kits on the karts. This is my personality, this is who I am. No other kart looks like mine. Love all that. So Dan Hartley all over the back of Amy Peacock, trying again to get the move done. But Peacock is not going to give best if she can help it. Improving her racecraft all the time here, Amy Peacock. She was at the back for for the first race of the day, and ever since then she's been making massive progress. Dan Hartley tries. No, you don't! Brilliant defensive tactics from Peacock. Try something else, Dan. That's an easy person's move, and I am not an easy driver to get past. So Zach McDonald is going to now close up. Here comes Ewan House making his bid in the Cosmic, trying to get through on the Jack Dex racing machine of Zach McDonald. Trying to get through, not going to happen on that occasion. Bit of a run wide from Peacock. Dan Hartley will try again. Dan Hartley, of course, fresh from representing Great Britain in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup last autumn in Valencia in Spain. So he knows how to race everywhere. Up on the inside line, trying to go past Amy Peacock. Can't get through. Tries again. Dan Hartley still looking for an opportunity. Still can't quite find the gap. Amy Peacock relentlessly holding on to this advantage for the time being. Down the back straight again. Peacock protects. Hartley looking for the chance to come by. Look at Ewan House trying to wrestle. Look at these three up front now. Very Kilpatrick and Dixon are tightened right up. These are the three drivers that took heat wins yesterday. They got one apiece, but now the fourth race of the weekend, the superheat, one of these guys has got to get the win. The other two are going to have to play second fiddle, and Kilpatrick's going to make the bid on Very. Dixon's still there on the inside. Thank you, mate. Down a third you go. So Kilpatrick leads. Dixon now second, and Charlie Very in third position. The Rotax Brigade giving us plenty of entertainment and excitement here at Whilton Mill for the PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship 2023 kickoff. And there's a yellow flag. There's a yellow flag in the distance. So somebody has gone off the road there on the approach to Parker, I would think. So we've got Kilpatrick and Dixon battling away for the lead in front of Charlie Very, but somebody's gone. And when you've only got 8 karts in the field, you really can't afford too many retirements. Looking back in the distance to see who's missing. I think Dan Hartley's disappeared. Is it Dan Hartley that's off the road? I can't see him anymore. In fact, Hartley and McDonald have disappeared. McDonald is down at the back now. And Hartley has not carried on. So I think, oh no, Dan Hartley has carried on. So it looks to me as though McDonald and Hartley have had an incident somewhere and have dropped to the back. There is Evan Purcell, now all over the back of Amy Peacock. There is McDonald, there is Hartley. So they have got going again, but they've had an incident behind the leaders, and that's dropped them out of 5th and 6th. So Evan Purcell is now in P5. It looks like Ewan House had to take avoiding action and has dropped behind Evan Purcell now. There's Amy Peacock. Oh, she's got damage as well to her front Nassau. Look at that. A massive chunk has been taken out of her Nassau. That's on the right side of the Nassau. I've never seen a Nassau come away like that before. Looks like a big toothy monster has taken a proper chunk out of that on the right side of the car. But now Evan Purcell has suddenly realised, you know what? There's nobody else around. I can go for 4th position here. I'm going to make the bid. He goes for it. Amy Peacock has to let him go. So Evan Purcell into 4th position. That's a confidence booster for Purcell. Looking for his best result of the weekend so far, but he drifts a little wide at Ashby. Tries to cut across in front of Amy Peacock. Peacock having another go. Purcell drifting wide. Peacock having another attempt. This is the problem. If you drive over your shoulder rather than in front of you, that's when mistakes are going to creep in, and Peacock knows it. Peacock's going to wait and keep Evan Purcell guessing. Purcell now chopping across on Amy Peacock. He's almost driving by looking behind him rather than looking in front of him at the moment. So Amy Peacock holding the line for the moment. She knows that if Evan Purcell continues to defend like this, then she's going to get her opportunity anyway. Big chop across there from Purcell, determined not to let Amy Peacock back through. So Amy Peacock still racing hard, trying to go for the overtaking move. Diving in, Purcell drifts very wide there out of Ashby. Up towards Parker, in through the left, down the drop, up towards Chapman, in through the left. And again, Amy Peacock looking for the opportunity, not finding it at the moment. Down the straight again. And it looks like Amy Peacock's dropped off the back of Evan Purcell. Has she got a problem? Where's Amy Peacock gone? She's going into the pits. Oh, Amy Peacock retiring from the superheat. Evan Purcell will be on his own to run in 4th place. Devastating for Amy Peacock. What a great run it was until that point. But clearly more damage to the kart after that issue that took off McDonald and Hartley, then first fought. Well, what a shame for Amy Peacock. A great race ending early. So Dan Kilpatrick in front of Andrew Dixon. These two now battling for the victory as they go along the back straight, up into the boot, through the left, up to the toe. Through they go again, jumping down the hill, and through the right-hander. Still having a really good race of it as they come across the line. And in through the first chicane. Really solid manoeuvre from Andrew Dixon there, and that could be an opportunity. Kilpatrick holding on to the lead for the moment, but here comes the chance from Dixon. No, Dixon doesn't go for it. Clearly wanting to wait until the last possible moment to get past Kilpatrick. I thought the momentum would have given him no choice, but he decides against it in the end. Run wide from Kilpatrick, and Dixon has got to time this right because Charlie Very is only 0.6 of a second behind him now. Probably less than that, the amount of holding up Kilpatrick's been doing on Dixon unintentionally. So now Andrew Dixon looking for his moment. And again, and again. Kilpatrick just holding the line at the toe of the boot. Through the final right-hander, onto the main straight again. 1:07 as they cross the line. For my money, that's 3 laps to go. Dixon out through Crook. Up towards Christmas. Still looking for a good charge here. Up through Inkermans, over the curb. A little bit aggressive on the curb there for Dixon. Doesn't unsettle the kart too much. But it does give him a little bit of breathing space to go back after Kilpatrick. Again, the 3 different types of Nassau panel on the front end of the kart. Always interesting to see what people choose to do at UKC level. The 2 leaders, they've gone for the air hole option, which can be seen on many of the factory teams such as Parolin and Birolart out in Europe. But that is a Lando Norris kart, and they've decided to go a slightly different way with their technology. You've got the hot dog bun approach, which is being used by Charlie Very on his Nassau. The groove, where it channels the air underneath the number board. And then you've got the flat and curved, the curvy or flat conventional Nassau panels that we have seen for many years. So different schools of thought. Some drivers say it gives them an advantage. Other drivers say it doesn't make a blind bit of difference. We just like the aesthetics of it. But certainly bringing technology right up into the modern era. The teams that have developed these out in Europe have obviously found performance gains from them. And now they've whittled them down to their customers in national and domestic championships. Dixon has lost all the advantage he had over Charlie Very over these last couple of laps. So now this is a tricky one. The last lap begins now. And Dixon has got to put pressure on Kilpatrick before Charlie Very goes for him. Too late! Charlie Very's going to make the bid into second place. Job done. Dixon holds it round the outside. No, you don't. Charlie Very's got you. Charlie Very into second place. Good move. But he's not going to have time, I don't think, to go after Kilpatrick. Dixon just ran out of time there to go for the move on Dan Kilpatrick. For my money, should have really gone for it when the momentum was with him about 85 seconds ago. But he'll learn from it, and I'm sure he'll bounce back stronger and make that kind of decision come the final if he gets the chance. But Kilpatrick on the Dan Holland Racing Lando Norris chassis comes out of the final turn, takes the checkered flag, and that is the superheat done and dusted for Dan Kilpatrick. 2 wins in a row now this weekend. He won the 3rd heat, and the pace is definitely with him. Look how quickly Dan Hartley has caught up to Purcell. Evan, watch out. Dan Hartley's all over you. He could sprint out of the final turn and beat you to the line. Not quite. Oh, that was close. Evan Purcell, 4th position in front of Hartley, House and McDonald. Sadly, Amy Peacock unable to finish with damage to the kart from earlier on. Wow, very tough stuff. So a really exciting battle. And as David Sullivan picks up on, a real shame for Amy Peacock. She had a tough day yesterday and she was driving beautifully in that superheat. Too right, mate. Hopefully, she'll be back to her best again in time for the super final later. I spy a potential podium for Amy Peacock the way she's currently progressing. But Kilpatrick certainly now looking the favourite for the final. Between the 3 men who picked up heat wins yesterday that you're looking at on your screen, Kilpatrick, Very and Dixon, one of them had to emerge victorious in the superheat. And now Dan Kilpatrick puts himself into a great position to get the job done here. Evan Purcell, 4th position. Dan Hartley in 5th. So now the drivers coming in. We'll have to see if they have got a front fairing penalty or not. So a very interesting one there. But it is Dan Kilpatrick who takes the victory in front of Charlie Very and Andrew Dixon. Evan Purcell crossed the line in 4th position. Dan Hartley in P5 from Ewan House and Zach McDonald. Sadly, the retirement in the race came from Amy Peacock. And that is the way it's shaped out. So that is Minimax 2022 spec Superheat done and dusted. Next up out on track, it's going to be the Micromax Brigade. What a brilliant night that was back in December, the awards dinner for the UKC, where all of the champions from the 2022 season were presented with their accolades. I even had to put a suit on and wash my face. How about that? So, an interesting battle for the contenders coming up as we get ourselves prepared now for the next battle out on the circuit. It's been a really intriguing battle leading up to this one, but now we have had the first two races of the day. It is now up into the battle for the Mini Inter, I do believe. I do apologise. I said it was the Micromax. It's the Mini Inter that's next up. So they will come out onto the circuit. Next up on the circuit, Jacob Ashcroft was the dominant force of yesterday. He picked up the race victories in all three of the heats yesterday. So it's up to everybody else to stop him, essentially. Charlie Wolfett in second on the grid for this one. Then Finlay Lines, third position on the starting grid. And then in fourth, Luca Holmes-Balak from Thomas Hill and Oliver Meek. Charles Kitely and Daniel Minto, Oliver Majewski and Eva Morris in the top 10. There is the number 22, Jacob Ashcroft, pole position. Win after win after win came yesterday. He was just unstoppable here at Whilton Mill in the freezing cold weather. So now he and his teammate Finlay Lines have a chance to continue that form going into today. Interesting, we've got DHR Lando Norris karts on one side of the grid on the first two rows, and then we've got the Synergies in their Birrell Arts on the second half of the grid. There is the Synergy Racing team. The 67 in position, that's Oliver Meek, the privateer. And then Dan Minto in his Hunter LN. Working their way through the field there. Collinson, Fisher, Oliver White, Hasnain Khan, Jack Johnson and Mason Webster in the 24 as they head out onto the circuit. So the Mini Inters, this is the new class for 2023, the Inter category. Somebody in trouble on the way out of the pits. That's one of the Hunter Motorsport karts. Now who is that struggling to get out onto the circuit? Didn't quite figure out which number that was. I think it was Jake Grufferty. So Jake Grufferty in 15th on the starting grid will now have to try and fight his way back into his grid position again. He's got two rolling laps in which to do that, of course. Do please keep your comments and questions coming in. You are very welcome, whether you're watching on the Twitch feed on UKC Official or whether you're watching on the YouTube stream for Alpha Live. Phil Kinch wishes all the best for Finlay Lines, the number 81. Hoping that the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. Finlay Lines, the son of the great touring car and GT racer Stuart Lines, who is also the championship coordinator for TCR UK, which will kick off next weekend at Snetterton in Norfolk. And I should be there for that one. I wouldn't miss that for all the tea in India, China and Pakistan put together. So the drivers making their way round on this superheat formation lap. Jacob Ashcroft, pole position. Second on the grid, alongside him, it is going to be the hard-charging Charlie Wolfett in the Synergy. Then Finlay Lines and Luca Holmes-Balak, Thomas Hill and Oliver Meek, Charles Kitely and Dan Minto, Oliver Majewski, Eva Morris, Ryan Gandor and Ella Lucia. Then James Robertson, Stanley Clark, Jake Grufferty and Jack Collinson from Charlie Condy and Hayden Fisher. Harris Ali and Oliver White from Louis Radcliffe, Hasnain Khan, Elliot Surtees, Jack Johnson, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Mason Webster, and at the back of the grid, Kevin Kilbasa. There are only 25 drivers racing. Mason Webster, unfortunately, not taking up the start. And Kevin Kilbasa was entered, but did not compete for the BKC racing team yesterday. So hopefully we'll see him back out on circuit at the West of Scotland Kart Club at Lark Hall, where so many great drivers such as Alan McNish, Dario Franchitti, Paul Di Resta and David Coulthard applied their trade as youngsters. So let's go racing then. The fields are nicely spread out on either side. They'll get into the tram lines. We'll go racing this time. Will we? Yes, we do. It's a good start as we go racing into the first couple of corners. Oh, no, I don't think we have. Oh, it looks like a false start, actually. Or are we going racing? I can't tell. My timing screen is frozen. It looks like racing, actually, underneath. So timing is ticking down. So into the race we go, and it is a fabulous cracking start from Jacob Ashcroft as he leads the way here. Luca Holmes-Balak's second position. But is there going to be a hard charge from Finlay Linesdale, who has fallen down to 5th position? Now the timing screen is updated for me. Sorry for the confusion, but for the first 30 seconds of the race, we weren't sure if we were racing or not. Or certainly I wasn't, but we are indeed. So the battle continues on the way. 9 minutes and 10 seconds still to go. A really exciting run for all of the contenders as they continue in the first lap. So Jacob Ashcroft has held the lead for the time being. Then Majewski, Hill, Lines, Luca Holmes-Balak. That's a good dive up the inside line there from Finlay Lines as he now moves his way up into 4th position to defend from Luca Holmes-Balak. Then Gandor, Meek, Minto, Roberts, Morris, Lucia and Charlie Condi. So some good battles already in the Mini Inter category. This is basically a great duel coming up there at the 28. Luca Holmes-Balak getting back through on the inside of Ryan Gandor this time. So that is, no, that's Oliver Meek moving forward. So Oliver Meek has got past Ryan Gandor and is now taking on Luca Holmes-Balak. But the top 4 are already starting to pull clear. Ashcroft, Majewski, Lines and Holmes-Balak. Well, what's happened to the 95? The 95 does not appear to be transponding. That's the difficulty. So the 95 is not transponding. That's Charlie Wolfit. So Wolfit is not transponding, and they've got past him anyway. Majewski through the 2nd, Lines through the 3rd. Wolfit's transponder has failed. Now, that's a big problem because Charlie Wolfit's transponder is not working. Now dives at the inside of Finlay Lines, trying to get through. And Luca Holmes-Balak is sat there in 5th position, wondering, am I going to get 4th out of all of this after all? So a real absence of a technical necessity there for Charlie Wolfit. He really needs his transponder to be working. But Jacob Ashcroft out in front of Majewski, then Lines, Holmes-Balak. Behind the 95 of Charlie Wolfit. Where is Wolfit's transponder though? It does not appear to be working, the 95. So whether he'll be able to keep his 4th position or not, I'm not entirely sure, but that's certainly a real hammer blow to him at such an early point in the race. But 10 minutes plus 1 lap is what they get to battle it out. There is Ryan Gandor dueling it out at the moment with Oliver Meek in the 67 and Dan Minto in the 228. So trying to make the bid up the inside line. Not quite able to make the overtaking move. All the way from Birmingham, Riaz Awan is currently supporting Hasnain Khan, who is currently in the midfield, trying to work his way further up into the top 20, currently in 19th place behind Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. What a fantastic coup this is. UKC live in 2023. Season 4, and it goes live for the first time. So Ashcroft, Majewski, Lines, Wolfit, although technically Wolfit could be in trouble here because his transponder is not working, in 4th position. Then it's Holmes-Balak. Hill is 6th on the road. Then Gandor, Meek, Minto and Eva Morris in front of Ella Lucia and Charles Kitely. Big tank slapper slide there from Ryan Gandor. Talk about a big save there. Really controlled the kart as it came through into the braking zone for Christmas. And now the 228 of Dan Minto trying again here to get past Ryan Gandor. But Gandor is doing his best to hold on. Oliver Meek is the kart in between the 2 drivers here, but Ryan Gandor sliding around. Oliver Meek trying to get the overtaking move up the inside, doing his best. Just can't find the way through at the moment. Ryan Gandor proving to be a very tricky person to pass at the moment. Now, Majewski and Lines are working together here to close back up on Jacob Ashcroft. The gap has come down to half a second between Ashcroft and Majewski. But this is the positivity of strength in numbers. So we have the Mini Inter category this year, which is new for 2023. And of course, this Mini Inter category is very much a nice segue between the world of cadets and Minimax. That's what the Mini Inters have been put in place for, I do believe. I'm sure someone's going to correct me. But certainly looking that way at the moment. And this is eventually going to replace essentially the current Microback spec. So through they come. Ashcroft still leading Majewski, Lines and Wolfit. But we've gone a little bit further down in the pack now as we're still looking at the battle between Ryan Gandor and the hard-charging Ella Lucia. And this is Lucia closing up, being caught, haven't passed by Charles Kitely. Up the inside, that's Finley Lines getting through on Majewski. Wolfit tried to follow the move, but he couldn't. So Charlie Wolfit stays sat in 4th position for the moment. So a really exciting run so far. They continue to battle away. So still, the racing continues on in full pelt. Ashcroft, Majewski, Lines, Wolfit. But Lines having got through into 2nd place now on Majewski. It's a 1-2 for the DHR twins. Ashcroft and Lines up in 1st and 2nd places now. Good start to the season this from Finley Lines. Really wanted to come out of the blocks fighting fit. And he's doing a grand job of it in 2nd place. Majewski 3rd, Wolfit in 4th. We don't know what the faulty transponder is going to do to his race result. But obviously they need to make sure that the transponder is working from the outset. So we have got 26 karts in the field, but only 25 of them are actually on the timing screens. So 5th place is actually Luca Holmes-Balak on the road. Hill is in 6th actually, then Meek, Minto, Gandor and Eva Morris. Charlie Kitely ahead of Ella Lucia, and then it is James Roberts ahead of Stanley Clark, Hayden Fisher and Charlie Condy in 16th, Jack Collinson, Oliver White, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, and in 20th at the moment is the highest of the novices, that is Harris Ali, and then Hasnain Khan is in front of Louis Radcliffe, Jack Johnson, Jake Rafferty, Mason Webster, and the new boy Elliot Surtees. So through they come again, over the start-finish line once more. And Jacob Ashcroft really has dropped the hammer and gone for it, hasn't he? 1.2 seconds now in front of Lines and Majewski. That is going to be a hard gap to make up, even with 3 of them trying to do so. As we watch the battle further back, this is the Sodi Vitesse of Roberts, trying to make his beard on the inside. Can't make the move on Ella Lucia. But James Roberts, who was so strong in the Sodi Academy last year, now he makes the dive on the inside of Ella Lucia. Great run from James Roberts here. Work with. So the battle is going very strong indeed. Ashcroft, Majewski, Lines and Wolfit. But this battle is raging between Roberts, Lucia and Stanley Clark in the 51. So still they battle on. The 37 of James Roberts leads Ella Lucia. Lucia still dueling away with Stanley Clark right in behind her. Can't get the move. Stanley Clark will have to try again. Really good racing here at Whilton Mill. Back towards the front. That's Wolfit, isn't it? Going through on the inside. Now that's Finley Lines taking Wolfit back again. So Finley Lines back into 3rd position. So Oliver Majewski has managed to get the KR Sport into 2nd place. So there they are again. Finley Lines. Position now behind Minto, Kitely and Morris. Gandor down to P10. Not sure what happened to him on the last lap, but Ryan Gandor has now fallen back into 10th position. So Ashcroft, Majewski, Lines and Wolfit. And that's Wolfit back into 3rd. So Wolfit has gone through into 3rd position. He'll be sick to his stomach if he comes in and realises that he's got nothing from this with a faulty transponder, but a really tough race battle. So Majewski, Lines and Wolfit still dueling away for the victory of 2nd position. Wolfit dives for the move. Wolfit gets through on the inside of Majewski. So Wolfit has gone into 2nd position behind Jacob Ashcroft, but according to the timing screen, he's not even there because his transponder isn't working. Majewski now dives through on the inside. Lines is going to get both of them. Finley Lines round the outside. Majewski attacks through on the inside again, and Lines is hung out to dry. So Majewski 2nd, Wolfit 3rd, Lines in 4th. Nobody's winning. The distance. So Ashcroft in front of Majewski, Wolfit and Finley Lines. Penultimate lap. Wolfit trying his best to get through on Majewski. Majewski making it as impossible as he can. A long fine lady. Up Manuel's back. Into Christmas. Still a good run from Wolfit, all over the back of Oliver Majewski. Finley Lyons is there in fourth. What can Charlie Wolfit do? What will he be allowed to do at the end of the race? The Synergy driver really struggling to get back past the KR Sport of Oliver Majewski. A great run from Oliver Majewski. But it's not good enough as Wolfit and Lyons have both managed to get through. So Wolfit and Lyons both managed to pass him. And watch out, boys, because behind... Wolfit defending like his life depended on it from Oliver Majewski. Majewski going wheel to wheel with him. There's not a lot of space for these two to battle it out. Majewski puts him on the grass, and Wolfit has gone on the grass. What happened to Charlie Wolfit? Charlie Wolfit appears to have disappeared from the fray. Disaster from Charlie Wolfit, who had a problem with his transponder anyway. But now he's fallen well out of the pack. Charlie Wolfit will be very disappointed with that one. What a shame for Charlie Wolfit. Ashcroft leading, Majewski, Holmes Ballack, Lyons. Then Thomas Hill, I think it was, who came through in 5th position in front of Minto.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
victory in front of Oliver Mievski and Luca Holmes-Ballack. Finlay Lyons in 4th position. Problems on the last lap for Charlie Wolfit, going off onto the grass and losing a lot of time and positions. We'll pick up that story a little bit later on in the day. There's still quite a lot to do. Thanks for your company on the Alpha Live YouTube stream and, of course, on Twitch on the UKC official channel. Great to see you all. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. A really exciting situation. Loving the comments coming in. Seal Saw 65 says, I would razz around this track faster than any of these kids. Oh yeah? Why don't you come and try it then, mate? Go on, put your money where your mouth is. Emerson McAndrew and Jensen Chalk on the front row of the grid for Micromax Superheat. Oliver Spencer and Theo Bradshaw, then Colby Patterson and Edward Haynes. Kian Bernard and Austin Oman from Otis Cleary and Riley Morrow. Josh Cormack and Alex Goodson from Sebastian Lush and Dian Singh Pahal. Dax Farah and Drew Davidson, Sam Ludie and Rhys David Richardson. And at the back of the grid on the final row, it is going to be the hard-charging pair trying to make progress in this final Micromax Superheat before the finals today of Harry Radcliffe and James Sims. Just remember, folks, when you put your money where your mouth is and say, I can run faster than any of these guys, just remember, the commentator's always watching. Oh, and he is watching. Edward Haynes has spun it on the formation lap, just as he did at the start of race 2 yesterday. Ed Haynes won 2 of the races, but finds himself in the middle of the field as a result. Dear oh dear, that's a really tricky situation. So now they've managed to get themselves back into position once again, but that's a bit of a headache there for Ed Haynes to have that problem once again. Josh Cook Racing says, good luck to my KR Sport teammates today. Always wondered where the drivers are when they're not watching. Let me try that sentence again. I kind of let my worms get away from me there. Always wonder what racing drivers do when they're not racing. What are they doing? They're watching other racing. Absolutely obsessed. And too right. If I'm not commentating, I'm always watching racing. In the midweek, I'm watching racing too, usually from the 1980s or 1990s probably, but still. There's never not a race day in the Sanson household, that's for sure. So the contenders battling away, and it's going to be a really exciting run for all of the contenders here at Whilton Mill in the Micromax Superheat. Emerson McAndrew starting for the front end of the grid. Mr. Consistency yesterday. Jensen Chalk, the O-plate, 2nd place. Oliver Spencer and Theo Bradshaw from Colby Patterson, Ed Haynes, Kian Bernard and Austin Oman. Now, can Ed Haynes get back into his original position? Yes, he can. He has slotted in, so good man. He's managed to do that in time as well. So as long as he does it before they get to the boot, then he's allowed to start from his original position, and that's exactly what Ed Haynes has done, so there's nothing illegal in that at all. Perfect. We can go racing. Watch out for Theo Bradshaw again in the 44. Double duty for him today in Honda Cadet and Micromax, and he is up at the front end of the field in both. So really exciting run as Emerson McAndrew will take the pole position. Jensen Chalk in the O-plate coming through up to the tram lines. Are we going racing? Yes, we are. Here we go. Emerson McAndrew gets the run up to the first corner. Oliver Spencer and Jensen Chalk have come through, but Chalk has lost a bit of positions. It's a perfect start for Oliver Spencer. Now right in behind Emerson McAndrew. So Emerson McAndrew holding on to the lead for the time being. He holds the middle of the road up to Christmas to avoid too much drama as Jensen Chalk has got one of the Sodies to his inside. But Chalk holds firm. I am not going to lose any cheap positions on the first corner. So through to 3rd position has come Colby Patterson. 4th place for the 33 of Kian Barnard now. So Kian Bernard is doing a good job to try and get into 3rd position, down the drop, in towards Chapman. A very solid run so far. Emerson McAndrew in front of Oliver Spencer. 2nd position, Spencer looking for his opportunity to come through. Watch the battle for 3rd as up the inside, that's going to be Kian Bernard. Making the bid for 3rd position on the inside of Patterson. Did he get through at the boot? Yes, he did. No, he didn't. He actually held up and lost ground. As through comes Bradshaw in the 44 and also the O-plate of Jensen Chalk. So they managed to lose a few positions there. Oliver Spencer, though, all over the back of Emerson McAndrew. Spencer was so near and yet so far yesterday. Now he's got a great chance to work his way further forward again. And today, this is the first races, Sunday, are the first races where the grids are not random. So obviously the drivers then have to work on the results they did yesterday. Some are still out of position based on bad luck. Emerson McAndrew, though, definitely not luck that put him into pole position for this one. He was so solid and consistent yesterday. Worked his way through and took only 6 points away from the heats yesterday compared to the others. Jensen Chalk had 10, Spencer had 12, Theo Bradshaw had 14, and Colby Patterson had 15. So you've got to stay as strong and consistent as possible in these races. Out through the final turn. Onto the home straight again. Spencer and Patterson closing in on Emerson McAndrew. Trying to go for the overtaking moves. Hoping that there's going to be a really exciting run. Let's see how the contenders run in position. Still the 42, Oliver Spencer all over the back of Emerson McAndrew. Patterson sets the new fastest lap at 52.421 for him on this occasion. New fastest lap of the race for Colby Patterson. Trying to go for the move. A little bit of an adjustment made there by Ollie Spencer. You have to do that in the positions that you're currently running. So wait for Emerson McAndrew to get away from Spencer again. Spencer trying to pull clear. Colby Patterson, third position. There is Bradshaw in fourth in the 44. Jensen Chalk in the O-plate. Then Ed Haynes is sixth. Morrow, Bernard, Oman, Goodson, Cleary, Cormac and Sebastian Lush. Fabulous battle so far in Micromax. There's a real family atmosphere up there on the bar front as well. Sebastian Lush's grandma is watching along, enjoying the racing and rooting for young Sebastian to break the top 10 as many times as possible before the end of the race weekend. Fastest lap of the race comes in from Colby Patterson, 52.038, third position. Fastest three drivers on the track, these three. They've got the speed and the momentum on their side, and they are really starting to stretch clear now. So Colby Patterson looking good on a 52.038, but he has to keep the pace up, and he's definitely going to have pressure as here comes Spencer, waking his chance on the inside of McAndrew. He gets through, so too goes for the move Colby Patterson. Patterson tried to get past both of them, and he had to bail out of it. So Spencer gets the lead, McAndrew gets second, Colby Patterson has to wait for his moment in third. Across the line again, Bradshaw fourth, then Chalk, Haynes, Bernard, Morrow, Oman, Cormac, Lush, Cleary and Goodson. So Dax Farrow and Harry Radcliffe having a duel of their own. Jensen Chalk going down the inside of Theo Bradshaw to get into fourth place. The O-plate moves forward, and he has just set the fastest lap as well, a 51.986 for Jensen Chalk. Not quite sure why the graphic said it was a 52.4. I think that was the previous lap, but he's just done a 51.9 that time round. So a really good run then from Jensen Chalk as he gets himself closer to the leading trio. He's not done yet, and he's not the O-plate for nothing. He will do his best. The British Open champion is why you run with the O. So here is the opportunity now for Emerson McAndrew, trying to close in on Oliver Spencer. Looking for the move on Colby Patterson as well in third position. They come across the line. Still dueling, still battling. Very exciting run so far. It's just gone 8 o'clock in Bathurst, Australia, and they are still loving the racing there just as much as they are back here in the United Kingdom. Sean Butcher coming out later to give the Aussies plenty of excitement, I'm sure, in the senior Rotax Superheat A and B. But so far, Oliver Spencer is the man on form, having a great race in the Micromax Superheat in front of McAndrew and Patterson. Then Jensen Chalk, Theo Bradshaw, Ed Haynes and Kian Bernard, Morrow, Oman, Cormac, Cleary, Lush and Goodson. So down the back straight once again. Colby Patterson trying to time the move to perfection as he hunts down Emerson McAndrew. Oliver Spencer, though, is your race leader, still doing a grand job out in front. Second position for Emerson McAndrew, trying to hunt down the opportunity, but he is in a very tricky position here. He's in between a rock and a hard place here, Emerson McAndrew. He now sets the fastest lap of the race, a 51.933 from Emerson McAndrew. Trying to make the bid to get past Ollie Spencer. Colby Patterson is in the mix there as well. Bit of a slide from all three men. Looking for the opportunity into the hairpin again. And still McAndrew and Patterson work their magic on the back of Ollie Spencer. Spencer still holding on in the background. Look how quickly Chalk, Bradshaw and Haynes are catching them. These three continue to squabble. They're going to lose so much ground. McAndrew slices on the inside into Parker and Chapman. Gets through on the inside of Chapman, but he's got to hold on. Spencer tries again. Not going to happen. So Spencer holds on a second in front of Colby Patterson, but look back. There is the chasing trio of Chalk, Bradshaw and Haynes. This is going to be a six-way bout if these three don't start squabbling. Kian Bernard 7th from Morrow and Oman. Josh Cormac in 10th position as well. Otis Cleary doing well in front of Sebastian Lush. Here's the move for the lead. Ollie Spencer diving through on the inside again of Emerson McAndrew. Still these three squabble. This is great news for Chalk, Bradshaw and Haynes. Haynes sets the fastest lap of the race now, a 51.8 in 6th position. These three are catching the leaders. That's it, boys. You three just continue to squabble. Go for it. Do what you want. We're going to catch up to you big time. And so they are indeed. Edward Haynes, the new fastest man on track, at 51.824. Down the straight again. Colby Patterson hoping to get the moves here on Emerson McAndrew, but Ollie Spencer has got through into the lead once more. Oliver Spencer, your race leader here at Whilton Mill. Over the line, he's just kicked something up off the curb there. I wonder if that was a piece of a marble from his tyre, but certainly something. Oh no, it's his camera mount. It's his camera mount that's come off. So that bouncing object would have been his GoPro, I think. So that's a very expensive end to that particular YouTube video for Ollie Spencer. So Oliver Spencer, Emerson McAndrew and Colby Patterson battling for the lead. Look back, boys. Jensen Chalk is on your 6. Down through Parker. Down the drop. Patterson goes for broke. I'm not going to get overtaken by Jensen Chalk, thank you. That doesn't sound fun to me. I'm going to get through anyway. And now McAndrew is going to lose out to Chalk. So Jensen Chalk gets through into 3rd position. Here comes Ed Haynes. Ed Haynes wants a piece of this move as well. Emerson McAndrew suddenly falling down the field. This is not what he wanted at all. And there is that camera point. There is that camera mount in the middle of the racetrack. Woe betide the marshal that decides to run onto the circuit and clear that up. I think they'll have to wait until the end of the race now. 2 minutes to go. The field is too spread out for that kind of risk. So Jensen Chalk, 3rd position now in front of Emerson McAndrew. Look how quickly Colby Patterson has got back up to Oliver Spencer. He's going to try and make his bid into Ashby, is he? No, he waits for the opportunity. He wants a stronger chance. So still they rage, still they battle up the inside. That's Haynes trying to take on McAndrew. Nice try. Not going to happen on this occasion. So still they duel. Up onto the back straight, into the left-hander. And still they run in very close proximity. A solid run, and still they battle away. Through they come again, and onto the home straight. A really exciting battle out on the course. And still they rage, still they battle on. Side by side nearly, Colby Patterson. But look, Spencer knows that Patterson is getting closer. McAndrew dives back in on Jensen Chalk. Still the opportunities come raging. So they will continue to do some great performances out there on the course. A really solid run, and still they duel away. A fantastic run. The competitors still giving us plenty of action. Diving on the inside, there goes McAndrew on Patterson. He goes up and over. Oh, McAndrew. Too hard to go for the move on Patterson. He rolls up and over the rear wheel and spins it away. What a shame for Emerson McAndrew. Colby Patterson lives to fight another day, but has lost positions as a result. So Oliver Spencer is now on his own. Jensen Chalk, 0.6 of a second back from Haynes, Theo Bradshaw and Colby Patterson. McAndrew has gone. What a shame. Now Jensen Chalk is not going to have the same sort of support that Haynes and Bradshaw will give each other. Chalk is holding on to 2nd. What a shuffle of the deck that was. And now Edward Haynes is going for 2nd, dives through on Chalk. Nice try, but that's an easy move. I'm not going to give you any of those. And through goes Bradshaw as a result. So Theo Bradshaw into 3rd position. A really exciting run for the contenders so far, and still they battle away. Look at Emerson McAndrew's kart. He's actually beached on the inside curb there. So that is a little bit precarious as a position. So very unfortunate, but a very tricky start to proceedings as they continue to run in position. So a really exciting run for all the contenders. So still they go again, and the competitors having a really tough race of it at the moment. Oliver Spencer, Jensen Chalk, Theo Bradshaw, Edward Haynes, Colby Patterson. That's the top 5 in the final lap. Are we going to get any more big moves? I think that's pretty much all she wrote. Yellow flags down into Chapman because, of course, that abandoned kart of Emerson McAndrew's is not going anywhere until the end of this race. But Oliver Spencer has held on to it throughout all of the tough stuff out there. A really good run as he comes through to finish up in style. Oliver Spencer will take the victory in the superheat. Great run from the Micromax star. 2nd is Chalk, 3rd is Bradshaw, 4th is Edward Haynes, in front of Colby Patterson and Cian Bernard. Well, a tough old race all the way to the flag. And I think a couple of the drivers there have actually ended up running over that camera mount point. So I have a feeling that somebody is going to make a trip to the electrical store tomorrow for a new one. Probably a new GoPro as well. It's probably had a massive mullering down the main straight. I thought that might have been a marble for a tyre, but apparently too big for that. But Oliver Spencer in the 42 in the Synergy, exactly where he wanted. Spencer gets the job done. Oliver Spencer, a great race in the superheat, and that sets him up for the final later. That's when you'll see the real emotions come out. It's not about the heats, it's about the final. It's not about Bannockburn, is it? It's about Culloden. If you're Scottish anyway. I know there's going to be quite a few Scottish fans watching in, because 4 weeks from now we go to the West of Scotland Kart Club. Look at the drivers leaning over the pit wall there for a high five from the drivers. They can't resist it. Nice little high five to the drivers as they come in. I love that in karting at this level. You wouldn't get that in international level, but you certainly get it in the UKC. The fun element of racing is still very much here. So Oliver Spencer taking the victory from Jensen Chalk and Theo Bradshaw. Edward Haynes in 4th position in front of Colby Patterson. Cian Bernard in P6 in front of Austin Oman. Riley Murrow, Otis Cleary and Josh Cormack. That's the top 10. Sebastian Lusch in 11th position in the end in front of Dian Singh Pahal. Drew Davidson and Alex Goodson. Sam Ludie, Dax Farah, Harry Radcliffe, James Sims and Rhys David Richardson. Just the one retirement in the end, and that was Emerson McAndrew. So, Senior Rotax Superheat A is up next. It's the first of the big boys out on track. The GB4 Championship, official partners of the Ultimate Karting Championship, where drivers can step up out of the UKC into the world of single-seaters in GB4. Great to have that partnership and alliance for 2023. Nice to hear a nice new remix from Pinky and Perky as well. Anyway, moving into the race battles, we have the Senior Rotax Superheat A, gearing ourselves up, ready for the battles out on circuit. And we're going to have a very exciting charge through. This is where the big guns come out to play. And boy, have we got a great first race in the offing here for the Super Heat A of the Senior Rotax. Kai Hunter and Lorenzo Cordell, Sean Butcher and Leo Brown, Lachlan Robinson and Philip Rawson, Stephen Duncan and Charlie Pritchard from Matthew Lambert and Declan Russell, Isaac Lord and James Tester from George Hunter and Jack Lilly, then Zaki Hussain and Tommy Lee Davis, Lucas Pernode and Oliver Duffel, Nathan Guzzi, Ethan Critchley, Kieran Leonard and Thomas Theotokis. This will be an interesting one for the drivers in this one. Obviously, they know that there's only going to be a certain number of drivers that will make it through to the final later. So it's put up or shut up at this point. You've got to give something special out onto the board. And certainly here, it has never been tougher. Senior Rotax always gets pretty tricky. So an absolutely fantastic run for so far out on the course. Great to hear all of the comments coming in. We've got a lot of people watching along on Twitch now. Great to see so many people watching along. And great to see how everybody is enjoying things at the moment. So, really exciting situation for all of the contenders. Great to see the 1,000 plus people watching along on Twitch. Do keep your comments and questions coming in. If this is the first time you're watching Karting live on Twitch, produced by Alpha Live on the UKC official Twitch page, you are so welcome. Great to see you. And we've already got well over 400 people on YouTube as well. If you're not sure what karting is, sit back, crack open a cold one, whatever that cold one might be, enjoy, because this really is proper motorsport. And you're going to see some great driving now. The Senior Rotax, boys and girls, are going to give us plenty of entertainment. Up at the front end of the field, Kai Hunter. So strong at working his way through the field in the random grids yesterday. But now we're in the big stuff. And this is definitely going to be a tricky one from here on out to try and sustain this kind of gap. Let's see how the senior Rotax brigade goes in senior Rotax A. They come off the final turn. We're going to go racing this time. And we are under starters orders. Here we go. A good start from the front of the grid then. But into the lead has come Lorenzo Cordell. No problem at all. Breaking clear in front of Kai Hunter. Hunter's going to make the bid up towards Christmas nice and early though. He doesn't want to hang around behind Cordell. Round the outside. Beautiful from Kai Hunter. Magic move around the outside of Christmas. No waiting, no hesitation. Boom. Thank you and good night. Into the lead. Cordell second. Third, Leo Brown. Fourth position, that is the KR Sport. Working his way further forward, that is Sean Butcher. All the fans out in Australia watching along. That's your boy. Fourth position, currently trying to charge after Leo Brown. Lorenzo Cordell in P2, number 2. Still shell-shocked after that move from Kai Hunter. But Sean Butcher's now going to rip it up on the way to Leo Brown. Hunter leads. Cordell, Brown, Butcher, Rawson, Duncan, Robinson, Lambert and George Hunter in front of Declan Russell. Bit of a wobble from Lorenzo Cordell. Here comes Leo Brown, hunting for the moment. Cordell is defending so early on in the race and Butcher goes around the outside of Leo Brown, tries to connect it, tries to curl it round, has to stop back in a fourth position, does not want to wait around any longer, dives in at Ashby, up the inside of Leo Brown, and there with him goes Philip Rawson as Leo Brown takes to the grass. So Rawson's got through, Duncan's got through, Robinson's got through, and I think Lambert's got through as well. Leo Brown, rejoining in front of the 46, I think that is, and the 13. So that is Declan Russell and Zaki Hussein basically running around with Charlie Pritchard. A very tricky race. Look at that squabble as they come down the hill into the ankle of the boot. So Kai Hunter leads Cordell, Butcher and Rawson, then Robinson, Duncan, Lambert, Pritchard, Brown, Russell, Hunter, Zaki Hussein and Jack Lilly. In front of Isaac Lord and James Tester. A really solid race. Up the inside. Nice move there from the 23. Working his way forward. That is George Hunter. George Hunter gets the run on Declan Russell then. And a big dive further back. That is the launch forward from the 9 of Jack Lilly. Jack Lilly gets through and makes the overtake in the Hunter Motorsport car. Great racing all the way through. For those sitting watching at home thinking, how hard is this to do? Well, get in touch with your local karting club. We'll see you on the grid. Anyone can do it. It's never too late. You're never too old. Senior Rotax level. Teams have been trying to get me onto the starting grid for ages, and I might take them up on it this year. Through they fly. Kai Hunter in front of Sean Butcher. Lorenzo Cordell, Lachlan Robinson, diving up the inside. There comes the move from Jack Lilly. Gets the run on George Hunter. Great run in 10th position. An astonishing run so far. And still they battle on. A really solid race so far. There is Jack Lilly dueling away with the 23 of George Hunter. They're trying to make up some ground. 7 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. When the time runs down to 0, they get another lap on the board after that. So still the racing continues. There's Lilly in front of Hunter. That's the battle for 10th position. Leo Brown is the car just in front of them, trying to make a recovery after his earlier trip onto the grass. The 46 in the mix there as well. That's Declan Russell. Further up the road, that is Sean Butcher. Second place in front of Lorenzo Cordell. And I think I saw Stephen Duncan making his bid on the inside of Lachlan Robinson as well. Has that worked? No, Robinson's still fourth. Then it's Matthew Lambert. So it was Lambert going for Duncan. And there's Leo Brown sliding up the inside of Rawson and Pritchard. That was brave from Leo Brown. Absolutely committed on the lock stops. That was a bit more Colin McRae than it was karting at that point. I think that looked like something out of Tokyo Drift. But there is Sean Butcher in front of Lorenzo Cordell. Working their way down to the main straight again and through into turn 1. Through Oblivion. Left, crook, right. A long fine lady up Manuel's bank. Still accelerating and up to Christmas corner. 101, Sean Butcher in front of Lorenzo Cordell. Great work so far. Everybody's still putting in an absolute flyer of a show. Kai Hunter's loving this. He's got 1.5 seconds on Sean Butcher and Lorenzo Cordell. Lachlan Robinson going well. So this is absolutely fantastic stuff. Kai Hunter, Sean Butcher and Lorenzo Cordell. Lachlan Robinson P4, Matthew Lambert P5, Stephen Duncan in P6 from Brown, Lily Rawson and George Hunter, then Zaki Hussein and Declan Russell. Onto the main straight again, and Lorenzo Cordell all over the back of Sean Butcher. Still they rise. Out of the final turn again. And closing up on the hairpin. Look at the gap that Hunter has pulled on Butcher and Caudle. These two really need to team up. They can't afford to race each other at this point. They've got to run in unison, second and third, to close back up to Kai Hunter. But these two are wise heads. They know how to do this. So Lorenzo Caudle will slot in behind Sean Butcher. He won't make the overtaking move yet because it's way more efficient for these two karts to work together to go through the air. So they've got to cut through. And if the crosswinds hit them at a particular angle around here as well, that can really upset the ebb and flow of the weight transfer, especially if you're braking mid-corner. It's not unusual to see karts just spin for no apparent reason because a gust of wind has caught them at the wrong angle. And when the kart comes through at weight transfer, it just chucks you off. So down towards Christmas again. The gap comes down to 1.3. Not enough time being made up there at the moment at the delta for Butcher. He only gained 65 thousandths of a second that last lap. It's not really enough of a representation to consider that you're catching up to Kai Hunter. But these are fast karts and these are tough machines. This is not your average arrive and drive go-kart when you go on a birthday party with someone. These are relentless machines and the acceleration power of these karts is immense. I had a go at one of these out in Kuwait Motor Town back in the winter. I was very grateful to the Biralat Middle East team. They put me on one of these exact karts, a senior Rotax, and said, "What do you think?" I came back afterwards shaking. It is properly quick. Butcher, Caudle, Robertson and Duncan, and anybody for the reference who wants to know what my top speed was in those karts. Was I going slowly? 107 kilometers an hour is what I got up to, top speed. It's pretty good for me, considering I weigh about the same as a Mini. Kai Hunter, Sean Butcher and Lorenzo Caudle, the top three at the moment. Lachlan Robinson in front of Stephen Duncan and Matthew Lambert. Leo Brown, Jack Lilly, Declan Russell and Charlie Pritchard. So through they come. And still Butcher just able to run with the pace of Lorenzo Caudle at the moment, just keeping it nice and tidy for the time being. No major concerns. 3 minutes to go. That's what's happening a little bit further back at the moment. So this is a really exciting run. Philip Rawson has dropped out of the race. I'm not sure what's happened to Rawson, but he has tumbled down the order. So we might see his kart off to the sidelines somewhere, but Phil Rawson would have been running in the top 5 and has at earlier points in the race, actually. So Phil Rawson appears to have disappeared from the fray. I'm not sure whether he's pulled it into the pits to retire or he's spun off the road somewhere or what has happened. It looks as though the kart is facing the wrong way up at the boot. So Phil Rawson has had a problem there and spun the kart away. And I think he joins Tommy Lee Davis on the sidelines. Rawson out, Lee Davis out. 10 laps completed. Kai Hunter still in front of Sean Butcher and Lorenzo Caudle. So still the race battles continue here. And there is Phil Rawson retiring, having already joined Tommy Lee Davis, who is missing a front fairing. And that is the Lando Norris chassis that you saw there. So still they battle. Great racing, great live coverage here on the Alpha Live YouTube stream and on the UKC official Twitch stream. However you're watching, wherever you're watching, whenever in the day you are watching, great to be with you. Kai Hunter, 1.3 in front of Sean Butcher and Lorenzo Caudle. Lachlan Robinson, Stephen Duncan, Leo Brown and Matthew Lambert. Then Jack Lilly in 8th position in front of Charlie Pritchard, and in the top 10 it is Zaki Hussain. Now, Butcher's managed to pull a little bit of a gap between himself and Lorenzo Caudle. There's a tiny bit of daylight. Is that Kai Hunter in front slowing? Hunter is suddenly a little bit slower than he was. And Butcher appears to be catching him. As into the pits comes Pernode. So Lucas Pernode, unfortunately, out of the race on the Cosmic. So game over for him. But it looks to me as though Kai Hunter, well, he's about where he was, actually. He's still about 1.2 away. Looking at the delta, I thought Kai Hunter might have been going a little bit slowly there, but no, they were a little bit closer to him than I first thought they were. So Kai Hunter is still there or thereabouts. Sean Butcher and Lorenzo Caudle doing everything they can to close up. They crossed the line with 1 minute and 7 on the clock. But the gap has come down a little bit. Both men have caught up to Kai Hunter just a little. It's not enough, but they have caught up a little. The man who's really making gains, though, is Isaac Lord. He's made up 0.7 of a second on the last lap to Zaki Hussain. And in terms of the delta, Leo Brown is catching up to Lachlan Robinson a little as well. There he is. You can see Leo Brown in the lime green machine, 5th position, trying to close up and make some gains. So really solid run as they continue to battle away. But now we're going to see more excitement, more drama, more intense competition. So let's see how it all continues. And let's see how it all continues on. A great battle. Hunter, Butcher, Cordell. Time is going to tick down to 0 on this occasion. There'll be one more lap after this one. And then it will be game over. For Kai Hunter, it's going to put him in pole position for the final later, exactly where he wanted to be. Time ticks down to 0, so there we are. And now it's all going to come down to the finish of this race. There'll be 15 laps of racing. We're on the 14th lap. Those positions to the left of your screen are the result of the race after 13 of those laps. The 14th lap coming to an end now. And look at Lorenzo Cordell. He's got right back up to Sean Butcher. And this is the last lap. He knows it. So this is going to be the chance now for Lorenzo Cordell. Can he get one over on Sean Butcher and get himself into second position? Through Oblivion, through Crook, along Fine Lady, up Manuel's back, and Butcher's got to go defensive. He knows that he can't catch up to Kai Hunter in time, so now he's got to hold on to second place. Cordell will be looking for every single whiff of a gap to come through. There he goes! Cordell dives in at Ashby, but on the exit, Butcher will get him back. A nice attempt, but Sean Butcher holds on a second. Lorenzo Cordell's got another chance. Up towards the boot. Butcher's got to protect. Kai Hunter doesn't. He's got to just run through the final couple of apexes. No worries at all for him. And he will take the victory. Kai Hunter gets the job done up front in the superheat. Butcher hangs on for second, despite everything Lorenzo Cordell can throw at him. Brown does get Lachlan Robertson on the last lap. Leo Brown hunts down Lachlan Robertson and gets him for 4th and 5th. Jack Lilly in 6th from Stephen Duncan, Matthew Lambert, Charlie Pritchard, and George Hunter. Fastest lap of the race, Jack Lilly. He got a 43.9, the only driver in the whole race to lap the circuit in under 44 seconds. Hughes, 17.10, says on the Twitch stream, great battling. Certainly was. Excellent racing. And that's exactly as it should be. Kai Hunter dominates. Everything else behind him. Very close indeed. So the Dan Holland Racing driver on the Lando Norris chassis. Look at the kids leading over, trying to get a high five. Senior Rotax kids are way too cool to get distracted by such things. A very frustrated Tommy Lee Davis and Lucas Pernode in the pits there. They're just checking everybody to make sure that the front fairing isn't loose, because if the front fairing on the kart is loose, then that's a 5-second time penalty. And you don't want that. Michael Burke's happy. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Second place for Sean Butcher. He's ready for the final. All the way from Bathurst in Australia. I bet Mount Panorama looks pretty peaceful in the late evening. It's 8:26 p.m. out there in Bathurst. But your man, Michael Burke, is still watching. The Aussie star come home in second. Kai Hunter in front of Sean Butcher and Lorenzo Cordell. Leo Brown in 4th ahead of Lachlan Robinson and Jack Lilly. Stephen Duncan, Matthew Lambert, Charlie Pritchard and George Hunter in front of Declan Russell and Zaki Hussain, Isaac Lord, Oliver Duffel and James Tester. 16th position is Ethan Critchley. Nathan Guzzi in 17th place. Kieran Leonard in 18th from Lucas Pernode, who retired. Philip Rawson did likewise. And Tommy Lee Davis also out of the race. So that's Senior Rotax Superheat A all done and dusted. Superheat B will be the second group of drivers, and they want to get to the final just as much as the drivers in Heat A. I can tell you now that UKC prize giving in the Concord Conference Centre in Manchester really was an amazing night. And who'd have thought the interior of the Concord would be so interesting? Really was a nice night there. And I'm sure we'll get to do it all again at the end of 2023 when the season comes to an end. But what a fantastic race battle it was. in 2022. 2023, we get to do it all over again. And in Senior Rotax Superheat B, the battles will be just as ferocious as they were in the previous encounter. More drivers hoping to get to the final. Don't forget there are limited places in the final. If you don't progress, your weekend is pretty much over. So the front row of the starting grid is going to be an interesting one to fight for. Lucas Ellingham and James Lowther will be on the front row of that starting grid. Pearson Bullock-Carter and Stephen Letts will be on the second. Benny Chilton and Leo Purchase on the third from Thomas Wood and Tristan Rennie, Scott Mackerel and Theo Fedrick, Stephen Napier and Sam Mitchell, Romarian Ubi and Lucas Evaskovicius, then Jay Pearson, Gary Bird, Andrew Hughes, Jack Bate, Angus Scrivener, Alex Moody and Wisdom Olatom. For those of you watching on the UKC official Twitch stream for the first time, do please subscribe to the channel. You'll get loads of great racing live through the season when the championship continues to make its journey through the year. You can have a look at how it all plays out on the website for UKC. It's a busy campaign in the Ultimate Karting Championship this season. We've got a great calendar of race events through the year. Obviously, we're here this weekend at Whilton Mill. Then 4 weeks' time, we go to the West of Scotland Karting Club at Lark Hall. And then round 3 comes from Warden Law in Sunderland on the 3rd weekend of May. Then to Three Sisters, the Manchester and Buxton Kart Club on the June 17th and 18th. And then Clay Pigeon Raceway down in Dorset, where Jenson Button cut his teeth as a youngster, July 22nd, 23rd. And then the 2nd weekend of August on the beautiful and picturesque Cumbrian circuit at Rowrah. What a brilliant season it's going to be for a nice summertime finish. So for those who are watching on Twitch for the first time, you're very grateful. Thank you to all those of you who are watching, liking and subscribing. If you want to like and subscribe to me on Twitch as well to keep up with my movements through the course of the year. Virtually Challenged. That's who to subscribe to on Twitch. If you're just watching on YouTube, Jake Sanson will do just fine. If you're on social media channels, Jake Sanson Online. See what I did there? Lucas Ellingham, James Lowther, Stephen Letts and Pearson Bullock-Carter venture out onto the circuit to battle away for the second of our Superheats. Senior Rotax Superheat B. Lucas Ellingham, James Lowther, Pearson Bullock-Carter and Stephen Letts. It's going to be a really intriguing battle here at Whilton Mill. For those who are interested in this kind of stuff and are really liking it, well, the Kart Sim software, which a lot of these drivers use for personal training, which is based around the R Factor 2 model, is available. You can go on Steam and search for Kart Sim, and you can go racing in the virtual world on this very circuit. And who knows, with all those laps of training and good speed, you might end up on the starting grid for real yourself. You're never too old to go racing in the world of karting. UKC welcomes all. Lucas Ellingham, James Lowther, Pearson Bullock-Carter and Stephen Letts, then Benny Chilton and Leo Purchase from Wood, Rennie, Mackerel and Fedrick. A busy grid, once again, of 21 drivers hoping to get through to the final later. Let's go racing once again in Senior Rotax. Off we go, and up to the first corner. A good start from Lucas Ellingham. He hits the front. Pearson Bullock-Carter has made a perfect launch to get into second position. Benny Chilton a little bit wide and hopeful. James Lowther trying to cut through on the inside with a little support from Stephen Letts. They get up to Christmas corner. Is everyone going to get through? A little bit of sliding and slopping around, but everybody just about faces the right way as they go through Christmas. Up to Ashby, through the right-hander, along the Kenny straight, and then into the left at Parker. Drop down into the run at Chapman's. Very tricky stuff so far in the opening lap. Drivers obviously wanting to go as fast as they possibly can in the opening couple of laps to really build up the speed. There is the 259 of Stephen Letts hunting down James Lowther. Both men having got past Pearson Bullock-Carter on the opening lap, but can anybody catch up to Lucas Ellingham now? It's Ellingham, Lowther, Letts, Bullock-Carter, Wood, Chilton, Purchase, and then Fedrick in front of Rennie and Mackerel. A good start to the race so far. Up on the inside, there comes the big lunge, and two karts managed to get their way through on the inside of Wood. Chilton and Purchase both on the launch. Benny Chilton up to 5th, Purchase up to 6th. So still good racing everywhere you look. That's the beauty of Senior Rotax in the Ultimate Karting Championship. It's never dull. Ellingham, Lowther, Letts and Bullock-Carter very close together. And all it's going to take is one driver to really cut his teeth and make the move up the inside and make the bold lunge. There is Tristan Rennie in the number 5. Just trying to tuck up behind Benny Chilton, having worked his way past Theo Fedrick on the last lap. And also in there is the 8 of Thomas Wood, who has now tumbled all the way to 9th position. Romarian Ubi doing a good job this time, P10. Here's the move from Letts. Let's goes for the move. So a good work there from Stephen Letts to get into second position. The new fastest lap comes from Pearson Bullock-Carter, though, who manages to bang in a decent time. Now, the timing screen there says he's done a 46. He's actually done a 44.6. So much quicker than that graphic would belie. But a 44.6 second lap for Pearson Bullock-Carter. That's pretty good going. I could only get to a 45.5 on the Kart Sim Simulator yesterday. Clearly, I'm not a professional racing driver. But I'm still only about a second away from this pace. So really intriguing run from the drivers as Ellingham, Letts, Lowther, Bullock-Carter, Purchase and Chilton. From Rennie, Fedrick, Wood and Romarianubi. Stephen Napier in 11th, Scott Mackerel in 10th. And here comes the move from Tristan Rennie, diving in on the inside of Chilton. He gets past Benny Chilton. Nicely done. Here's Theo Fedrick trying to get his way through, up into position. And that looked like Pearson Bullock-Carter getting through on the inside of James Lowther. It was indeed. So he's up to third. Everywhere you look, there's an overtake. That's what we love about karting in the UKC. Drama and action every 5 seconds. So Tristan Rennie hunting down Leo Purchase now. But he's got pressure from behind of Benny Chilton. And that is Theo Fedrick following and giving chase. Tristan Rennie, the Scottish driver, working for his move to get through on Leo Purchase. Can he dive through into Oblivion, into Crook? Along Fine Lady, up Manuel's Bank. Will Rennie pop out from behind? Yes, he will. And so too will Theo Fedrick. Rennie gets the move. Fedrick gets the move. Benny Chilton and Leo Purchase hung out to dry. And Leo Purchase might have a bit of pressure from Theo Fedrick as down the inside. Oh, it's all gone wrong. Romarianubi desperately tried to make the bid there. And unfortunately, he and Wood have gone clean off the road. Romarianubi, what a shame for Romarianubi. It was going so well. But now I'm afraid he and Tom Wood have got to make up all that lost time. Any chance of the top 10 is now gone. So Ellingham, Letts, Bullock-Carter, Lowther, Rennie and Purchase. And they've now got clear. As a result of all of that melee, the gap has really opened up. I don't think Tom Wood will be particularly happy with it. 19th position. He has rejoined. So too has Romarianubi down in 16th. But any chance they had of a decent finish is now ancient history. But Lucas Ellingham is absolutely dancing to the victory in this one at the moment. Still 5 minutes 45 on the clock. And this is the battle for second. Pearson Bullock-Carter has got back past Stephen Letts to get through into second place. Tristan Rennie trying to shake off Leo Purchase. Purchase doing his best. Tristan Rennie just holding on to it through the toe of the boot again and through the final turn onto the home straight. So whatever Leo Purchase can throw at Tristan Rennie, he's got to time this right, because you can't just go full guns blazing and hope that he'll get through, because it takes time to get the overtaking move done. Speaking of which, Lowther looks to me like he's just got the move on Letts up the road. Purchase tries again on Rennie. What's the order up in front? Really want to see what the drivers ahead of them are doing, because Bullock-Carter, I think, now has Lowther in third. Yes, he does. Lowther's up to third past Stephen Letts. So Lowther, third position in front of the 259 of Stephen Letts, who's got to now try and fight his way back into this for the KR Sport team. A really solid run. Off the turn, through the right, and down the straight once again, kicking up the water on the curbs there. You've got to be so careful how far over the apron you drift the kart, because it's still damp offline, and they're on slick tyres because the track is bone dry and cold. But if you kick up water, that really does cause you problems. Lucas Ellingham, fastest lap of the race out front. Loving life, loving the lead he's got. 2 seconds clear of Pearson Bullock-Carter. But what about Lowther and Letts? Two drivers that know each other very well, have raced each other countless times across the British karting spectrum. James Lowther trying to hang on here in front of Stephen Letts. Letts doing his best, but Letts is just keeping it nice and tidy for the moment, just keeping it to what he can manage. A nice kick up of the water again. And still they battle on. Tristan Rennie, though, 5th position in front of Leo Purchase. Fedrick, Chilton, Napier and Scott Mackerel. Still they rage and rumble, battling on, doing a grand job of it. And still the racing, very impressive. So the contenders out there on the course doing a grand job. Lowther in front of Letts. Tristan Rennie still P5 in number 5. Purchase, Fedrick, Chilton, Napier and Scott Mackerel. So still they've gone for the move again. Letts is just waiting for his opportunity, but this is why he's waiting. Look, they are catching Pearson Bullock Carter organically again. The gap comes down to 4/10. There's no point racing each other when you're going to cost each other time making overtakes. You may as well slot in behind each other, work together, and go back after the man in front. So Pearson Bullock Carter on his own, now being caught by Lowther and Letts. There's Rennie in purchase. Behind them, you've got Theo Fedrick in the 20, Benny Chilton in the 38, Scott Mackerel in the 116, and Stephen Napier in this 19 kart in 10th, in front of Scrivener, Bird, Moody, and Romario Nubi. Jack Bate in 15th, in front of Andrew Hughes, and then Lucas Evascovicius ahead of Jay Pearson, Thomas Wood, and Sam Mitchell. Wisdom Ollerton is the lone novice, and he is cannoning around at the tail of the field for the moment. Very hard to be a novice in senior Rotax. You've got to start somewhere. But if you come in fresh into a class like this, be prepared to learn the hard way. These guys are so fast. The acceleration in these things is absolutely monstrous. Top speeds around this circuit, well, you're looking at least 105 kilometers an hour top speed at various points on the circuit. A push over 100 in certain points. Very fast acceleration. Let's trying the move on Lowther and not quite working out. But Lowther trying again at Bullock Carter in the hope that he can make the move stick. So an excellent run so far as they continue to make good progress. So let's see how it all continues. The battles are still going strong here. So a very interesting battle for all of the contenders as they continue on. Oh, a little bit close for comfort. As up the inside, that is Mitchell getting his bid on the 44 of Jay Pearson. Not just at the front of the field where the race action is kicking off, in the tail of the field as well, and in the midfield, Sam Mitchell gets his move on Jay Pearson. So, still they continue. But this is a great race all the way down the field. It's not just at the front, all through the rest of the battles as well. Very exciting stuff. But James Lowther still trying to pull clear of Stephen Letts. We're in the final minute. I think they'll just have time to cross the line and start another lap before the time runs out. But a really exciting run for all of the contenders. So a really exciting run for all of the contenders so far. But a really good and strong run for all of the drivers as they make their way around this Whilton Mill course. Stephen Letts trying to charge after James Lowther. Pearson Bullock Carter in second position. Look how fast Stephen Letts chucks the kart in through the final turn, kicking up water as he goes over the curbs. Meanwhile, Leo Purchase has got past Tristan Rennie. He's got into 5th position, and Scrivener has gone down to 13th at the expense of Alex Moody and Jack Bate. 3, 2, 1, that's time. So we're on the 14th lap, and Lucas Ellingham has got this race pretty much sewn up already. But we're on lap 14 out of the 15 laps there will now be, because you have time and then the additional lap on top of that. This is the 14th lap. Lucas Ellingham was leading by 1.6 at the end of lap 13. That's how that graphic works. He'll come through to complete lap 14, and now we go into the final lap. Here we go. He's a second and a half ahead of Pearson Bullock Carter. But fair play to Pearson Bullock Carter. He really has read the situation out there perfectly, serenely. Looked after the kart quite well, not pushed the tyres too hard. So this has been going very well indeed. And it's stalemate between Pearson Bullock Carter, Lowther and Letts. They're probably all saving their best for the final later anyway. So don't fret, fans of the three guys behind. This is not done yet. If anything, it's just getting started. So Lucas Ellingham is going to canter to the victory. Pearson Bullock Carter in second. Third place for James Lowther. Stephen Letts in fourth, but what a run for Lucas Ellingham. He comes out of the final turn, takes the checkered flag in style, and gets the job done. I think somebody went off in the background there. I think we lost somebody on the final lap. So over the line comes Purchase in front of Fedrick, Mackerel, and Tristan Rennie down to 8th place in front of Napier, Chilton, Moody, and Scrivener. I think it's Romario Nubi again in trouble. So Romario Nubi having yet another disastrous lap to finish the race off in 19th place in the end, ahead of Jay Pearson. And then Wisdom Ollerton is going to be the last driver home. But all 21 drivers that started the race did get to the finish despite the chaos at various points in the race. So that just shows you how strong you've got to be. Move over football players, move over rugby players. You've got to have absolute ball bearings of steel to race at this level. Lucas Ellingham gets the job done. 15 laps around the Whilton Mill circuit. That's nothing. Wait till I get to the final, says Lucas. That's what I'll show you what I can really do. So in comes Lucas. High fives all around. For those who want to give them anyway, they're still in the zone. And there you go. A few of them get a high five or two. Is that a fine front fairing? Certainly is for the leader. No worries for Lucas Ellingham. The driving standards has improved so much since that front fairing penalty was brought in. It's not a perfect system, and it doesn't always work. But it's certainly made life a lot better for the racing as a whole. So Lucas Ellingham gets the job done in Senior Rotax Superheat B, ahead of Pearson Bullock Carter and James Lowther, Stephen Letson, Leo Purchase, Theo Federick and Scott Mackerel from Tristan Rennie, Stephen Napier and Benny Chilton. Alex Moody 11th in front of Angus Scrivener, then Gary Bird in 13th, Jack Bate is 14th and Andrew Hughes in 15th place. Lucas Ivaskevicius 16th position in front of Thomas Wood, and then Sam Mitchell in front of Ramarian Ubi, and then Jay Pearson P20 in front of the novice Wisdom Ollerton. So great racing in Senior Rotax. That's just a preview of the final we'll get to have later today. But there's more action on the way from Junior Rotax.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Wherever Alpha Life goes, the racing is going to be mega. Whether it's cars, bikes or karts, you're going to love it. Junior Rotax is up next as we get ourselves ready for Superheat A in the Junior Rotax Brigade. And now it's time to see the biggest grid come out onto the circuit. There are more Junior Rotax drivers this weekend than any other category. And it's definitely going to be a very tough race out there. Tough to decide who's going to come through. It's not been the easiest weekend. But Jack Hobson is the man who lines up pole position for Junior Rotax Superheat A. Alongside him, Finn Leslie, Archie Clark, third on the grid from Alfie Richards. The brilliant Lizzie Mentier, who did such a good job yesterday. Fifth on the grid for this one with Adam Wooden in P6. Reese Bailey and Archie Buttle. Arthur Thacker, still working hard for racing perfection alongside the Guy Cunnington racing driver Archie Lyons. Then Riven Welsh, along with Eli Badan, who did such a good job in race one yesterday. Matthew Sayat, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Logan Howes and Joe McMahon. Sky Parker still making good progress. Morgan Hudson-Brown had a tough day at the office yesterday. Gracie Mitchell would have been in the top 10 for my money had it not been for her final race shenanigans. Danny Shields, P20 on the grid. 21st for Emily Cooper, ever improving, along with Kai Veach, Ollie Hughes and Zach Turner. Ethan Head and Kenneth Caudle. From Craig Stephen and Joe Arnold, Henry Cameron and Owen Twyman Clydesdale. Ben Arnold, Wee Mikey Curran, Aidan Clark and Michael Dalton. 34 drivers on the grid for this one. That's about what we'll get for the final, which means we've got to whittle down half the field in these next two races of the Junior Rotax Brigade. A very tough race in prospect then for the drivers in this one. For those 1,500 people who are watching karting at this level for the first time from UKC live on Twitch, you are so welcome. Great to see you. And what a fantastic battle it's going to be. For those YouTubers or Twitchers, you are more than welcome to send in your comments. It is great to hear from you all. Michael Burke says, go Lizzie. DXB Chick says, good luck to Danny in the Junior Rotax. He's got a great chance to work his way forward as Danny Shields. Sam Michael Sam Mitchell in the treble 7 did a good job in that last race. Well done, says Frank Dart. And Reza Serawuthan is watching along for Lambert, who did a good job in his race as well. So a fantastic run for all of the competitors as they gave us plenty of excitement out on the course. And now we've got some more great challenges on the horizon for the Junior Rotax Superheat A. So Jack Hobson and Finn Leslie lead the field around. Well, they watch from all around the world in the Ultimate Karting Championship. That's what's great about this sport. We've had people tuning in from Tennessee in the United States, from Mount Panorama practically at Bathurst in Australia. And we've got people watching from China out in Asia. And we've also got people watching all the way from Egypt. Hello to Ollie Naylor. So here come the competitors battling away for race action in the Ultimate Karting Championship. The PassMeFast UKC 2023. It's going to be really interesting when the finals get underway later. And we'll have some properly exciting runs from our competitors. So Jack Hobson and Finn Leslie continuing on their way around this formation lap. Time to go racing. Are you ready? Because they are. Here we go. And a great start to proceedings out in the first couple of corners of the race battle. They will charge their way through on the first lap. Everybody working forward. Jack Hobson and Finn Leslie getting up to a decent start. Archie Clark and Alfie Richards having a good one as they come through. And a very interesting start to the race then for Jack Hobson, who just keeps it nice and tidy on the opening lap. So still they battle away. Finn Leslie down to third behind young Archie Clark. Archie Clark still doing a grand job in the KR Sport. He's really been working up to this all the way through the weekend. The newest recruit in the KR Sport squad, Archie Clark. His grandfather was probably the greatest British rally driver of all time, Roger Clark. And through they come over the start-finish line. Archie Clark is apparently going to go rallying himself as a Christmas present on the middle of the week. I can't wait to see if the chip hasn't fallen far from the nacho. So through comes Jack Hobson, Archie Clark and Finn Leslie. That's your top three from Alfie Richards and Lizzie Mentia. Adam Wooden, Buttle, Bailey and Thacker ahead of Archie Lyons. That's the top 10 for the moment. Hughes 1710 is supporting Ultimate R, and they've got plenty of drivers in this race to root for. But Jack Hobson is the man who is controlling the pace out front. The team that has grown massively over the years. It wasn't that long ago that young Ben Hingley decided to turn his attentions from driving to management. And what a performance the Ultimate R team has done in that short space of time. Jack Hobson now at the front of Junior Rotax. Archie Clark on the KR Sport Cosmic, still working hard to try and close up on the gaggle of drivers up front. Great battles everywhere you look. There is Lizzie Mentia having a very tricky race actually now. She has fallen down to 9th position behind Arthur Thacker. Good start initially, but it's all come away in those first couple of moments. But the battle's still raging out on the course. Jack Hobson, Archie Clark, Finn Leslie and Alfie Richards from Adam Wooden, Archie Buttle, Rhys Bailey and Arthur Thacker from Lizzie Mentia and Archie Lyons. Matthew Sayer and Rivan Welsh from Gracie Mitchell and Eli Badan. And then Logan Howes, Morgan Hudson-Brown and Joe McMahon from Danny Shields and Jared Fox-Whiteley. That's your top 20. So a fantastic run. And a really exciting run for the contenders as they continue to battle away. So still the battles rage. So let's see how it all continues. The battles are raging in fine style here. Jack Hobson ahead of Archie Clark and Finn Leslie. Alfie Richards, Adam Wooden, Buttle, Bailey, Thacker, Mentia, Lyons, Sayer, Welsh, Mitchell, Howes and McMahon. Great battles so far from Gracie Mitchell. She's made up massive progress in this race. Finds herself now behind Matthew Sayer and Rivan Welsh. There's a stationary yellow at turn 1. That means that there is going to be waved yellow at the next marshal post. We've got a cart that's off the road. I think it's Archie Lyons. 2 carts off the road, in fact. So Archie Lyons has come off, but I think somebody else has as well. So that is very unfortunate indeed. We seem to have lost a couple of drivers then from the fray. So Archie Lyons has retired from this race, and it looks like we've also lost Eli Badan and Kenneth Cordell. Ethan Head has not come through, and nor has Owen Timon Clydesdale. So now look how tough it is now, as Archie Clark, having got into the lead, has left Jack Hobson to deal with Finn Leslie on his own. A great run from Archie Clark. Having got into the lead of the race, now he is stretching clear. Archie Buttle in front of Adam Wooden. Lizzie Mentier 7th from Thacker, Sayer, Bailey, Mitchell and Logan Howes. Riven Welsh has fallen back a bit. Danny Shields has dropped back to 20th on that last lap. So definitely some big battles as drivers are trying desperately to change their stars mid-race. Gracie Mitchell sets the fastest lap of the race, a 45.4 for her. So Gracie Mitchell definitely getting herself up into the fast end of the field now. Hoping to try and work her way towards the top 10. She's in 11th position at the moment. Lizzie Mentier P7. So the girls are going just as well as the boys. Not that there was any debate about that in my head. There are some very fast ladies out there in the world of karting. Look back to Abby Pulling, who made such a big name for herself in the W Series. Used to run rings around the fellas. Archie Clark leading the way this time though. Jack Hobson, Finn Leslie, Alfie Richards and Archie Buttle. A bit of a lock-up from Mentier, but she's dealt with Thacker. So that puts her back into 7th position. And behind them, that is Sayer in the number 30. Bit of a drift out of Ashby. Couple of drivers running a little bit loose. That's Richardson Buttle getting a little bit wide. Gracie Mitchell now into 10th place, attacking Reese Bailey. And there's the bid up the inside. Arthur Thacker losing ground to Matthew Sayer. So Matthew Sayer on the charge. Stationary yellow at the boot. Looks like we've got somebody off the road there as well. Yes, indeed. Somebody has parked it in the barriers. And I think that is Craig Stephen. So Craig Stephen joins Lyons, Badan, Cordell, Head and Timon Clydesdale on the sidelines. There's Lizzie Mentier, currently 7th, trying to chase down Richards, Buttle and Wooden. Archie Clark, though, is your leader by 0.4 of a second in front of Hobson and Leslie. This is great news for young Archie Clark in his first race weekend with the KR Sport team in UKC. There is the 28 kart being rescued. So that is Craig Stevens' kart into the barrier. So, a fantastic situation for all of the contenders out there. And so still they battle on in proceedings. Over the line. Still the duel. Very close indeed up front. Nobody can really afford to let up for an incident. Here's the move on the inside as finally Buttle gets his move on Richards. Richards has to defend from Wooden, but Lizzie Mentier has caught them up as well now. Watch for Lizzie Mentier. Here she goes. Trying to get into the top 6. Not quite going to get there yet. But the more these three battle, the better a chance Lizzie Mentier has of getting up into the top 5. Here's the move. Tries to look at it on the inside of Wooden. Not going to get through there. So Adam Wooden is not particularly happy. Looks over the shoulder. Where did you come from, Lizzie? She's the fastest racer on track as well, 45.38. She sets another fastest lap, Lizzie Mentier. As we watch the 99, that's Reese Bailey, just outside the top 10. Watching Thacker, Gracie Mitchell and Matthew Sayer in front. So Gracie Mitchell has worked her way up to 9th place now. The girls really are flying here at Whilton Mill today. Mentier trying to get up into the top 6. Gracie Mitchell has already forced her way into the top 10. Great racing from Gracie Mitchell. So Archie Clark, Jack Hobson, Finn Leslie, then Buttle, Richards, Wooden and Mentier. Thacker is 8th, Mitchell is 9th and Sayer in 10th position. Some great performances so far. And still they battle on. A really exciting run as they continue to hop, skip and jump over these curves. Still they race on. A fascinating situation. The 49 of Adam Wooden having a great run. Still working hard. Down the straight towards the hairpin up at Christmas, and Archie Clark is not on his own anymore. Jack Hobson is right with him. So Archie Clark has got to go on the defensive here. This is going to be a tough tactic. Archie Clark's got to hold him at bay. What can Jack Hobson do? Here he goes! On the inside of Archie Clark, and that is the move. So Jack Hobson takes the lead away from Archie Clark, but Archie is not done yet. There's still plenty of time left in this race, 1:45, which will give them at least 4 more racing laps, I do believe. So Archie Clark still has time to get this lead back from Jack Hobson. So Jack Hobson will work hard to try and stretch away now from Archie Clark, but Clark is not going to let that happen. Adam Wooden gets up to 5th position past Alfie Richards. Lizzie Mentia through to 7th. Gracie Mitchell is now in 8th position. So that would be a fantastic run if they can continue this up. A really exciting run for the contenders as they continue to battle away. Just a minute and some change on the clock. Still dicing, still battling away. Jack Hobson having a great race of it in front of Archie Clark, but Finn Leslie is not far away. If these two trip over each other, Leslie is right there for the taking. Look at the defensive tactics from Hobson. He knows that Archie Clark is going to be strong. Across the line. For my money, that's 3 laps to go. Archie Clark was really hoping for 2, but he might have to get the move done on this lap. Jack Hobson is not going to make it easy. Here comes Archie Clark. Dives in at Christmas. Archie Clark retakes the lead. Brilliant. But Jack Hobson's not done. Jack Hobson will come back at him again. Late into Ashby. That's as late as you can leave it. And he gets there. Archie Clark just about hanging on in 2nd position before Finn Leslie has a go. Now Archie Clark has to come back at Hobson quickly because otherwise Finn Leslie's going to get his turn. Oh, tough racing in Junior Rotax today. This is relentless. Out of the final turn and across the line with 2 seconds to spare. That means we are going into the penultimate lap. So there's 2 laps to go. Along we come again. Up the crest, Archie Clark still hunting down Jack Hobson. Hobson's going defensive. He really hopes that Finn Leslie can pass Clark before Clark can pass Hobson. But Clark is going to do his best. He'll dive, he'll commit! Archie Clark retakes the lead. Leslie's going to get alongside both of them. And Leslie will try around the outside of Hobson. No, you don't, says Jack Hobson. And Archie Clark retakes the lead in the perfect manner. Into Ashby, full commitment. You will not deny me now. Up towards the toe of the boot. Not done yet. Finn Leslie all over the back of Hobson. Hobson still pushing Archie Clark hard here. Into the final lap we go. Clark, Hobson, Leslie, all battling for the victory. Mentia has now worked her way up into 5th position. Mitchell has worked her way up to 7th. This is a great race from Gracie Mitchell. Archie Clark fighting hard in front of Jack Hobson. Defending valiantly. He dives for the inside of Ashby. Don't even try the move. Slows it down on the apex. Tries to buffet Finn Leslie in. Round the outside, Hobson's going to try. Here comes Finn Leslie trying his attack on the inside of Hobson. And he's in a 2nd. That's exactly what Jack Hobson didn't want. And now Buttle might get his move for 3rd position in the closing stages. But it's all going to be about Archie Clark. Clark has got the job done. What a drive in the superheat from Archie Clark. Welcome to KR Sport. Welcome to the winner's circle in Junior Rotax in 2023. Magic. 5th position for Lizzie Mentia behind Leslie Hobson and Buttle. And in P6, Gracie Mitchell, fastest driver on track. 45.158. Gracie Mitchell, the queen of Whilton Mill. What a charge through the field that was from Mitchell. 7th from Adam Wooden, 8th from Alfie Richards, 9th from Matthew Sayer, 10th from Reese Bailey. Great racing here at Whilton Mill. A proper battle out there on the course. A great duel. An amazing transition from one race class of Senior Rotax, where they're keeping it all tight-fisted and tight-lipped till the final, into Junior Rotax, where everything is drama and excitement. Archie Clark gives them the high fives they ask for. What a great race that was. Absolutely terrific. And that is just one step away now from getting the job done in the final. Archie Clark throws a real spanner in the works of Jack Hobson, who can only finish in 3rd. What a tremendous battle it was. An absolutely sensational race and a terrific run. Oh dear, I have a feeling that that is the 61 of Gracie Mitchell. Potentially getting a front fairing there, was it? Certainly an investigation. I don't know whether she got one or whether she was just being investigated, but certainly her driving standards have been majestic to fight back to P6. You can't do that unless you've got some real talent on your right foot. So, a brilliant run. Archie Clark from Finn Leslie, Jack Hobson, Archie Buttle, Lizzie Mentia and Gracie Mitchell. Another Junior Rotax race on the way. So the last race of the morning session before we go into our breather, and then the build-up to the finals. That's what we're really getting excited about. The finals will be intense. There will be a half-hour break in between, so for those who wonder why it all goes quiet for half an hour, now you know why. It's going to be a little bit of a build-up before our finals, but you'll get 6 of them, and they'll all be just as good as the last. Here we go then for the grid for the Superheat B in Junior Rotax, and that is going to be Ollie Stevens from Deacon Russell on the front row of the grid, Harrison Whitcomb, third position on the grid alongside Freddie Ingram, then Liam Hartley and Jack Thompson, Finley Buck and Zach Heslop from Cameron Nelson and Stephen Barnes, then Joshua Whitcomb and Kasper Tomolewski, Alex Carl and Ben Cordingley, Charles Green and Luca Magni from Harry Gilbert and Lewis Goff, then we'll have Addison Smith and Zane Quaker from Omar Cindy and Aidan McDonald, Elliot Powell will be alongside John Brown, Dugius Pravalonis and Ben Baker from Bella McConville and Will Stockdale, Rachel Robertson beside Jensen Hinchliff, then Joel Dixon, Zach Burke and Jensen Pritchard. 33 drivers again. We've got to whittle them down to try and find just the ones that remain. It really is going to be a fantastic battle out on the course. Great to see people watching along on the Twitch. It really has been a fantastic battle out there on the course. Do keep these comments and these points coming in. Posh FX says, it fascinates me that they don't make contact. Oh, they do. Sometimes they do. But it's definitely really exciting when the racing is just pure, isn't it? Deadhead GDF says, this is awesome. Here in the States, we have similar series of kart racing, and it's the best. It certainly is. We absolutely love it. And I'm very pleased indeed that you guys are still loving it. He actually lives 10 minutes from Lebanon Valley Speedway. It's a great race facility, that, actually. Haven't got to visit it myself, but I've certainly heard a lot about it from my American karting friends. Great to see so many people watching along. And we're going to have a really great battle out there on the course as we have so many races still to come. This is the final of the Superheats, but then we're going to have an amazing run still to come. There will be a lot more to do and a lot more to talk about in the final 6 races of the day. The finals, get ready for them. But this is the last race that will decide the grid for that as we prepare for more sizzling great race action. Catherine Donaghy says, well done to the girls. They did a fantastic job in the Junior Rotax race just before. Lizzie Mentia, and also a great performance as well from Gracie Mitchell. But now we get to go racing in this one to see who comes through at the front end of the field. Here we go. And it's a great start from Ollie Stevens. But Harrison Whitcomb is up to second position, already giving him the charge forward. So Harrison Whitcomb already trying to hunt down for the victory. And in there behind Deacon Russell. In third position, the field works its way through Christmas. Have they all managed to get through? Just about. Very superb driving standards from the contenders so far. No major shenanigans out there. Very impressed with the form of the drivers. Not a lot of chaos into Christmas. We've had that in the past before, but everybody keeping their wits about them this time. A nice bid there in the middle of the gaggle, though. Several drivers trying to charge their way through the field. I think that was the fast-starting Joel Dixon trying to make up some places. 69. That is Freddie Ingram working his way through, and he's made up several places on the first lap. Finley Buck is making up progress too. So across the line, Stevens, Whitcomb, Ingram, Hartley, Buck, Thompson, Russell, Nelson, Barnes, and Alex Carl, who is another driver having an amazing race weekend. Alex Carl doing a great job. Trying to get to the inside line. Whoa, very tricky indeed there for the 65 of Jack Thompson. So they continue to make good work of it. Still the battles rage on in the field. Ollie Stevens having a good run of it. Harrison Whitcomb in second place. Freddie Ingram in third. But there's a big dive at the inside, as that's not a lot that Russell can do about that, as Cameron Nelson finds the gap on the inside line and makes the move stick. A brilliant charge through from Alex Carl. What did he have for breakfast this morning? Alex Carl is launching his way through the field. Stevens, Whitcomb, Ingram, Hartley, Buck, Thompson, Russell, and Alex Carl, who is now in 8th place. Great driving from Alex Carl. And he is having a sensational job of it. Yesterday, he went from P28 to P5 on the road. P4 on the road, I think. He ended up having a front fairing, but that's amazing progress for any kart racer anywhere in the world ever. So fair play to him. Oh, and a little bit close to each other there. That's Thompson getting through on Russell, and Russell having to take to the grass. So Jack Thompson just a little bit cheeky on his way past on the inside line there. There wasn't a lot of space to negotiate. Don't forget, though, these are the junior drivers, aged 11 to 16. So there's still a lot of learning and development in this particular class. Down the hill and skating through the final turn of the boot. Onto the main straight once again. Stevens, Whitcomb, Ingram, Hartley and Buck. Look how close Harrison Whitcomb is to the back of Ollie Stevens. He will not give him a moment's respite. This is not going to be easy, is it? Whitcomb will put a lot of pressure onto Ollie Stevens as they come off the turn and up to the left-hander. Through the square left. Still putting on a good showcase. Still they battle on in Junior Rotax B. This is the superheat. And Ollie Stevens and Harrison Whitcomb got a decent grid position for the final, just as much as their opponents in the opposing race were. So Harrison Whitcomb in the Argenti Motorsport colours. Whoa, that's not quite the racetrack, Harrison. He saved that one, but that was a big lurch to the side. Managed to go clean off the racetrack in that one. Some amazing talent in this Junior Rotax field. So still they continue, and the battles are raging. So still they continue, and the racing is still good pressure all the way around. Stevens, Whitcomb, Ingram, Hartley, Buck, and Alex Cull now in P6. The sky's the limit for him in this one. 6 minutes and 20 still on the clock. It's a really strong run. Alex Cull is having a great run. Chris Taylor, 2205, is watching along. Chris, Joanna and Emily are watching along. In fact, they really are rooting for Alex Cull, and he's driving beautifully. P6 at the moment. Still plenty of time left as well. There's Finley Buck, having got past Liam Hartley. So Finley Buck, Liam Hartley, and look in the background. There is Alex Cull in the 13. Unlucky for some, certainly not for Alex Cull. Freddie Ingram goes through across the line, and Alex Cull has just set the fastest lap of the race now. So Alex Cull is the fastest driver on track. They've clearly timed his strategy to perfection. Clearly quite a lot of those drivers want the circuit watch, don't they? How on earth am I supposed to pick a driver of the weekend? There's so many to choose from now. Finley Buck in front of Liam Hartley. Hartley trying to get one over on Finley Buck out of the toe of the boot. But Buck is wise to it. Holds the kart quite present on the apex. Watching again Liam Hartley and Alex Cull, still very close to each other. Still a lot of work to be made here from Hartley, all over the back of Finley Buck, and he won't wait around any longer. Up to Christmas, dives in, gets the move, and Alex Cull goes with him. Can't quite make it. A good effort though from Alex Cull, still working hard. That's Charlie Green in behind him in the 77. As we go back to the leaders, Stevens versus Whitcomb. Not much between the two of them. And there is Alex Cull ahead of both of them. It is. Alex Cull has got past Hartley and Buck. Amazing. Alex Cull is now P4. One place off the podium and storming around the Whilton Mill circuit. Finley Buck trying again in the final bend. They will not give way. And Alex Cull into the wall. Oh no. Alex Cull clouts the barrier. And that was always inevitable when two drivers were not going to concede defeat. Alex Cull's brilliant, brilliant race ends in the barrier. That would have taken quite a bit of damage there, I'm afraid. His kart will be ruined. Finley Buck has dropped behind Charlie Green, Cheesy as he is known, and the 53 of Declan Russell. Wow, very unfortunate. What a shame. Alex Cull was looking so strong up to that point. Yellow flags, yellow flags. And that is for Alex Cull's kart that is still there in the barrier. I really hope that Alex Cull is okay, but it's yellow flags around the circuit, so no overtaking. Red flag, red flag. The race has been stopped. Well, that is very unfortunate indeed. And obviously the kart in a precarious position, and I have a feeling that Alex Cull is going to need a little bit of medical assistance as well. So the race has been stopped with 3 minutes and 48 seconds still to run. So we're past half distance, but we're not quite at 75% distance. So I've got a feeling that that race could get restarted again. Yeah, they've parked the karts on the back straight with the intention, I believe, to restart the race when the red flag has been cleared. But that's a real headache. You really got a feel for the drivers there. That's a very unfortunate situation. So a very tricky situation for the contenders now. And that's obviously a red flag situation, so the drivers are going to need to get out of the karts And we'll obviously let the procedure go on. It's going to be a few minutes, I think, before this race does restart. So we'll allow the officials to do their job. And then when we've got any news or updates for you, we'll come back.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Back to the trackside here at Whilton Mill Car Club. We've had a red flag situation as the competitors are gearing themselves up ready for the restart of the Junior Rotax Superheat B. And we've obviously had a bit of an interesting restart in progress as everybody's trying to get themselves back up to speed again. There's just been a little bit of medical attention needed for the hard-charging Alex Cull. And we don't have any updates for you as to anything concrete. If we do hear anything, then obviously we'll update you later on over the course of the day. So the drivers are now being repositioned on the restart. A couple of drivers are going to be starting from towards the back of the grid there. They managed to catch 3 drivers that were towards the back, and now they'll have to go right to the back of the grid again. A couple of drivers to keep an eye on, though, on this restart. In particular, Lewis Goff, who has come from 18th on the grid to 8th at this particular point in the juncture. So an amazing charge through from Lewis Goff. He clearly wants that circuit watch just as badly as the others do, so he's now getting himself into the circuit watch contention. But not a bad run at all for all of the contenders through the course of the weekend. It's all about those last gasp efforts from drivers trying to mix it through the pack. And certainly in Junior Rotax, there's a lot of very highly motivated drivers there. So a really interesting scenario for all of the contenders as they gear up. So obviously the race is going to get restarted very soon indeed, just as soon as the procedure is finished off. Thank you for your patience and staying with us on the UKC official Twitch stream for the PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship Round 1. live from Whilton Mill Kart Club, just down the road from Silverstone in Northamptonshire. And of course, the mechanics are now able to go to their drivers if they wish to, just to assist them in the restart. Now, as far as I can tell, this is going to not be a fresh restart. This is going to be a 3 minutes 48 seconds remaining on the timing screen restart. But all the drivers will still be in the positions that they were at the red flag. So that means Ollie Stevens will be leading. Harrison Whitcomb will be second. Freddie Ingram will be third position. And then Liam Hartley will be in front of Deacon Russell, Charles Green, Finley Buck, and the hard-charging Lewis Goff. Right up in the top 10, Josh Whitcomb and Jack Thompson from Dugas Pravalonis, and Kasper Tomilewski, the man who won one of the heats yesterday, in 12th position. He's one to watch for as well. Ben Cordingley and Zach Heslop from Stephen Barnes and Luca Magni, Zane Quaker, Aidan McDonald, Addison Smith and John Brown in the top 20. And then Benjamin Baker, Harry Gilbert, Will Stockdale and Joel Dixon. And then we will have Rachel Robertson behind that. Omar Cindy, Jensen Hinchcliffe, Jensen Pritchard and Cameron Nelson. Bella McConville, Zach Burke, and then we have the retirements, Alex Cull and Elliot Powell. Neither driver will be restarting. So the mechanics have been told to get away from the karts now. And so the clerks of the course and the officials will be able to restart this race, and they'll restart them on the back straight, and they'll go single file on the restart, and then we will make our way back into race running once again. Great to get all of your feedback. A lot of really excited comments coming in on the Twitch stream as well as on the YouTube stream as well. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from. We know I've had people tuning in from the United States, from China, from all the way at Bathurst in Australia, and also all the way in Egypt, in Africa. All we need now is all we need now is somebody watching in South America, and we've got the full set. We've got all 6 continents represented. So we're under Battenberg flag, as you can see there, the black and yellow squared flags, affectionately known as the Battenbergs. So the drivers will go around in single file formation. No overtaking is permitted under Battenberg flags. And they will continue this lap. And then at the end of this lap, the drivers will come through. So it is now being rolled back to the end of lap 7, we are being told. So that is Ollie Stevens in front of Harrison Whitcomb and Freddie Ingram, Liam Hartley and Deacon Russell. So that means the time will not start ticking down until they cross the line this time by. So there will be 3 minutes and 48 plus the additional lap as they come across the line this time by. So the restart needs to be a good one for Ollie Stevens, but he doesn't have to hold the field to ransom too much. Now he'll go for it. He drops the hammer, and we are racing this time. Green, 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 and we're racing at Whilton Mill. Ollie Stevens in front of Harrison Whitcomb. Ingram, Hartley, Russell, Green, Buck, Goff, Whitcomb, and Thompson. And they charge their way up. The leading 3 have broken clear already. And look at Whitcomb, desperate to get through. And he's made a gap appear on the inside of Ollie Stevens. Now, Stevens will be a little bit frustrated at that one. He'll be devastated. He will think, well, Whitcomb's just shoved me into the braking zone, and I couldn't stop the card in time, so he'll feel aggrieved. Whitcomb will say, I was just racing you and you were blocking. And who's that going off the road? Is that Finley Buck? I think I saw Finley Buck going sideways. That would be devastating. The 313 has worked very hard all weekend long, but it looks to me as though Finley Buck may have been spat off to the scenery here, and that's going to benefit Lewis Goff. The warning flag goes out for contact, and it is Harrison Whitcomb, the race leader. So the officials clearly side with Ollie Stevens on that one. Stevens is going to try and get past Whitcomb, nor another way. Ingram third, Russell, Hartley, Green, then Thompson, then Goff, and it was Finley Buck that dropped down to 20th on that restart. Very unfortunate indeed for him. But Ollie Stevens is trying his best to get back on terms with Harrison Whitcomb. And there's the move further back. That's Green. Green gets the move on Hartley for 5th position. So a good run there from Charles Green. Cheesy is working very well indeed to try and work his way further forward. He may be Charles Green, but to his mates he is known as Cheesy. Here he goes again. trying to make his bid on 4th position. Deacon Russell. Now, Ollie Stevens will not be going to give a moment of respite to Harrison Whitcomb, and he gets through at Christmas. That's for pushing me wide, says Ollie Stevens. He gets through, job done, back in the lead. But there's going to be defensive tactics galore behind as Ingram is desperately trying to keep in front of Deacon Russell. And Charles Green is there in 5th position as well. Look at the battle as Ollie Stevens now goes to task on Harrison Whitcomb, defending again. How much do you want to defend at this stage? There's still 1:40 on the clock. He wants to back Whitcomb into the path of Ingram in the hope that Ingram can make the overtaking move for 2nd. And there goes Hartley getting through on the inside of Deacon Russell. Charles Green gets into 4th. Hartley gets through into 5th. Deacon Russell down to P6 in front of Thompson, Goff, Cordingley and Zach Heslop. Whitcomb tries again. Here he goes. That's the overtaking move you wanted to do first time, and also trying to get in there. Here's Ingram and Whitcomb and Stevens. But Stevens drifts wide, rejoins right in the path of the field, and Stevens will be bitterly disappointed about that one because Ingram decided to follow Whitcomb for the move, and Stevens had nowhere to go. We've had a driver go off into the barriers, so there's yellow flags. And that looks like Stephen Barnes. Stephen Barnes has dropped out of the race, but now Ingram is all over the back of Harrison Whitcomb. So Freddie Ingram really wants to take the win away from Stevens. He's already done that, but can he take the win away from Whitcomb now? Green is in 3rd. Stevens has recovered in 4th position somehow. So Ollie Stevens is now going with Charles Green. Can he get through into 3rd position? Yes. So Ollie Stevens returns to 3rd position. Green is now 4th, Hartley 5th, Russell in 6th. What if Ollie Stevens emerges as the winner of this one? And we're on the penultimate lap. There's no way they'll fit another one in before time ticks down. So this is the penultimate lap. The next one is going to be the last lap. Who is going to get the job done here? Harrison Whitcomb holding on from Ingram. Ingram tries his best. Can't get through. Whitcomb still holding on from Ingram. Last lap begins. Here we go. Can Freddie Ingram pull off something spectacular to get past the Argenti of Harrison Whitcomb? Down the straight. Whitcomb's defending. Going left. Ingram draws level, but he can't get around him. And now Ollie Stevens is back in the fight. Down to Ashby. Whitcomb defends. Ingram moves to cover. Whitcomb goes wide. Here comes the bid from Freddie Ingram. Watch for Stevens. Stevens gets the both. Ollie Stevens into the lead. Cheesy's got up to 2nd. Whitcomb drifts wide, down to P6. What a comeback from Ollie Stevens. Now he's got to hang on from Cheesy. Can he hang on in front of Charles Green? He's done it. I can't believe it. Ollie Stevens will take the superheat. What a comeback. Ollie Stevens, take a bow. Oh, my word. 3 laps ago, he was off on the grass at Christmas. We thought it was all over. You don't know Ollie Stevens then, do you? What a comeback. Ollie Stevens returns to the top ahead of Charles Green and Freddie Ingram, Hartley, Whitcomb and Lewis Goff. 18th to 6th. What a charge from Lewis Goff. But Ollie Stevens, talk about a grandstand finish. That was mental. Brilliant from Ollie Stevens. Pulls victory from the jaws of defeat right in the last moment. That is what karting can give you. That is the Ultimate Karting Championship all over. And Ollie Stevens throws a real curveball to the opposition. Think you can push me off, do you? No chance. Ollie Stevens goes into the lunch break with the biggest ego in the paddock. You can't push me around. I'll just bounce back and win anyway. Wicked, absolutely wicked drive. And there's more of that to come. We've got the finals coming up, don't forget. It's going to be a really exciting run. But now we're going to get to see, in the pros, the drivers will prepare for race battles to get underway once again. And we are now going to come back into the realms of the super finals, which will kick off at 12:50 local time. So we've got about 20 minutes of pause. So grab yourself a quick lunch break. Grab yourself a drink, but Ollie Stevens has got the job done in front of Charles Green and Freddie Ingram. Hartley, Whitcomb and Goff, great drive from Lewis Goff. Deacon Russell 7th from Thompson, Cordingley and Zach Heslop. Luca Magni and Dugas Pravalonis Then McDonald, Smith and Tomilewski, Buck, Whitcomb and Quaker. Rachel Robertson did a good job to get back into the top 20 there as well. John Brown ahead of Harry Gilbert and Joel Dixon. Will Stockdale, Ben Baker, Cameron Nelson and Omar Cindy from Jensen Hinchcliffe, Zach Burke, Bella McConville and Jensen Pritchard. The final drivers coming through. Stephen Barnes, Alex Cull and Elliot Powell all retiring from the race. But boy, have we got 6 great race finals coming up later. It's going to be an awesome one. And we're going to see some great race action to come in the battles later on. Let's see how it all goes. We're going to actually see the last half of the lap. The guys in the race in the TV control want to show us the last half lap again, and I'm not surprised. Let's have another look at it. So here's the move. Whitcomb on Ingram to defend. Watch Stevens. He's just waiting. Here he is in third. Whitcomb defends. Ingram moves to cover. He drifts too wide. Ingram gets alongside. Stevens thinks, right, you're both going to be slow. I'll dive up the inside. Boom. Bang tidy. What a move from Ollie Stevens. And that's the move that won him the superheat. Excellent stuff from Ollie Stevens. There is such an amazing amount of talent in that boy's right foot. Quite a bit of it in his upper arms as well. And he's got a real wise head on his shoulders. He knew, yes, I went on the grass. Yes, I'm down to third, but I'm not done yet. Magic from Ollie Stevens. That's what proper racing's all about. Join us in a little bit. We'll come back and we'll get the finals underway, starting with the super final of Junior Rotax. Ollie Stevens doesn't have long to breathe before he can get back on track.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Hello and welcome to what is now a somewhat sunnier Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire than when we started the week on Friday, when the heavens had opened and the rain was pouring down. I'm Kev Harris and I'm pleased to say that alongside our on-course track commentator Jake Sanson, we're going to be bringing you all of the action this afternoon from our 6 super finals of what is round 1 of the 2023 Ultimate Karting Championship. Really pleased this year that we're bringing you all of the action live across the internet, thanks to our partners at Alpha Live, who normally just look after the timing, but this year doing the video work for us as well. We've already been treated to some great racing here at Whilton Mill, as some near 200 drivers have been fighting out for this moment in time to get to the super finals in the afternoon. Just 34 spots available in each grid then, and after this morning's superheat action, oh boy, we are in for a treat. Don't forget, of course, this is round 1 of 6 here in 2023. We move after this north of the border to Larkhall in Scotland. We're then going to the northeast and we'll be at Warden Law before skipping across to Wigan at Three Sisters. Then we head south to Clay Pigeon before we finish out our season in mid-August with the backdrop of the Cumbrian Fells, hopefully in some glorious August sunshine there at Rowra. Back to the weekend then here at Whilton Mill. Like I said, we've already had some real mixed bag of weather. Friday was all about the rain. Yesterday was a drying surface in the wet and partly dry. Today it has been absolutely bone dry. Top lap times have been fantastic in the senior Rotax then of about 44 seconds. Low 44s is what we're seeing. What a circuit it is. People know it, people love it, lots of overtaking opportunities. But if you've not seen it before, well, take a look at this, because I had a look around a little bit earlier on. So this is it then, the circuit at Whilton Mill, 12 turns and about 1,200 metres of high-speed karting action. Heading off down towards turn 1, you've got Oblivion. Now you're going to want to clip the inside of that curb there, take the apex with your near side wheel, and then carry as much speed as you can and use the runoff through into turn 2. There's a nice area just on the outside of turn 2. Use plenty of runoff there, because then you want to be getting your toe down. Keep as much speed as you can going up through Fine Lady and Manuel's Bank, heading towards Christmas Corner, just off in the distance up there, and that's likely to be your first overtaking opportunity. So here we are then up at Christmas Corner. The car has come up Manuel's Bank. You've maybe used the marshal post on the left there as a little marker in your head for where to brake, but get your apex right on this one, clipping on the inside. And if you can hold your nerve and brake later than the person ahead of you, you might be able to flick it out before you get through turns 4 and 5 and get an overtake done up here at Christmas Corner. It's a high-speed corner because you've carried all that speed up the hill. And then, like I say, 4 and 5, by that point in time, you might have nicked a place or two. But the next big opportunity for you to overtake will be at turn 6, the hairpin that is Ashby. So here we are then deep in the infield. You've just come through that section from Christmas through turns 3, 4, 5, carrying as much momentum as you can, and you're going to find yourself here, turn 6, Ashby. It's a hairpin. Leave your braking as late as you can and clip the inside of the apex here. And you'll notice as well, just on the outside of Ashby, there's that whole runoff area. So use some of that to carry as much speed as you can. We're then into a section which is a double left-hander, turns 7 and 8. That's Parker and Chapman, and we continue then around the circuit. But get it right here, and it's another key overtaking opportunity. So here we are then in the heart of the infield. We've had turn 6 and 7 and 8, then Chapman through here, another overtaking opportunity. You're going to be just running, using a bit of the curb here, and then it's all eyes on this uphill drift as we go towards one of the key sections here at Whilton Mill, which is called the Boot. So here we are then at the start of the Boot complex, and it's coming towards the end of the lap. This is the left-hander that will greet you as you come into this complex. You're going to put your wheel up on the curb here before the double right-hander that's effectively turns 10 and 11 over there. And that final one, turn 11 over there, pit bend, well, many a race has been won and lost over there. So let's go and have a look at it. So here we go then, the final right-hander that is pit bend at Whilton Mill, and we've seen many a race, indeed a championship, won and lost right here. It's a fast right-hander and your eyes are firmly fixed on the finish line at this point in time. You will see karts using the runoff away to the left here. It's part of Whilton's makeup, this big runoff area, but be warned, that runoff is going to give you a very rocky ride. It's not going to be comfy, and it's not going to do your kart much good either. All the way to the line then, crossing the line, the fastest karts, well, they'll be doing that in around 44 seconds. It's a fantastic circuit here at Whilton, but it is certainly one where you have to concentrate. Fast flowing lines throughout, but you cannot let off up here. Do that and who knows what will happen. But get it right, and oh boy, you'll be rewarded.
Two right, Kev, and 6 drivers are about to be rewarded. It's finals time here at Whilton Mill in the 2023 UKC season opener. Hello everybody, if you've just joined us or if you've rejoined us, I'm Jake Sanson, I'm in the commentary box, and I'm ready for the finals. Are you? Great to have your company on the YouTube broadcast for Alpha Live and on the UKC official Twitch stream. It is great to have you back with us. We have got finals time coming up, and this is where it's all going to kick off. It's going to be relentless, it's going to be exciting, and these 6 drivers that will emerge as the winners will definitely have earned it over the course of the racing. The Honda Cadet final is the first final that is up in our lineup, and it's definitely going to be a very competitive one. Over the course of the weekend, we have had several different winners and a very intriguing run-up to this last race of the weekend. But Ryan White versus Theo Bradshaw is the talk of the Honda Cadet grid. These two have been absolutely nailed together all the way through the weekend. Ashley Haase, 3rd on the grid. Noah McFarlane, P4. And then Ralphie Branscombe and Bella Fairclough, the nearly drivers, on the 3rd row of the starting grid. Can they come through to win the final? Ollie Thompson, 7th on the grid, Archie Loveridge in P8, then Ed Spain and Sam Hayes will finish off the top 10. Then it's Jensen Maplethorpe and Blair Smith, along with Archie Cannon and Ella Dixon, Amaya Thompson, Andrew Sutherland, Esme Rosie, Leland McNish, and that is your lot. 18 drivers on the starting grid then for this Honda Cadet final, the first round of the 2023 Ultimate Karting Championship, brought to you by PassMeFast. And what a sensational race battle it is going to be for these young men and women. The first Honda Cadet final, the first final of Ultimate Karting Championship 2023. Here we go. No more build-up, no more anticipation. It's game time. For those who are watching for the first time live on the Ultimate Karting Championship, which is all of you, because it's all been pre-broadcast, post-production up to this point, great to have your company. Do like and subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. You'll get more than just the UKC. You'll get great karting, great bikes, great cars, great racing, and great sport. For those of you on Twitch, hit the subscribe button to the UKC official Twitch stream, and you'll never miss a moment of all of the action in 2023. And for those who want to follow along the journey of us all, well, ukcglobal.com, and you can find UKC Global on the social media channels. You can also find me on the social media channels, on Twitch, Virtually Challenged, and on the social medias, Jake Sanson Online. See what I did there? Honda GX200 Super Final is coming up, and this is the race that everybody wants to win in the Honda GX200 Brigade. 18 drivers will battle for it, and it really is put up or shut up time as the drivers work their way around the course. They're going to do one more formation lap, and we can talk you around this circuit. Kevin did a fantastic kart track guide, where you can see it for yourself in person. Through Oblivion, the left-hander, and through Crook, the right, along Fine Lady, and up Manuel's Bank, up towards Christmas Corner. That's where a lot of the overtaking moves happen on this track. In through the right-hander, then through the kink, which a lot of the drivers affectionately know as Boxing Day, on the run to the left. Why? Because Boxing Day always comes after Christmas. In through the Inkermans, the right-hander, and then into Ashby, the hairpin, where a lot of the big moves have happened over the course of this weekend. Then along the Kenny Straight, up into Wilkins, the left-hander, and then into Ozier's, the second left. Obviously, I've been calling it Parker and Chapman's all day. That's because I'm old school. Up through the back straight, and then on the run again to the boot. The entrance is the left, the pit entrance is the double right, and then the final right flick, that is pit bend. So the Honda Cadet drivers, the Honda GX200s, make their way to the starting grid, and this is the final race of the weekend for them. For Ryan White in pole position, for Theo Bradshaw in 2nd place, it's make or break time. Ashley Haase 3rd, Noah McFarlane 4th, from Ralphie Branscombe and Bella Fairclough, Ollie Thompson, Archie Loveridge, Ed Spain, Sam Hayes, Jensen Maplethorpe, Blair Smith, Archie Cannon, Ella Dixon, Amaya Thompson, Andrew Sutherland, Esme Rosie, and Leland McNish. So the 18 drivers are in position. We get the command, 5 seconds. The lights come on. When they go out, we'll be racing for 12 minutes around Whilton Mill. The final is underway. And it's a great start from White and Bradshaw. It's going to be White that gets just narrowly in front of Bradshaw. He'll get the drop into the first corner and he takes the lead. A good start from Ryan White. Perfectly executed. Bradshaw's going to have to give best now as they go up the climb towards Christmas Corner. But White is going to have pressure right from the outset. There goes Haase trying to get into second position. Oh, up and over. That is a big launch, 2 wheels in the air. I think that might have been Esme Rosie going airborne. But it looks as though they've already started to rejoin. So although it looked pretty nasty, they have all got going again. I think it actually might have been Andrew Sutherland that went airborne. But fortunately, they have all managed to keep going. It looked more dramatic than it was. And into third position already, into second position already is Bella Fairclough. What a start from Fairclough. Straight into P2 and already trying to charge after the race leader, Ryan White. Well, it looks like this weekend has all been about the final as far as Bella Fairclough is concerned. So it's White, Fairclough, Bradshaw, Haase, McFarlane and Branscombe. Well, a very interesting start to proceedings then, but Bella Fairclough has had her eyes on one thing and one thing alone, and that is the final. Up the inside, McFarlane gets the move then on Ashley Haase. Haase's got to try and come back on the exit. Haase to the inside line, he gets the move. Nicely done. Branscombe and Loveridge are giving chase very quickly indeed. Branscombe up the inside of McFarlane, and he gets through. So a good run from Ralphie Branscombe. So White, Fairclough and Bradshaw have already started to pull clear. But Haase is now in front of Branscombe and McFarlane. Move up the inside from Loveridge. Loveridge gets through on McFarlane now. That's P6 for Loveridge. So McFarlane slots into 7th position in front of Sam Hayes. So as the drivers work their way through on the second lap, they come through the toe of the boot. But the 3 leading carts have already got clear of Ashley Haase. So it's 3 drivers fighting for the win. White, Fairclough and Bradshaw. Here they are. Don't forget, Theo Bradshaw is on double duty today because he's in the Honda Cadet final as well as the Micromax final. So he's going to have a very busy day at the office. Here goes Bella Fairclough, takes the lead at Christmas, and looks like Bradshaw's going to try and repeat the move, but he can't get there. So Bella Fairclough hits the front in the final. Exactly the way she wanted to go. And this has been a great start for the number 5 seed. So the leading seed in Honda Cadet in 2023. Bella Fairclough hits the front. 2nd place for Ryan White. 3rd for Theo Bradshaw. They come off the turn and down the short straight. This is a really good start to the final, and it looks like all 3 of these drivers are going to be hunting for the victory throughout. Fairclough leading through the toe of the boot. They come down the short stretch. Look at the absolute train that is building for 4th position. Ashley Haase leading Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe's got the run, though, out of the final turn. I think Branscombe's going to get through. He does. In fact, no, that's Loveridge. Loveridge has got through and got up into 4th position. So Archie Loveridge making good hay while the sun shines in front of Haase, Branscombe and Spain. Spain has got through now past Branscombe, in fact. So up to 6th place goes Ed Spain in front of Ralphie Branscombe. The top 3 still pulling clear. Fairclough in the lead. White in 2nd. Bradshaw in 3rd. A very busy day at the office. And through the drivers continue to make progress. Still a great run. And a very tough race battle as all of the drivers continue to make good progress. Through they come again. And this is Loveridge now in 4th position in front of Haase. And Spain is in front of Branscombe. So as they go through the toe of the boot, a lot of good racecraft from 4th position downwards. The leading 3 are not racing at the moment. They are just line astern, as you can see. And they are just trying to stretch away. Fairclough, a little bit of a drift out of the first corners. But now here comes the move from Theo Bradshaw. He wants to get through on Ryan White. White is going to try and hold him at bay, but no chance. Bradshaw is through. Bradshaw gets a little bit wide on the exit, and that's enough to hold them up. So Fairclough's got a little bit of daylight between herself and Theo Bradshaw in 2nd. So now Ryan White needs to stop overtaking Theo Bradshaw. Needs to line up behind him again. Close up. And start to chase after Bella Fairclough once again. The 2 of these drivers need to work together. They cannot afford to let Fairclough get a massive lead. 4th position is still up for grabs. That's Haase hanging on with Spain and Branscombe all over the back of him. Loveridge is back down to P7, and that is a big battle between Branscombe and Spain. Branscombe is going to try and get the exit down into the final turn. Branscombe goes for the move. He can't get there. Ed Spain round the outside, hangs on for dear life and holds the place. Loveridge is all the way down to P10 in front of Sam Hayes. So I'm not sure what happened to Loveridge, but he's now dropped behind Jensen Mablethorpe. There's Branscombe going wheel to wheel now with Noah McFarlane. And watch out for Ollie Thompson. Thompson's going to try and commit up the inside line. He gets through. So Branscombe is now down into 9th, I think it's 8th position, sorry. McFarlane's through, Thompson's through. And now Thompson making his bid on Branscombe. Great run from Ollie Thompson. He gets through, but Branscombe is alongside him again, side by side. And now McFarlane gets back through on Branscombe. An overtake every corner in this final at the moment. Brilliant racing. Branscombe lines up behind McFarlane as they settle in again. But Branscombe's going to try again to get past McFarlane. No, you don't, says Noah McFarlane. Branscombe tries again in the toe of the boot. Second time lucky and gets there. And now Loveridge is going to try and get through. So Loveridge makes the bid then and gets past. Meanwhile, up front, Bella Fairclough has a little bit of distance now between herself and Theo Bradshaw, with Ryan White right in behind Theo Bradshaw. If the two of these guys who have been battling all weekend suddenly let it slip to Bella Fairclough, they're going to come away from this final with a tiny bit of egg on their race suit. So fabulous run from Bella Fairclough in the final. She's looking so strong, but now the domination, the defensive tactics further back. Ed Spain trying to keep his drivers behind him. Branscombe's going to get the run here to get through on Ollie Thompson. Oh, and the front Nassau comes skating up in front of Ed Spain's face. How can Ed Spain carry on like that? Ed Spain's got to try and get the Nassau panel down, but surely he's not going to be able to finish the race like this. I've not seen that before in the battle for position. It just suddenly becomes detached. And Ed Spain is going to lose 2 places to Branscombe and Thompson, but he's not slowing down at all. He's just continuing on. That is madness. Ed Spain is just still driving on. Surely he can't see a thing as he tries to jumble through, and that's Jensen Mablethorpe running off the road there. So Ed Spain has dropped back to 7th position, I think, or is that 8th now? Yeah, I think it's 8th. But Ed Spain is not slowing down. Ed Spain is a racer. No, it's fine. I'm just going to keep going. Don't worry. I can only see a little bit, but I can still see enough. So Ed Spain desperately trying to keep going. How on earth can he see where he's going? That's bonkers. Anyway, Bella Fairclough still leading the race. Theo Bradshaw still 2nd. And in 3rd position, that is the 47 of Ryan White. So still they go through. There is Bella Fairclough through turn 1. Still out in the lead in the zip car. This is a great run from Bella Fairclough, and in less than 5 minutes, she'll be on the final lap. But Theo Bradshaw and Ryan White have got to team up. They've got to settle their differences for the moment, and they've got to work together to catch back up to Bella Fairclough. Bella has not won this race yet by any means. She's only 0.7 of a second ahead. But if she can keep pushing, if she can still find the pace, and her best is currently a 52.3, which is comparable with the fastest lap of the race, then she might not get caught in this final. The idea is that she doesn't get caught. Look back. There is the 4th place man. That's Ashley Haase. Then Branscombe, who is up to 5th place again in front of Loveridge. So Archie Loveridge doing his best to get back into 5th position, all over the back of Branscombe. But Ralphie Branscombe is desperately trying to hang on to this 5th position now. 7th place is Ollie Thompson. Where is Ed Spain? Because Ed Spain, with his vertical Nassau panel, is still on the track, I do believe. Now Ed Spain has now come into the pits. He has now retired. So very unfortunate indeed for Ed Spain, but he can't keep going. Well, a very bizarre incident, but he tried his best. And sadly, he's not out on the race, and he's not in the racetrack anymore. Now, McFarlane battling away with Mablethorpe, and there is an absolutely devastated Ed Spain, who was having a great, great race up to that point. And he's facing the wrong way in the pit lane. I'm not entirely sure how that's happened. Has he crossed the line and then driven into the pit lane, or has he come down pit lane and spun it? Not entirely sure. Anyway, Bella Fairclough. Look at that gap. It's nowhere near what it was. Bradshaw and White are now working together. Technical defect flag goes to Ed Spain, but he knows about it. Don't worry. Here come the leaders, and look at this. Bradshaw and White are now working together. Bella Fairclough's last lap was a 52.7. Theo Bradshaw did a 52.4. White did a 52.3. They are gaining big time. It's not over. Bella Fairclough still leads. But when will Bradshaw and White make the drop on her? Bella Fairclough's got to hold on to the lead of this race. She's got to be very focused, got to be very careful. Doesn't want to race too hard. It's got to look after tyres, got to look after brakes. This is a tough race to win from here. And Theo Bradshaw is making it tougher still. Here they go. A really interesting situation. A very exciting battle A really exciting run. So an interesting situation. A really exciting battle. And still they run on. But now Bradshaw has got into the lead. Bradshaw has found his way through on Bella Fairclough. Sorry, I was looking at my timing screen at exactly the wrong moment. And I was looking in the middle of the field to see what the lap times were doing. And I didn't spot that Theo Bradshaw had got through on Fairclough. We might have to have another look at that later. But Fairclough is in the middle of trying to get it back. White in third position, 1 minute 45 on the clock. Theo Bradshaw hits the front. A very strong chance here that Theo Bradshaw could win 2 finals today. Don't forget, he's fighting for the Micromax final later as well. What if he could get 2 trophies out of the Ultimate Karting Championship kickoff here at Whilton Mill? That would be amazing. Theo Bradshaw has taken his time about this, worked his magic, found a good move, and now he's in front of Bella Fairclough. But Bella Fairclough is not done yet. 1 minute 20, plus the additional lap. Haase is on his own in 4th position. Branscombe and Loveridge dueling for 5th. But when is Bella Fairclough going to go for broke? She's not going to do it yet. That's her teammate in front of her, don't forget. The 2 Zip drivers, 1st and 2nd. There are no team orders at the Zip Kart team, though. There's only one rule. Don't take each other out. So Bella Fairclough all over the back of Theo Bradshaw as they duel for the victory here at Whilton Mill. A really exciting challenge. And we're going to continue in fine style. So still they battle away. Watching for Ryan White to make his bid now on Bella Fairclough. They come off the final turn and they will come down the home stretch and we will have 2 laps to go. This is game time now. 30 seconds. It takes more than 30 seconds to do a lap around Whilton Mill in any form of kart. So this is going to be the penultimate lap and they've got traffic to deal with up the road in front of them. That is Esme Rosie, I think, up in front of them. So now it's all going to come down to who is going to go through the traffic best. Bradshaw leading, Fairclough 2nd, and White 3rd. Out of the way gets the slow kart. Just in the nick of time for the 2 leaders. Looks like Ryan White has gone with them. So that will go fine, but Ryan White's going to take the move on Bella Fairclough and gets through. Fairclough over the grass. That's how critical it is to get through the traffic. So Theo Bradshaw takes the lead. Ryan White now 2nd and Fairclough down to 3rd with 1 lap to go at the end of this one. But I don't think White is going to catch Bradshaw in time. Theo Bradshaw is going to lead going into the last lap, but there's 0.3 of a second for White to make up. They've got Leyland McNeish in front of them. Slow kart, but surely Bradshaw has got enough here on Ryan White. White is doing everything he can to close up. I've got to catch him. I've got to catch him. Surely I can do it. He's pushing so hard here, Ryan White. He does not want to give this away to Theo Bradshaw. If he's got 1 chance, he's going to take it. And Bella Fairclough is waiting in the wings in 3rd just in case anything kicks off. White is pushing harder than he's ever pushed. Oh, that's Lena McNeish holding up the leader. White gets through relatively quickly, so there is going to be a chance. White will have 1 opportunity into the toe of the boot. Here he goes. He's not going to be close enough, though. Ryan White is going to hang on to it in 2nd, but Theo Bradshaw is going to take the checkered flag. Theo Bradshaw wins at Whilton Mill. 2nd for Ryan White, 3rd for Bella Fairclough. What a great race. An amazing battle at Whilton Mill. Great racing in Honda Cadet. Ashley Haase comes home 4th in front of Loveridge and Branscombe. Thompson in 7th. A brilliant race to the flag. Blair Smith comes up in 8th place and Jensen Maplethorpe finishes ahead of Archie Cannon to round out the top 10. What an amazing race. And it's Theo Bradshaw who gets the victory here at Whilton Mill. A terrific display. A great performance, a great run, and Theo Bradshaw comes up with the goods in front of Ryan White, and he can celebrate it. And guess what, mate? You've got another race to go and win later. He's going to try and take the Micromax victory as well. A great performance from Theo Bradshaw. What a start to his season. He will go to Lark Hall, the West of Scotland Kart Club, in 4 weeks' time on the top of the tree. Terrific stuff. And a great race from Theo Bradshaw. They check his front fairing. It's all okay. Perfect. Theo Bradshaw will be the winner of Honda Cadet. In a moment or two, Kev Harris will go down there and find Theo Bradshaw. But what a fantastic race result and a terrific start to the 2023 season. So Kev Harris is down there, and he will find the first Honda Cadet winner of the season in 2023, Theo Bradshaw. What a drive.
Look at our 1, 2, 3. Theo Bradshaw from Ryan White, and then Bella Fairclough. I think actually in all their excitement to get on the pods here, we've actually missed out the weighing scales. So we might have to get them on the weighing scales afterwards. But let's just get Theo up and out. So Theo, come on out, mate. Just come on out, up and out. Come on over. Let's get you over this way, buddy. Come on in here. Theo, huge congratulations. You took the final win there. Tell us about your race.
It was quite a hard one trying to catch my teammate in the lead.
Yeah, you had a great battle there with Bella and Ryan as well. Some race, but you got it done in the end.
Yeah, it's quite... didn't know.
Who would you like to thank?
My dad for setup and David for helping set up on Micro and the Honda.
And what do you think the key was to your win here this weekend?
Just consistency.
Consistency. Well, huge congratulations, Theo. Opening your account then in the Ultimate Karting Championship. You're going to be filled with confidence now as we look towards the next round at Lark Hall. Are we going to see you there?
Yep.
All right, brilliant, well done. That's our man Theo there. Theo, you're going to have to get your car on the scales, mate, and all the excitement. He's whizzed straight past the scales. We can get him in and on. Let's get Ryan White and Bella over here as well. Here's Ryan. Ryan is in tears at the moment. Let's get Bella. Let's grab Bella Fairclough if we can. Bella, come on over. We've got Bella Fairclough out here. Jump on in, Bella, come on in. Bella, some battle with yourself, Ryan and Theo there, but you were leading for some of the race, but you couldn't just quite get it done in the end, could you?
No, I think they caught me up and then he overtook me and then I sort of pushed with him for a few laps.
Yeah, when that overtake happened, did you think it was all gone, or you were still pushing hard, trying to get yourself back in the lead?
Yeah, I was thought that Ryan wasn't so close, so I was going to push him and then battle towards the end.
Yeah. But all in all, not a bad weekend for you. You're on the podium because you had a bit of disappointment yesterday in one of your heats, and mechanical nearly put paid to all of it.
Yeah, I think the engine failed on the heat one, and yeah, I thought that was the end for me, but we picked the pace back up for heat 2 and 3.
Well, huge congratulations. Must feel with some confidence knowing that you've got the pace though as we look towards round 2 at Lark Hall.
Yeah, I can't wait for that.
All right, well, best of luck. Well done to you, Bella. And our man Ryan White there, he's not a happy man at the moment. He's in tears, but maybe we can put a smile on his face. Come on over, Ryan. Well done, buddy. Well done. Listen, you don't look very happy with yourself, but I've got great news for you, Ryan. You got the fastest lap. How does that sound?
Yeah, it's good, yeah.
It's really good, mate. Listen, that was some battle. You gave the fans here a really good, exciting race. I know you're a bit unhappy because you felt you could have got the win, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely.
No, but well done. Fastest lap for you there. Overall, you're on the podium, so is there any consolation or any positive you can take from this weekend?
Well, yeah. I learned a lot with Theo. I didn't think I was going to come first in the first, second in the first place, because Fairclough was lead, and the weekends went well.
Mate, huge congratulations. It was really great to watch. Put a smile on your face. Fastest lap on the weekend. You're on the podium. And now we can get excited and look towards Lark Hall.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, best of luck. Well done. So there we go then. That was Honda Cadets. Bit of excitement down here at Scrutineering. What a great race. Jack, back over to you. Jake, rather, back over to you as we take a look at the next one.
why not have a play on the kart sim in between races? Because obviously we've got 4 weekends until the next one. If you're sitting at home watching on the Twitch stream thinking, I could give this a go, well, a good way to start is on the kart sim. You can do that through R Factor 2 on the kart sim website. Get in touch with them. They'll assist you and get you up to speed. And that is the same simulator that these drivers use week in, week out to train. It is fantastic. I should know. I've got a copy and I can do a 45.5 around Whilton Mill. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to win anything anytime soon. Never mind. At least I gave it a go. Anyway, we're going to go back into the action once again in the Minimax Super Final. The first of the races won then by Theo Bradshaw. Full credit to Ryan White and Bella Fairclough in second and third. A little bit upset after a tough and intense race like that. But do you know what? Considering that Ryan and Bella were a little upset, weren't they professional in their interviews afterwards? Those are 2 little stars worth keeping an eye on in the future. Very impressive. Right, so that is the Honda GX200 Super Final done and dusted for this weekend. They'll be back in action next time out in the phenomenal return at West of Scotland Kart Club at Larkhall in Scotland, just outside the beautiful city of Glasgow. But then we're going to have the Minimax Super Final, and it's going to be Dan Kilpatrick and Andrew Dixon on the front row of the starting grid, Charlie Very and Dan Hartley on the second row, Ewan House and Zach McDonald on the third, and then we have Evan Purcell and Amy Peacock, and I'm rather hoping that on 9th position on the starting grid this time, we're going to have Lucas Blanford, but only if his arm is in a good enough condition for him to race. There's no point going into a race of 12 minutes in the hope that you can get a decent result from the back of the grid if you're going to do yourself some serious damage. Not too bad an opportunity to wait for 4 weeks and have it ready for a chance to go for the win. So let's see how all of the drivers are bearing up. There is Amy Peacock. She did a fantastic job in her earlier heat and just didn't quite get everything together. Looks like she's had to borrow a Nassau to get through this final race. There is Zach McDonald. There's Dan Hartley, the man who represented Great Britain in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup last autumn. And there is the 25, Andrew Dixon on the Mad Croc chassis. Now, if we look to the other side of the grid, I wonder if we're going to see 5 karts or if we're going to see 4. We are going to see 5. Lucas Blanford is going to take his place at the back of the grid. So there's Dan Kilpatrick, the pole sitter on the Lando Norris chassis. Run from Dan Holland Racing. There is Charlie Very, heat winner over the course of this weekend, doing a great job up to this point. Ewan House on the Cosmic, starting 5th position on the grid for this one. He's got a great chance from there, has Ewan House. There is Evan Purcell, did a fantastic job in the pre-final, the superheat if you like. And there is the man who has missed most of the races this weekend, Lucas Blanford, but the fast-star-backed driver will get his chance to run from the back of the grid. He missed most of the races this weekend looking after his wrist, but hopefully in the final he will have strong enough upper body strength and he'll be able to work his way forward for the final race of the weekend. Might not be the busiest grid of the weekend, but it definitely has all the ingredients to be one of the most exciting as they continue to battle away in position. So it's definitely going to be a strong challenge as all of our contenders are ready for an exciting bout out here on the course. So the drivers are gearing up ready for the start. Dan Hartley in position, Andrew Dixon just gearing himself up ready for the start of a phenomenal battle out there on the course as they are gearing up ready for an exciting show. Theo Bradshaw having taken the win in the Honda GX200 Super Final. But now for the Minimax 2022 Spec Final. This is going to be tough. Who will get the job done? Dan Kilpatrick, Andrew Dixon, Charlie Very, or Dan Hartley? Or could Lucas Blanford come from 9th on the starting grid, having missed all but one of the races, and challenge for the win? There's a genuine shot. Now, who's that in some trouble? That's Charlie Very. Charlie Very's had some problems. Now, he is a heat winner over the course of the weekend. What's happened to Charlie Very? So that has caused him some delay. Looks as though he is going to be able to get back into his position on the grid. Charlie Very is looking fed up. Charlie Very is looking frustrated. Is Charlie Very not going to be able to start the final? Well, they're going to get his kart down. I think they're going to have to start from the back. It looks like Charlie Very is going to have to start this race from the back of the grid, and he's absolutely fuming about it. Now, he's got to get a lid on his emotions, and he's just got to go into the race, forget about it, move on, and go for the win anyway. So Charlie Very has just got to get over this little hiccup, this little bump in the road. Oh, he's fuming. Just get a lid on your emotions, Charlie. Just bring it back. Forget it. It's done. It's ancient history now. You've got to move from the back. You can make overtakes. You can build yourself up. Don't panic. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. And she hasn't even hit top C yet. So this is going to be an interesting one for the contenders. Dan Hartley's going to have a little bit more of a push to work his way further forward. So now we're in for a really interesting show. So Charlie Very, who was going to start third on the grid, there's his space that is empty, now has to go from the back. Talk about drama. There's Lucas Blanford, ready to go from the back. The Fast Star colours on his kart, getting himself ready to charge forward. Can he do anything spectacular from the back row of the grid, having missed all but one of the races? So now he's got to try and work his magic around this Whilton Mill circuit. A very tough race in prospect now. 4 minutes away from the super final. Don't forget, we've got a very busy weekend at the races coming up 4 weeks from now when we go to the second round of the championship at the West of Scotland Kart Club at Larkhall in Scotland, just outside the beautiful city of Glasgow. And then, of course, after that will come the third round of the championship at Warden Law in Sunderland in the northeast of England. Then we will continue on to Three Sisters in Wigan in the northwest, just outside the city of Manchester. And then, of course, we will have the fifth round of the championship when the UKC drivers continue on to the next port of call, having already visited those three locales from Scotland. They will then go to Tyne and Wear, and then, of course, they will go to Three Sisters. And then they end up at Clay Pigeon, down in Dorset, right at the foot of England, where Jenson Button, young Jenson Button, cut his teeth as a racing driver and stormed to the World Formula One Championship back in 2009. And then the final round of the championship on the second weekend of August goes to Cumbria, the beautiful, picturesque countryside in the northwest of England, and the Cumbrian countryside of the beautiful quarry circuit at Rowra. What a fantastic place to have a season finale. That's going to be a really special way to end the year. So all of the contenders are gearing up. You can find all the information for the championship on the website, ukcglobal.com, and you can follow on the social media as well. There's plenty of opportunities to follow the progress of UKC through the season on Facebook, on Instagram, on YouTube, and on TikTok as well. And of course, you can follow now on Twitch and watch the races live at UKC Official. So Hughes1710 wants to know, why is Charlie Very at the back? I have a feeling that they have worked on his kart after the gate has closed, and that is probably the reason why he has been pushed to the back of the grid, because that is not legal. So they may have had to make a slight adjustment to Charlie Very's kart, and now he's going to have to go off the back of the grid. Very unfortunate for Charlie Very. Not a lot he can do. He's just got to go straight into the race and hope for the best. So as the karts make their way around the course, it's going to be a very interesting run. Great to have your patronage. Over 1,000 people watching by the various means that they do. And now we are getting ourselves ready to race on the official UKC Twitch channel and on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Let's go racing. It's going to be exciting, that's for sure. Dan Kilpatrick, Andrew Dixon, Daniel Hartley, Ewan House, Zach McDonald, Amy Peacock, Evan Purcell, Lucas Blanford, and Charlie Very, all going to battle for the first 2023 Ultimate Karting Championship final here at Whilton Mill, near the fabulous home of British motor racing, near the Silverstone circuit. On their days off, many of the top Grand Prix drivers will come here for a quiet midweek play. It's not that uncommon to see the likes of George Russell, Lando Norris, Alex Albon, and various other of the Formula One contemporaries come here for a quiet play behind closed doors. They love this circuit. It's the top circuit in the UK, close to the Silverstone circuit. And it's definitely going to be a very interesting run. So now the battles are going to be very close run. We're going to see some great action. Dan Kilpatrick, Andrew Dixon, Dan Hartley, and Ewan House. So let's see who gets the start that they want. Is it going to be Kilpatrick or is it going to be Andrew Dixon? It's going to be tough to tell. Who's going to get the start? It doesn't start. I think that's a false start, isn't it? We do not go racing. The lights did not go out. So with the lights not going out, we're going round again. Yep, the drivers gesture to each other. Their hands are in the air in the rotation. So we are not starting this time. It is a false start on this occasion. So we will go around again in the hope that next time it is going to be the clean start, as if we didn't need any more tension. So now the drivers getting themselves up to speed again, and they will go back into their formations once again. Dan Kilpatrick and Andrew Dixon not quite getting the start clean this time. They have to run in the tram lines on the main straight until the lights go out. Then they can start racing, but they cannot move out of those tram lines until the lights extinguish. So it's all going to be about Dan Kilpatrick and Andrew Dixon, Dan Hartley, Zach McDonald, Amy Peacock, Ewan House, Evan Purcell, Lucas Blanford and Charlie Very, the 9 drivers that will battle for the victory in the Minimax Super Final. Round 1 of the PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship. Now we go racing, that's more like it. Up to the first corner, Dixon's got the whole shot as they go through for the first couple of corners. Is everybody going to get through? Dixon's made a good start, so has Hartley. Kilpatrick has not. So Kilpatrick has ended up dropping down to 3rd, but round the outside he makes it back to 2nd. Much better from Kilpatrick. So he recovers quickly to get into P2. And now Dan Hartley is going to try and make his bid into 3rd position. He's managed to do that. Hold on in front of Zach McDonald. But the time is ticking down, and Peacock and Purcell are the ones left behind. So Charlie Very has already got himself up into 6th position. A great start. Lucas Blanford is up into P7. So they've made moves from the back already. But now it's going to be about Kilpatrick, who leads. Kilpatrick has got through. I didn't even see where he did that. But Kilpatrick went down to 3rd, and at the end of the lap, he is back in the lead. So Kilpatrick, who won Heat 3 and the Superheat, is now looking to win the final. There goes Dan Hartley, up the inside of Andrew Dixon, in a 2nd place. Great run from Dan Hartley, and now Zach McDonald is trying to move forward. Hartley has the nerve to tell Dixon to work with him, having just overtaken him. Dixon refuses and gets through in a 2nd place. So now it's Dixon in front of Dan Hartley again. Zach McDonald 4th. Then it is Charlie Very, who has got past Ewan House. Now Dan Hartley goes again. They are absolutely rubbing tyres. And Charlie Very trying to get up the inside into 4th. He might make it a 3rd for the inside line. Charlie Very, 3rd position. Great comeback from Charlie Very. Brilliant run from the 37. Charlie Very has now got himself onto the podium for the time being. Do not slow this guy down. He will not give you an inch. Charlie Very, 3rd position, having had to start this race from the back of the grid. An excellent run so far from Charlie Very. Dan Hartley skates out. Ewan House in 5th position now, ahead of Blanford, then McDonald, then Peacock, then Purcell. So Lucas Blanford up to P6, really hoping to look after that wrist all the way through this final if he can. He just wants to get some points on the board, but Kilpatrick has got some distance now between himself and Dixon. Very drifts out wide. Hartley can't get through. So Charlie Very, 3rd position. This is not a bad return of his efforts considering where he was going to start from. Where was he going to start from? That's right, 3rd. So he is back where he was supposed to be. So Charlie Very has made up all of the time lost, and now he's got to try and get back on terms with Dixon, back on terms with Kilpatrick. Dan Hartley, 4th position as he goes in behind Charlie Very. They go over the line. 9.5 minutes to go still, with the additional lap after that. A very strong challenge continuing on. Charlie Very is now the fastest man on track, a 47.6 for him last time by. Here goes Blanford, making his bid on the inside line, and he gets through past Ewan House. He's clearly looked after the wrist well enough to be strong enough for the final. So Lucas Blanford now gets into P5. That won't do badly at all for him. What about Ewan House, though? He wants to come back and fight his way up the inside of Lucas Blanford one more time. So they skate through. A great run so far. Still everybody pushing on. But Dan Kilpatrick leading Dixon, then Very, then Hartley, then House. Although Blanford has now got past Ewan House, as we know. So there is Lucas Blanford. He comes through at the end of the lap and doing a fine job of it in P5. Now, here is the leading battle again. This is Dixon and Very, 2nd and 3rd. Very has caught up to Dixon, but Dixon is falling into the clutches of Charlie Very, and this could be an opportunity. Very is holding on in front of Hartley. He has to defend, but he also has to move to cover to try and attack Dixon in the same breath. Dan Hartley wants a piece of this. He wants to go for it again. But Charlie Very is trying to close up on Andrew Dixon. Lucas Blanford in 5th position might have something to say about all this. Dan Kilpatrick has got a 2.5 clear. So this is causing a bit of a headache for Charlie Very, who wants to get past Dixon as soon as possible and start to close back up. There goes Blanford, diving on the inside of Hartley. Beautiful from Lucas Blanford. P4 makes the move stick. That was sensational. A really good run. So now Charlie Very in behind Andrew Dixon. But Dan Kilpatrick is still 1.7 seconds up the road. Vary's not going to wait around any longer. Thank you very much. P2. I'll take that into Christmas. So Charlie Very is now in second. But can Very and Dixon team up now and go after Dan Kilpatrick? That is a big gap. It's 1.7 seconds. Blanford is there in fourth. Maybe he can assist. Because if these three can bolt onto each other and go around the circuit together, there might just be a chance they can catch up to the race leader, Dan Kilpatrick. Dan Kilpatrick is your leader on the Lando Norris chassis for the Dan Holland Racing team. Looking good. Second place, Andrew Dixon. Charlie Very is through past him, actually. So, of course, now Very is into second, Dixon third, Blanford fourth, then Hartley, House, McDonald, Peacock and Purcell. So, is this going to be a podium charge for Lucas Blanford? He's currently in fourth, closing back up to Dixon. He's got plenty of time. No need to rush, Lucas. Fourth position is not bad. You can certainly get the podium from here. He's having to think about it on the back of Andrew Dixon's Mad Croc. But he hasn't quite got the opportunity to get past the Croc Promotion chassis just yet. Down the hill, down towards the hairpin at Ozier's. Some call it Chapman, some call it Ozier's. And up to the left. In through to the boot we go. And there's the move from Blanford. Locks and loads into third position. Thank you very much. So Blanford is on the podium. And in the final two. Talk about timing for Lucas Blanford. Just sit on the sidelines, watch it all unfold, study the other drivers. Then in the final, you know what to do. He may not have got as much track time in as much of his other contemporaries, but he's certainly got the knowledge. He was there on the sidelines watching every single race, watching every single driver, keeping an eye on them, watching what they were doing, watching where they were going for the moves. He studied, he did his homework, but it's not done yet. 6 minutes to go. Dixon's not letting Blanford get away that easy. A new fastest lap of the race comes in from Charlie Very, a 46.8, which is 0.3 of a second quicker than Dan Kilpatrick. So the gap comes down to 1.3. Charlie Very driving with the red mist, having worked his way to second position, now trying to close up on the race leader, and the gap comes down again. He's made up more time. Not a lot, but he's still making up the time. Kilpatrick is your leader, Very in second, Blanford in third, then Dixon and Hartley. Watch for Dan Hartley, the Cato driver, having a think about it. The Cato Motorsport man trying to work his way forward. It's not quite happened on this occasion. Still the battles continue as the drivers rage on. Is this going to be a tough run for the drivers up in front? Still mixing it. Ewan House in front of the 80 of Zach McDonald. Then Amy Peacock and Evan Purcell. Up to the toe of the boot. And Zach McDonald really wants to take on Ewan House here, but Ewan House is looking pretty confident. He's got himself into a good rhythm now on the Cosmic. As they come across the line, McDonald is 7th, Peacock is 8th, and Purcell is 9th. All 9 drivers still circulating around the Whilton Mill circuit. Waiting for Dan Hartley's move on Andrew Dixon. Doesn't seem like it's coming just yet. Charlie Very's got that gap down again to 1.1. Dan Kilpatrick just did a 47 flat. Very just did a 46.8. He's catching, and that's a big move from McDonald into Ashby, and he gets through on Ewan House. So a good overtake there from Zach McDonald. Ewan House in 6th position now. Well, was. Now down to 7th. And then Amy Peacock is having a look. So Amy Peacock is really going to try and make her bid to get up into the position. Dan Kilpatrick still working hard. Charlie Very, Lucas Blanford, and then Dixon, Hartley, House, and McDonald. So through they come across the line. It looked to me as though Hartley was going to make the move on Andrew Dixon. And he does, into oblivion. Nicely done. Through Crook, he tidies it up. And Dan Hartley is now in 4th position in front of Andrew Dixon. So Dan Hartley takes the move. So Dan Hartley into 4th. Ewan House is trying to defend now from Amy Peacock. She looks for an opportunity. Can she get through? Nope, not yet. So Amy Peacock still working hard here to try and get into 7th position past Ewan House. But the top 8 drivers in this field really have raised their game for the final. They've clearly saved their best for last, and that means that they are pushing each other to the absolute limit. Fastest lap of the race comes in not from Charlie Very, but from Lucas Blanford. Blanford is now the fastest man on track, but Charlie Very is now only half a second back from Kilpatrick. All that hard work is paying off, and now Very is only half a second away from Kilpatrick. There's the gap. There it is. Charlie Very has been eating away at Dan Kilpatrick's advantage throughout. Blanford is just keeping himself present in 3rd position. What if he gets a chance to win the final? Hartley, 4th. Dixon, 5th. Then McDonald, House, Peacock and Purcell. Everybody's still running, but Kilpatrick in front of Very, and there is Lucas Blanford. Can he catch up to the two men up front? And more importantly, if those two conflagrate, can he be ready to steal the win? Happened before, probably will happen again. It is karting after all. And Dan Kilpatrick in front of Charlie Very, but not to the tune of half a second anymore. It's significantly less than that, 0.3 of a second now. And Lucas Blanford sets another fastest lap of 46.6. Blanford is absolutely eating the road in front of these two. So Blanford might still chase a victory. If these two get too close, Blanford is right there for the taking. So Kilpatrick and Charlie Very, just waiting for the opportunity, Charlie Very. He can sense a chance. He's got the red mist after his problems on the start. But if Charlie Very can bounce back from that to go from the back of the grid to the front, that really would be sensational. And Charlie Very looks like he's lining up a move here on Kilpatrick. Can he take him by surprise? Kilpatrick may not know that Very is there yet, but as they come through off the final turn, he'll have a chance to look behind him. Hasn't done so. He's still thinking about moving forward. Look at that, less than 1/10 of a second between them as they come through. And this will be where Kilpatrick makes his first look over his shoulder. He moves across to the racing line, having started in the middle of the road, so he definitely knows Charlie Very is there. He's just choosing not to look too many times behind him. You can't do that. You have to just focus on what's going on up the road. Charlie Very's going to launch up on the inside. Charlie Very commits for the overtake. Kilpatrick holds him off. Blanford's going to go for second. Very fights, but Blanford is through. And Very is furious. Blanford is furious too. They both shake their fists at each other. What were you playing at, say both men. But Blanford is through to second. Very is through the third. And with less than a minute to go, it's going to be tight. We've got 3 laps remaining by my count. So Blanford is going to keep pushing to try and get past Dan Kilpatrick. Kilpatrick is defending. And here comes Dan Hartley. Charlie Very goes long. He will not lose the podium. If he can't get the win, he will not lose the podium. That's his attitude right now. But look at Blanford all over the back of Kilpatrick. Dan Kilpatrick trying to hold on to this all the way. Lucas Blanford there in second place, hunting him down. And Charlie Very smarting a little bit for that manoeuvre from Blanford to get through into second place. Perfectly legitimate overtaking move. Nothing wrong with it. Blanford's going for the lead. And he's got there on Dan Kilpatrick. Lucas Blanford takes the lead. Having missed every race this weekend except the first, Lucas Blanford has done his homework off the circuit, bounced back, and with time running down to 0, Blanford hits the front and leaves Kilpatrick and Very to scrap amongst the spoils. Blanford seems to have the pace here, so if he can continue, he can just disappear up front. But Kilpatrick leaves the braking late for Ashby. This is enough for Very to have another go, but he's not going to get the move. This is frustration for Charlie Very now. But Lucas Blanford may just be able to go from the back of the grid to the front here. Charlie Very, third position, wanted to do the same thing, but Dan Kilpatrick is still fairly close to Lucas Blanford. It's not over. Last lap begins. Here we go. And there are 4 men in the hunt for the victory here at Whilton Mill through the first corner. Blanford, Kilpatrick, Very, Hartley. Blanford spending a little bit too long for my money, looking over his shoulder. He needs to focus on what's coming, not what's been. Kilpatrick, all over the back of him. Blanford moves across to the middle of the road. Kilpatrick draws level. The very wide line from Blanford. Very will have another go at Kilpatrick. Not going to get through. Stalemate. Down to Osiers. Through the left. Blanford drifts a tiny bit wide. This might be enough, but Very's going to hunt Kilpatrick first. Here comes Very. He's got to go for it. He can't make it through. It's going to be Lucas Blanford. What an amazing comeback. Lucas Blanford has done it in amazing style. Lucas Blanford wins at Whilton Mill. Oh my goodness. He sat out virtually the whole weekend looking after his wrist. And what a sensible move it was. Lucas Blanford takes the victory in the final. Kilpatrick second, Very is third, Hartley is fourth from Dixon, McDonald, Peacock, House and Purcell. What a comeback from Lucas Blanford. That is monstrous. A sensational performance from Lucas Blanford. That is just Spectacular. From the depths of despair yesterday afternoon to victory on Sunday. Lucas Blandford is the hero of the hour. What an amazing recovery drive from Lucas Blandford. A shower of high fives, and that has got to be the most satisfying victory Lucas Blandford has won to date. Just spectacular. What an amazing result. Lucas Blandford sat on the sidelines for most of yesterday, but he has done his homework, hasn't he? Well, Charlie Very will be frustrated, so will Dan Kilpatrick. But Lucas Blandford, he hasn't won a single race all weekend. But why not save your best for the final? Absolutely spectacular. What an amazing performance from Lucas Blandford. 17 laps and a fantastic victory. So we will throw down to Kev Harris, who will find our top three. What a spectacular race that was. Terrific. Blandford, your winner.
So here we are then down in Scrutineering as Lucas Blandford pushes his car onto the #1 spot ahead of Daniel Kirkpatrick, who made #2, and Charlie Very. There's high fives galore going on here, down here at the moment. Lucas just behind our cameraman, congratulated by his dad there, Adrian, and Charlie with the ST Racing mates there, just high-fiving through the fence. I think we're going to try and grab Lucas Blandford if we can. He's down there with his dad, Adrian, at the moment, as his dad brings the trolley in, and then we'll get a word with him, because it's been a tricky weekend for him. Didn't think he was going to make the final this morning with a bit of an injury to his wrist or his arm earlier on. You can see still wrapped up, which he injured here actually at Whilton Mill last year. So a bit of vindication for him to come back today and get the win this afternoon here. Opening round, of course, in 2023 for Lucas. Wasn't with us last year in 2022, but I think he's going to be strong in this class Minimax as we look to the rest of 2023. Started 9th on the grid. We'll get him over just as soon as we can. Come on over, Lucas. Come on in, let's get a word with you. Lucas, big smiles there from your dad, Adrian, big smiles from yourself. You weren't expecting that when you woke up this morning, were you?
No, definitely not. What, speechless.
You are speechless. It was an injury to your wrist, actually, that you sustained here last year that you thought was going to put you out today, but it obviously held up for the final.
Yeah, I can't feel it at the moment, but yeah, it's really good to come back here after what happened in October and come away with a win.
Yeah, really well done to you. Took the fastest lap as well. Did you feel you were fast all weekend?
Not on the Friday, but you know, as soon as it came to dry, obviously I find it difficult with my wrist, but yeah, felt rapid in the final especially. Yeah,
really rapid. As those laps went on, did you just realise it was getting closer and closer that you could actually start to do it?
Yeah, mid-race I think I was running third, and then I saw the guy in front start to pull away, so I was pushing a bit harder and harder, and then they started slowing down a bit, so I just saw an opportunity and went for it.
Well, huge congratulations, full of confidence now as we look towards Lark Hall.
Yeah, definitely. Tracker, I've got quite a few memories of that as well there, so hoping for a good result there.
All right, brilliant stuff. Go and give your dad, Adrian, a high five over there once again. Well done to you. There's your race winner. There's Lucas Blandford. I can see Charlie Very, the man that came home in third. Come on over, Charlie. Get him over. We can just see. Well, huge congratulations there. Second place for you. Lucas just got the nudge on you towards the end of that race. I bet you thought that, you know, you must be kind of quite surprised and disappointed with the way that one finished out.
Yeah, he's on the tyres. He only did one race, so couldn't really do anything about it. So.
Yeah, it was quite tricky for you there. I think those Lucas's tyres might have played into his hands a little bit there. But leading for most of the race, you must have thought you had it wrapped up.
Yeah, but I had nowhere really to push to. They were working together really, and then just lost it in the end. Yeah. Sadly.
But looking at the weekend as a whole, Daniel, any positives to take out of this one?
My lap times were good through the race, and then I just maybe dropped off a wee bit to the end, so maybe being a bit more consistent.
Yeah, I think you've been consistent all weekend. You've obviously got the pace there. Confident though as we look towards Lark Hall for round 2?
Yeah.
All right, well, best of luck. We'll see you there. Well done to you, Daniel. Let's grab Charlie up as well then. Come on over, Charlie. Here he is, ST Racing, helmet still on. Spoke to you before the race, Charlie. You were very confident, understandably so, because fully in the mix for most of that race there.
Yeah, Well, I'm not really. Well, we're happy with the result, but I didn't really expect that to happen, though. So it was really, really tough out there, and I couldn't really find how to get past and that.
I think as the race went on, Lucas started to reel you guys in a little bit, but you've obviously got the pace because you were running at the front for lap after lap after lap. You must be pleased with how you were linking things up.
Yeah, I was doing really well. I was getting all the corners right and all that, and I was catching and catching. By the middle of it, I didn't catch, but at the end I did.
Yeah, really well done to you. Anyone you'd like to thank at the end of the weekend?
Yeah, I'll thank to ST Racing, my dad to bringing down here, my team for helping me to cheer on, and all my sponsors.
Charlie, huge congratulations. You're on the podium at the end of round one. Well done to you. We're going to see you at Larkhall.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, well done to you. Go and give your team a high five and make sure you get the scrutineering done. It was an incident-packed race, wasn't it? Lots of moments to look back on in that one, and that's exactly what we're going to do now as we go back and recap it all with Jake Sanson.
Thanks, Kev. There was quite a lot going on in that particular race, wasn't there? I mean, I know what the drivers are saying, and I know what a few of the people on social media are saying as well about, well, Lucas Blanford didn't do 2 races yesterday and didn't do the race this morning, so he's got fresher tyres. I hear that argument. You've still got to be a good enough driver to carve your way from the back of the field to the front. Just because you've got a tyre advantage doesn't mean it's guaranteed. And he's obviously had to do the hard work, and obviously he sat out most of the weekend with a busted wrist. So you have to take that into consideration as well. Don't just denigrate a driver for doing a good job when there are determining factors for how impressive it is as well. So Charlie Very fought his way back up to 2nd place and managed to catch up to the leaders just the same way Lucas Blanford did. So Charlie Very can be given a heck of a lot of credit. So too can Dan Kilpatrick, winner of race 3 and the superheat. So definitely deserved a chance to go for the victory. And 2nd place is still a very good return for his efforts. But this is when Blanford really started to unlock the pace. There he goes, making the move on Charlie Very. Charlie wasn't happy, but then nor was Lucas. So they both tapped their heads and raised their hands in the air for that one. But this move on Dan Kilpatrick, a very impressive one indeed from Lucas Blanford. Just picked his moment at the toe of the boot. Here he comes. Look, he waits through the left, then goes through the right. Perfectly done. Not a lot Kilpatrick could do about it, but he certainly made heavy work of the defence on the last lap. Kilpatrick did throw everything he possibly could at it, but it would be Lucas Blanford to take the win. A great job. More racing on the way. So 2 races down and 4 to go. Theo Bradshaw taking the win in the Honda Cadet final. Lucas Blanford dancing to the victory in the Minimax Super Final. And for those who want to give negativity on social media, I will drown you out with my positivity every single second. Let's talk about the good stuff. Never mind the negatives. Always search for the positives. That's how to make the world go round. So we go into the Mini Inter Super Final. And it is going to be a really strong battle as the drivers challenge their way around the Whilton Mill circuit one more time in this very close, very intense Minimax Super Final grid. And it has been a very tough weekend for all of the drivers to try and get close to the man who's been on form all weekend long. In Minimax, it has been a tough one, but in Mini Inter, it really has been very different. Jacob Ashcroft has not dropped a race all weekend long. A very tough weekend for everybody else. Finley Lyons will join him on the front row of the starting grid to make it an all Dan Holland Racing affair. But the Synergy Race team are right behind them. Luca Holmes-Ballack and Charlie Wolfett, 3rd and 4th. Thomas Hill and Oliver Meek, Charles Kitely and Dan Minto, and then Ava Morris and Ryan Gandor in the top 10. Now, the big question is going to be, can Charlie Wolfett get his transponder working? Because obviously in the superheat this morning, he wasn't able to. Hopefully, he'll get it ready for the super final. So who will follow in the footsteps of Theo Bradshaw and Lucas Blanford to take the win? Can anybody take it away from Jacob Ashcroft? There's Mason Webster, Jack Johnson in the 127, Louis Radcliffe in the 82. There's Oliver White in the 65. Next up, the 16, that is Charlie Condy. Hayden Fisher in the 42 getting ready. And then we have Oliver Majewski, who's had a very tough weekend, but very fast one indeed. There's James Roberts, the star of Sodi Academy last year. 20, Ryan Gandor, really looking strong this weekend. The 228 of Dan Minto. Oliver Meek in the 67, the Envy car. Then the 95, his teammate Charlie Wolfett. And there is Finley Lyons, looking to follow in his dad's footsteps and take his own place in the realm of karting excellence. Jacob Ashcroft, though, has not lost a race all weekend. He's the favourite going in for sure. 3rd position, Luca Holmes-Ballack. 5th on the grid, the 66 of Thomas Hill. Here's Charlie Kitely, looking good for another incredible run in the 64. The 32, Ava Morris, really looking good. Happy birthday, Ava, by the way. 25, that is Ella Lucia, having a very solid race herself. The 51 is next up, that's Stanley Clark. 91, Jack Collinson, looking for a good run on the Tony kart. Jake Rafferty in the Lando Norris chassis for the Hunter. Harris Ali, going well as a novice this weekend. He is the leading novice. Hasnain Khan, still giving it everything he's got. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson really has had to learn about UKC the hard way. A tough weekend at the office so far. There's Elliot Surtees, getting himself up to speed. And then the rest of the field on the other side will be pushing right the way to the death. A tough race in the offing. Everybody gearing up for an excellent showcase. Every Formula One race you see, every IndyCar battle you encounter, and every top-level World Endurance Sports Car race that you sit back and enjoy, all of that talent has come from grids like this one. You can't have the big guns without the new generation, and that's what you're getting yourself ready to witness. Think about this, the grids in the future of British GT, British touring cars, and maybe even the World Endurance Championship, IndyCar, Le Mans, Super Formula, Super GT, GT World Challenge. Those drivers, 10 years from now, will have come from here. Oh, and we've got a spin on the formation lap. Now, who is that that's gone around? That looks to me like the 82 of Louis Radcliffe. Louis Radcliffe has unfortunately dropped it, and that is not going any further. He is beached on the grass. That is bitterly disappointing for Louis Radcliffe. It's so easily done as well. You can mock them till the cows come home, but you'll still be wrong. It is so tough to get these karts warmed up, particularly in the mini inters where there's not a massive amount of data for these new karts. This is a new class for 2023. So it's even harder when you're a rookie and you're a novice going up against drivers with a bit more experience than you've got and trying to get up to the level. It's very tough indeed, and unfortunately Louis Radcliffe has learned that the hard way. He spins off. Now, they have been able to get him going again by the look of it. I think he should be able to rejoin at the back of the field. And to be fair, that is almost where he will start from. They're going to try and move him forward so that he can rejoin the grid. So it's a bit of a difficult start for Louis Radcliffe, but I don't think his race is over yet. So he might just be able to get himself back into position. We look back to see if Louis Radcliffe comes through, and we run out of time to do that before the field grids up. But hopefully Louis Radcliffe will take his place at the back. Elliot Surtees goes out of shot. Hopefully in the background, there is Louis Radcliffe, so he has got going again. Thank goodness for that. So, Ashcroft versus Lyons. The Dan Holland Racing Lando Norris chassis teammates will go to battle from the front end of the grid. 3rd position and 4th for Luca Holmes-Ballack and Oliver Meek. The teammates will duel to the first corner. Jacob Ashcroft is going to come off the turn. Are we going to go racing first time of asking? We are! And up to the first turn. Perfect start from the inside line. Not so great from the outside as Finley Lyons is going to drop into about 4th or 5th position as the Mini Inters work their way through up towards Christmas for the first time. No major conflagration as they come up to Christmas. A couple of drivers on the grass. But other than that, everyone gets through Christmas without incident. Perfect start. So now it's all about the 22 of Jacob Ashcroft running in close proximity as the drivers battle their way through. It's going to be a very tough battle up to the next hairpin apex. Still they crawl around the circuit hoping for a move on the inside line. 228, Dan Minto having a great duel as he continues on his march forward. A really strong battle. So already, Holmes Ballack and Meek are having a good duel in the mix. Ashcroft is your leader though from Thomas Hill. Thomas Hill making a good start into 2nd place. 3rd is Holmes Ballack. 4th is Charlie Kitely. And then 95 of Charlie Wolfit. That is a faulty transponder again. So Charlie Wolfit, they've definitely got a problem with that kart's transponder because he's not transponding. Hopefully they'll be able to put him back in the results later. But Charlie Wolfit is going for the move on Thomas Hill. And he gets through. So Charlie Wolfit is now up into 4th position because he's not the only one to get past. And that's Charlie Kitely diving up the inside of Hill himself. So that is now Holmes Ballack into 2nd. Wolfit is into 3rd. And Thomas Hill is behind Kitely in 4th and 5th, those two. And in 6th position, that looks to me like Ava Morris, who's made a terrific start. Oh no, it's not. It's Oliver Majewski. Oliver Majewski who was there in 6th position. Then Lyons, then Morris, then Meek, Minto, Gandor, Clark, Roberts, Fisher and Ella Lucia. So down to the braking zone. Wolfit's going to get up the inside of Luca Holmes Ballack, and also going with is Charlie Kitely. So Wolfit gets into 2nd, Kitely gets into 3rd. And still the racers battle on for position, but out in front, Jacob Ashcroft just cannot be caught. He has dominated this weekend. Win number heat 1, win number 2, win number 3, the superheat. And now in the final, he is already nearly a 2nd ahead. He's just been so calm and smooth and consistent. This looks like it could be an absolute rout for Jacob Ashcroft. Big launch up the inside from Majewski, but he runs wide and Thomas Hill is going to get past him and Luca Holmes Ballack. Thomas Hill was ready for that, up into 4th position, and that's really going to get him back on the horse. Good run from Thomas Hill. So Majewski is now in 5th. Behind him is Holmes Ballack, then Lyons, Morris, Meek, Gandor, Clark, Minto, Roberts. And if you're wondering why I said 5th and not 4th, that's because Charlie Wolfit is in 2nd, but his kart is not transponding, so it's not coming up on the timing screen. 81, Finley Lyons is next up behind Luca Holmes Ballack, and he's trying to get himself back to the front of the grid once again, having been 2nd on the start line. But with 9 minutes still to go, it is looking pretty tricky out there. Ashcroft, Wolfit, Kitely, Hill, Majewski, Holmes Ballack, Lyons, Morris, Meek and Gandor. That's the top 10 at the moment. But Jacob Ashcroft is looking to make this an absolute dominant form. He hasn't led every lap of the weekend, but he's certainly going to have led every race. He already has led every race. Now he's got to win every race. There is James Roberts making good progress in the 37. He was the absolute star of the Sodi Academy last year. Came through in fine style, and now here he is in the Mini Inters and doing a fine job of it. He was never going to dominate first port of call, especially when you've got drivers like Jacob Ashcroft with a little bit of experience at this level behind him. But certainly a good start to the season, no doubt. And there is the 51 of Stanley Clark trying to get in there in the midst there with these two. This is Morris and Gandor. Morris has got to play 2nd fiddle to Stanley Clark, who gets through. So Stanley Clark has worked his way forward at the expense of Ava Morris. I'm very grateful to Ava Morris. She gave me a birthday cupcake in the lunch break. Thanks, mate. It definitely helps when you're commentating all day long. James Roberts in front of, now who is that chasing after? That's the 25 of Ella Lucia. So Ella Lucia and James Roberts having a great little scrap for position. But Jacob Ashcroft is still a full 2nd clear of Wolfit and Kitely in 2nd and 3rd positions. So Wolfit is not transponding. That's why he's not showing on the graphic, but he is there in P2. So we have to keep an eye on Charlie Wolfit and how it fares for him as we watch the 67 of Oliver Meek. So Oliver Meek is going well there in position as he tries to close up on the top 6. but he's obviously got a little bit of work to do before he gets there. There is the duel as Luca Holmes-Ballack crosses the line in front of Finley Lyons and Thomas Hill now. So Thomas Hill has dropped to 7th, behind Holmes-Ballack and Finley Lyons. And of course, we've got to remember that Wolfit, despite not being on the timing graphic, is still in P2 ahead of Charlie Kitely and Oliver Majewski. So there's the 64. That is Charlie Kitely running in front of Majewski and Charlie Wolfit. So Wolfit's down to 4th, in fact. So Kitely is actually in 2nd place in front of Majewski. And oh, a little bit of gesticulation there from Ryan Gandor, who is not happy with Dan Minto at all. So Ryan Gandor shaking his fist in the air. And so a very unhappy Ryan Gandor. Not entirely sure what Dan Minto is supposed to have done. Didn't see anything myself, but clearly the incident had already happened. So Ashcroft, Kitely, Majewski, Wolfit, Holmes-Ballack, Lyons, Hill, Meek, Clark, Morris, Minto and Gandor. So there is Charlie Wolfit in 4th position behind Kitely and Majewski, hoping to go through. But Majewski is definitely making it hard work to go into 2nd position at the inside of Charlie Kitely, and he gets through. Kitely drifts wide, Wolfit into 3rd in the same breath. So Charlie Wolfit gets up into into 3rd position, chasing down the number 40 of Oliver Majewski. A very solid battle continuing on the way. Really good racing. Down the hill, putting on a good spurt of speed. This is excellent work from Majewski, running in front of Wolfit and Kitely. Then Holmes-Ballack, Lyons, Hill and Oliver Meek in 8th from Clark and Morris. So Ava Morris running in 10th position in front of Dan Minto and Ryan Gandor. Then it's James Roberts in front of Ella Lucia. And then we have Jack Collinson ahead of Hayden Fisher and the leading novice, Harris Ali, currently in 17th. So through to the Ashby hairpin once again. No major changes on this particular run through, but certainly Luca Holmes-Ballack looking for his opportunity to try and make the overtake. Finley Lyons is trying to stay with him and stay clear of Thomas Hill. But this is the battle for position. Finley Lyons trying to shake off Hill again. Through to the left, up to the double right. Jacob Ashcroft has barely been seen in this race. That's because he's got into the lead and disappeared. So there's no real charge for anybody else to catch up with him at this point. 4 minutes and 40 left on the clock. So still a fair way to go. Still a lot can happen. Thomas Hill in behind Finley Lyons. Up the hill. Up to the hairpin again. Is this going to be the opportunity for Thomas Hill to take on Finley Lyons? Lyons is just keeping itself nice and smooth at the moment. Further back, we look towards the 32. That's Ava Morris battling away with Dan Minto and Ryan Gandor. So coming up towards us, Minto trying to get through on the inside. He's got to really time this right, though. It's not an easy overtake. He's got it. He's done it. Very good move. Ryan Gandor now drifts up the inside of Ava Morris. And Morris manages to get that back again. So Ava Morris dueling away with her teammate, Ryan Gandor. And Ryan Gandor tries again. And that will do. Ryan Gandor does get through past Ava Morris. Good racing between the two Chaos Sport teammates here in the Mini Inter. The super final going well. But Ashcroft is still your dominant force up front. Ahead of Majewski, Wolfit and Kitely. Then Luca Holmes-Ballack and Finley Lyons. Now, this is the battle further back. We're seeing a great duel here. This is Ali. So this is Harris Ali battling away with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Jake Rafferty. This is the leading novice, Harris Ali, trying to mix it with the established talents and doing a great job, running in front of them. So Harris Ali still going well. Here comes Jake Rafferty up the inside of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. And Stansmore-Wilson tries to shake him off and does so. That was good defensive tactics from Isabella. And Isabella Stansmore-Wilson now has to charge after Harrison Ali in 17th once more. Charlie Condy is behind them in 20th. Then Hasnain Khan, Jack Johnson, Louis Radcliffe, Elliot Surtees, Mason Webster. And we have one retirement, and that is Oliver White. The 65 has retired. We didn't see where, and we didn't quite know why. But certainly Oliver White is the only absentee of the 26 drivers competing. You'll try and correct me and say 25, but no, because Charlie Wolfit is not transponding, so he's the 26th. So up the inside, Harris Ali trying to get away from Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, who is still putting a lot of pressure on the novice as they work their way through to Ashby once again. Jake Rafferty still looking for the overtaking move. Still, it's not going to happen. But Isabella Stansmore-Wilson's very patient, sat behind Harris Ali looking for the move. Now, Charlie Wolfit is back on terms with Oliver Majewski. 2 minutes 20 on the clock as they come across the line. And Jacob Ashcroft is just keeping it nice and tidy in the lead. 1.3 seconds clear of everybody. Luca Holmes-Ballack looking for a podium in 4th. Then it is Finley Lyons and Thomas Hill. They're dueling over 5th place. It's never easy in the final. You've got to keep it nice and calm, got to keep it nice and smooth. So Finley Lyons is working hard here in front of the 66 of Thomas Hill. And there's a kart stationary off to the left side of the circuit. Is that Charlie Kitely? Is that Kitely that's gone? Charles Kitely has dropped out of the top 5. Charles Kitely was running for the victory. And I'm afraid that is Charles Kitely. Oh, devastation. Charles Kitely is going nowhere. Bitter disappointment for Charles Kitely. He was looking so strong in this mini interfinal, but it's just fallen away from him in the final stages of this race. And so Charlie Kitely retires. Now Majewski going for the inside of Charlie Wolfett. Luca Holmes-Balak looking to try and take 3rd position away from Wolfett now in the 95. So Wolfett hanging on. Here comes Luca Holmes-Balak going for his teammate. And Charlie Wolfett is absolutely determined. What are you doing? You're my teammate, for goodness sake. Stop racing me. Let's go get Majewski. He is enraged, Charlie Wolfett. Bangs on his helmet. Come on, think. So he is clearly not happy. Charlie Wolfett. Luca Holmes-Balak goes for him anyway. Will you stop it? He's absolutely ranting and raving at the wheel of that car. Luca Holmes-Balak has had enough of sitting behind his teammate. He wants to go for it. He's totally entitled to. He's allowed to, but Charlie Wolfett doesn't seem to agree. Look, Majewski's got clear. We need to get back past him. Stop fighting me. But Luca Holmes-Balak has had enough. He wants to get into 3rd. There are no team orders in the world of karting. The only rule is don't take out your teammate. And Charlie Wolfett has drifted wide. So Luca Holmes-Balak probably thinking, well, you're not fast enough. You can't keep up with Majewski. Let me have a go. All the psychology of racing drivers at the limit. Fascinating to observe as they continue to give us so much excitement around the course. So they still battle and rage. It is not easy to figure out how this is going to play out here. The final lap begins. We know who's going to win if it stays like this, but everything else is still up for grabs. Majewski in front of Wolfett and Holmes-Balak, and they're still dueling as Wolfett tries again on Luca Holmes-Balak. On Oliver Majewski, sorry, for 2nd place. They've dropped 1.7 back from Ashcroft. Is this going to be the defensive tactics now? That's Finley Lyons and Thomas Hill. We need to see what's happening with the drivers ahead of them. Majewski, Wolfett and Holmes-Balak having a terrific tussle. There we go. And Wolfett's got through to 2nd. Holmes-Balak's got through to 3rd. Majewski to 4th. Now get out of my way, screams Luca. He wants to hang on and get through on Charlie Wolfett. Here he goes, trying to get into 2nd. But no, Charlie Wolfett will hold it. But Jacob Ashcroft dominates at Whilton Mill. He cleans up. Charlie Wolfett is 2nd. Luca Holmes-Balak is 3rd in front of Majewski, Lyons and Thomas Hill. But Jacob Ashcroft, domination. All 3 heats, the superheat, and he led every single lap of the final. Number 22 dominates in the mini interfinal here at Whilton Mill. There is Jacob Ashcroft. We've barely seen him on the screens all day, and that's because he's just been so strong in the lead. He's not been where the action is. He's dodged the action. He's pulled away from the action. And he's taken a very deserving victory indeed. Jacob Ashcroft, what a dominant weekend. Won all 3 heats, the superheat and the final. Absolutely monstrous. 2nd place for Charlie Wolfett, 3rd position for Luca Holmes-Balak. And that's going to need confirmation, of course, because Charlie Wolfett's transponder was not working again, but I'm fairly sure he'll be allowed to go for 2nd place. But what a sensational final in the Mini Inter Supers. If your name wasn't Jacob Ashcroft, you had a really hard day at the office there. But if it was Jacob Ashcroft, you absolutely stormed it. What a terrific performance all weekend long from Jacob Ashcroft. If any one man this weekend has been the dominant force, it's him. Jacob Ashcroft takes the win. Charlie Wolfett is actually 2nd in front of Luca Holmes-Balak. Then Oliver Majewski and Finley Lyons from Thomas Hill, Oliver Meek, Stanley Clark, and then Dan Minto and Ryan Gandor. Ava Morris in front of James Roberts, Ella Lucia in front of Jack Collinson. Then Hayden Fisher is 15th ahead of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. And then we have Harris Ali, the leading novice, in front of Charlie Condy and Jake Grufferty. Then Hasnain Khan, Louis Radcliffe, Elliot Surtees, Jack Johnson, Mason Webster, And then the retirements, Charles Kitely and Oliver White. So down into the pit lane to catch up with Holmes Ballack, Will Fitt and Jacob Ashcroft is Kev Harris. And I'm sure he's going to have some great conversations.
Well, here we are then, live scenes down in scrutiny as Jacob Ashcroft gets out his car. He's been on the weighing scales. Come on over, Jacob, come on over. Let's get a quick word with our race winner then. So, Jacob, what a result for you there. A lights the flag victory. You started on pole and you finished with that checkered flag. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, I'm quite happy. It was hard work keeping really consistent lap times out front and just trying to hold the gap with all of them behind us.
Yeah, it seemed that you got that gap and then it was all about holding it, because the battle really in that race was going on behind you between Charlie, Luca and Oliver Majewski as well. That was some battle going on behind you there, fighting out for second, third and fourth. But were you aware of that, what was going on?
I wasn't really aware of it. I was just trying to maintain the gap and put in the best lap times as I can.
Well, exciting as well. Looking at my iPhone here, best lap time is what you got, 47.7, fastest lap on the race as well.
Yeah, I was trying to get my fastest lap and I did like 3 47.7s in a row and it was really consistent lap times.
And you're obviously dialed into this mini Inter chassis, 950mm chassis really well. You've already won in Spain and Belgium on it, and I understand you're off to Belgium again next weekend.
Yeah, we're off to Belgium for the first round of BNL, and then the weekend after it's the first round of Euro Series in Genk as well.
It's all looking good for you, and then you can come back and see us at Larkhall for round 2 of the UKC.
Yeah, we might come back and do a few more rounds of the UKC, but we'll see.
All right, well, best of luck. Thanks ever so much to you, Jacob. Well done. Let's get Charlie Wolf in then, our next man, second place man. Charlie, well done to you. Some battle going out on there. Jacob seemed to have one that wrapped up in front, but you were fully in the mix, fighting out for those other spots on the podium.
Yeah, it was really hard, really tricky, really good racing actually out there.
Yeah, really good racing. I think you got yourself up to second on about lap 12, so you had quite a wait to get yourself up to that spot.
Yeah, definitely.
There was some battles going on, though, between yourself and Oliver Majewski, though, as well. What happened towards the end? Where did he disappear to? Did you understand where he went?
I think he went right, coming just after going into the first corner of the double left, and he just went wide, so I just went down the inside.
Brilliant, well done to you. Coming into the weekend, did you think you'd be on the podium come Sunday night?
Yeah, we're hoping for a top set, but maybe not, but it's always a good thing, isn't it?
It's always a great thing. Big smile on your face. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank KR for the Mega Power, Synergy Racing Development, Mike, Rob, and my mum and dad for bringing me here.
That's it, they're key, aren't they? Well done to your mum and dad. Thanks for bringing them here. And are they going to take you up to Larkhall?
We'll have to see. I don't know yet.
We hope to see you there. Well done, Charlie. Congratulations to you. Let's get Luca in. Is our third place man, Luca Holmes-Blanc. Luca, well done to you, mate. Just grabbed yourself the final spot on the podium in the dying stages of that race.
Yeah, I'm very happy about it.
Yeah, really happy about it. You should be. As the race was going on, did you think the podium was still on the cards?
Yeah, I did. I didn't have a best start, but I thought I could get back up, and I did.
Yeah, you absolutely did. Just your teammate Charlie was just ahead of you down the road there. Were you drawing on him throughout that race? You just followed him lap after lap?
I was behind someone who was behind him. I was just following the pack, so yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Oliver Majewski who was just ahead of you, because I had you in sort of 4th or 5th for a lot of that, but it was all going on. I guess with a race like that, the key to it is just keep your head, because you don't know what's going to happen, do you?
Yeah, you don't want to overthink it a lot, so.
Who would you like to thank? Who's brought you here this weekend? Who's made it all possible?
My family, KR Sport for the engines, Synergy Chassis, and Mike and Rob, and my mechanic.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done to you. And well done to all of them as well. Are we going to see you hopefully at round 2 up in Scotland at Larkhall for the UKC?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Come on, make it happen. We'd love to see you there. The fans need you, Luca.
Yeah.
All right, mate, well done to you. Go and finish off scrutiny and go and say well done to your mum and dad. How about that then? An exciting one. Jacob Ashcroft getting the best of it there. Really good racing from those youngsters, and well done to Dan Holland Racing and Synergy there, all rounding out that podium. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, next up, race 34 will be the Micromax Super Final.
Thanks, Kev. What can we say? The fastest drivers in the world are called Jacob Just saying. Anyway, Jacob Ashcroft doing a fantastic job over the course of the race weekend. All 3 heats, the super heat, and then the super final. What a performance. Great from Charlie Wolfett, great from Luca Holmes-Ballack as well. They really gave us plenty of entertainment throughout. You've got to feel for Charles Kitely, who did a fantastic job through the course of that race. Really mixed it for the podium and really deserved to get to the rostrum. Good performances as well from Thomas Hill, managing to fight his way through in the top 6. Finlay Lyons getting a difficult start and just missing out on the podium, but managing to come home in 5th place behind Oliver Miewski. So really solid performance all the way through this excellent mini Inter Super Final. There was great racing behind the winner. It wasn't much in terms of the fight for the win, was there? But Jacob Ashcroft absolutely destroying the opposition, and they're going to have to do some homework in time for the West of Scotland Car Club at Lark Hall for round 2. 4 weeks from now, when we go to Lark Hall, one of the most fabulous race circuits in British karting, and the scene, of course, where Lewis Hamilton, 25 years ago, was able to battle away in the wet to storm into the history books. More racing on the way.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
We are officially halfway home in the PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship Finals Day, round 1 at Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire, just down the road from the home of British motor racing, Silverstone. This is motorsport country, and the drivers here have come from far and wide to take on the first Ultimate Karting Championship Finals Day of 2023. Hello everybody, I'm Jake Sanson, great to still be with you here, and 3 finals remain. Micromax is up next. The Super Final has been a very anticipated race with so many great drivers from the Micromax fraternity ready to give us a great duel. Jensen Chalk will be the man who lines up in pole position. The O-plate will be on the front. Oliver Spencer in second place from Theo Bradshaw and Colby Patterson. Edward Haynes and Cian Bernard from Emerson McAndrew and Austin Oman. Then Otis Cleary and Riley Morrow, Josh Cormack and Sebastian Lurch. Then Alex Goodson, Dian Singh Pahal, Drew Davidson, Dax Farah, Sam Ludie, Harry Radcliffe, Rhys David Richardson and James Sims. But who is going to get the final? That's going to be the key factor going into this race. So many variables as we gear up ready for the show. There is James Sims. We see Harry Radcliffe, the novice driver. 35, Dax Farah. And then the number 25 alongside him. That is Dian Singh Pahal. Looking good for a fabulous final race of the weekend. There is Sebastian Lurch, a very international driver, full of family from all over here. Riley Morrow, I should say, in 10th position. There is the 8th place man, Austin Oman. There's Cian Bernard, number 33, getting ready for a charge for the front. Colby Patterson has already had a very exciting battle. But on the front row of the starting grid, it's this man, the 42, Oliver Spencer, hoping to put the Synergy on the top spot. The Synergy Envy chassis, hoping to go up to the top spot. But pole position is this man, the O-plate, Jensen Chalk for MLC Motorsport. Can he make it another fabulous victory? There is the man on double duty today, Theo Bradshaw. He took the victory earlier on, don't forget, in the Honda Cadet final. Can he do it again? Edward Haynes in the 43. The 133 of Emerson McAndrew. There's Otis Cleary in the 88. And then we have Josh Cormack, kart number 21, the Scottish driver, looking good. There is the number 26, Alex Goodson, a wave to the fans. Drew Davidson, number 70, on the starting grid for RCE. There is Sam Ludie, good to see him making good progress. And there at the back of the grid is Rhys David Richardson, full of an opportunity to charge his way forward for the RCE squad. Into the battle we go. The Micromax Super Final getting underway. The drivers leave the pits, as you can see, to the right of your screen. And what a great crescendo these Micromax Super Final drivers are going to give us. Hello to all those of you who are watching on Twitch, on the UKC official page. Do like, do subscribe or follow, and to turn on the notifications, don't forget, because every time we go live, we're going to be hitting your inbox. So let's see how the contenders are going to gear up as the Micromax Super Final gets ready. Jensen Chalk in the O-plate, hoping to make this race very much his own from the front of the grid. It's been a tough race for all of the contenders in Micromax. We've had multiple winners come forward. What if Theo Bradshaw could really make it 2 final wins out of 2? That would be tough from 4th on the grid, there's no doubt about it. He managed to get the job done in fine style earlier on in the Honda Cadet race. And can he do it in Micromax as well? That really would be something special. Plus, I've also got to keep an eye out on the Circuit Watch Driver of the Day. Circuit Watch Driver of the weekend, I should actually say. No pressure, but they obviously have to give the job to me to pick the winner. How on earth am I going to do that? So many top talents this weekend that have put on a great show. There are so many names that immediately come to mind as being very impressive over the course of this weekend. Alex Carl, who's been a hard charger. Theo Bradshaw, of course, at the front end of both the Honda Cadet and the Micromax field. You can't really ignore the performance of Lucas Blandford. What about Lewis Goff, charging his way through the field in junior, similar to the likes of Archie Clark and Lizzie Mentia? And what about Gracie Mitchell? So many drivers to choose from. But we could have the Circuit Watch winner in this final, depending on how it plays out. Jensen Chalk, Oliver Spencer, Colby Patterson, Theo Bradshaw, let's see how it goes. Who is going to get the start off? To the starter's orders we go, and we are racing up to the first corner. Jensen Chalk hits the front, no problems at all. Theo Bradshaw mixes through in second place in front of Edward Haynes. So a great start already from Bradshaw as he now charges after the leader. So it's going to be a tough one from here on out as the drivers work their way forward. Everybody having a great battle. And there's contact on the exit of the kink. So 2 carts have come off the road there. And that is a very disappointing end to the race for 2 drivers already. Now they can get going, but obviously they are going to have to recover at the very back of the grid. So there's already big drama in this one. Jensen Chalk leading Bradshaw. 3rd position is the 133, that's Emerson McAndrew. But I couldn't quite make out who it was that has gone off the road in the background. There are certainly 2 drivers that are not moving, or one certainly that has not recovered. The other one I think has done so at the back of the field, but we'll figure that out as they come through. Jensen Chalk is your leader, then Bradshaw. Certainly problems for Haynes, Patterson, Cleary and Cormac off the grid. It is Goodson and Nudiyi that had the incident on the first lap. I think it's Alex Goodson that has not continued. So diving down to the inside line, Edward Haynes is going with Colby Patterson, going with Kian Barnard, I should say. So Kian Bernard has managed to get himself into 4th position, right on behind Emerson McAndrew. But Alex Goodson has not continued. He is the race retirement on the first lap. Very unfortunate indeed for him. So now there's Theo Bradshaw. He is having a very tough race in position. So Theo Bradshaw running in front of Kian Bernard. Oliver Spencer having a tough race of it in the 42 as he tries to dive up the inside of Edward Haynes and gets through. So Oliver Spencer moves forward. Now, 2nd position is Emerson McAndrew in front of Theo Bradshaw and behind Jensen Chalk. So Chalk leads, McAndrew 2nd, then Bradshaw, Bernard, Spencer, Haynes, Patterson and Oman. Now McAndrew's looking for the lead on Jensen Chalk, and he gets there. Emerson McAndrew moves up into the lead. An excellent start for Emerson McAndrew as he now hits the front here at Whilton Mill, and there goes Ollie Spencer looking for a move past Kian Bernard, and he's got there, so a good overtake from Oliver Spencer. So many drivers now with a chance to go for the win. Oliver Spencer is clearly a driver we need to watch for as well, having had such an incredible weekend. The way he fought back in the superheat, having dropped off the road and then working his way back forward, has been absolutely spectacular. So many great performances. How to pick a driver of the weekend, goodness me. I'm going to really have to sit down and think about this one. Emerson McAndrew, Jensen Chalk, Theo Bradshaw, Oliver Spencer, Kian Bernard and Edward Haynes. Colby Patterson in 7th, Austin Oman in 8th position, Riley Murrow and Otis Cleary dive up the inside. There goes the move from Edward Haynes. Working very hard throughout, Kian Bernard and the 24 of Colby Patterson, I should say. Colby Patterson still working his way further forward, trying to get the move on Kian Bernard. But a very tough race in the offing as Edward Haynes has now got through past both drivers. The top 3 still mixing it as they run through. McAndrew, Chalk, Bradshaw, still having a really good race of it. Spencer in front of Kian Bernard. But Kian Bernard is looking to get back on terms with Edward Haynes again. So as they come off the turn and down the home stretch once more, Edward Haynes is back in front of Bernard, and then Colby Patterson 7th from Oman, Murrow, Cleary and Sebastian Lusch, who has got through past Josh Cormac for 11th. Now, Jensen Chalk is trying to protect from Theo Bradshaw, whilst also go on the offensive to Emerson McAndrew. They've got to be careful how much time they lose here. What if Theo Bradshaw could come through for the win in both finals? He's there in 3rd. Certainly looking very strong. But Archie Clark, Lizzie Mentia, Alex Cull, Lewis Goff, Oliver Spencer and Gracie Mitchell all have just as much of a claim to driver of the weekend as Theo Bradshaw does, unless Bradshaw can charge his way forward and do something even more spectacular. Jensen Chalk, 2nd position at the moment, the O-plate working hard. There's Oliver Spencer, don't count him out. Oliver Spencer in 4th position, looking for a way forward. Some great performances so far in this weekend, but the 24 still going strong. Colby Patterson looking good, looking very strong. So up to the hairpin again, the drivers continuing on. The 43 going strong. Ed Haynes in front of Colby Patterson. Kian Bernard looking very strong as he tries to make up progress. But Kian Bernard is there or thereabouts, trying to close up on the top 6. But they have got clear now. McAndrew still your leader. Jensen Chalk still trying to wrestle the victory away from him. 7 minutes to go, plus a little change. And then, of course, we have the last lap after that, don't forget. So there's still a lot going on. The racers still giving it everything they have. A very tough situation and a very close battle. Emerson McAndrew leads over the line. Jensen Chalk, Theo Bradshaw, Oliver Spencer, Edward Haynes, and Colby Patterson. 6 drivers battling for the lead. Meanwhile, this is Riley Murrow versus Austin Oman, the 2 teammates dueling away. And they've got to be careful because Otis Cleary is closing up on them. And then further back, you've got Sebastian Lurch and Josh Cormack. They want a piece of this as well. But Riley Murrow is holding on in front of Austin Oman. Austin Oman trying to get the move here on Riley Murrow, hoping for an opportunity or two. But it is going to be pretty tricky. Emerson McAndrew still holds the lead. Jensen Chalk in second from Bradshaw, Spencer, Haynes and Patterson. And off the road goes Otis Cleary. Otis Cleary drops off the road. He manages to recover, but that has cost him any chance of the top 10 as Lush and Cormack both squeezed through, I do believe. So there goes the chances of the top 10 for Otis Cleary. Meanwhile, Patterson has got past Spencer and Haynes. So Colby Patterson now in 4th position. So here comes the leading squad. 6 drivers. Haynes now going for Spencer, up to 5th position. So 5th position for the 43, that is Edward Haynes. A really solid performance. And still the contenders doing battle. Emerson McAndrew, Jensen Chalk, and Theo Bradshaw. That's your top 4. Oh, sorry, top 4 is rounded out by Colby Patterson, I should say. Now Patterson going for 3rd. He gets through on the inside of Theo Bradshaw. Certainly not as easy for Bradshaw to win the Micromax final as it was to battle for the Honda Cadet final by the look of it. So here he goes again. Ed Haynes trying to make his bid on the inside of Theo Bradshaw. Watch for Spencer as he tries to come around the outside into the boot and then back onto the home straight again. So past the pits. Haynes 5th in front of Spencer, behind Bradshaw. But your leader is that man, Emerson McAndrew. A really solid race. Here comes Colby Patterson. Now he's going to go for 2nd on Jensen Chalk. Chalk holds it round the outside. Lovely defense from Jensen Chalk. Really holds on to it there in 2nd. So Jensen Chalk is not going to concede defeat easily here, as Emerson McAndrew holds the lead up front. Drifts a little bit wide in Ashby, but nothing to panic about. Chalk is 2nd. Patterson is 3rd. Then Theo Bradshaw, Edward Haynes, and Oliver Spencer. 6 drivers all in the hunt for victory. Separated by 1.2 seconds at the flag the last time by. I should say at the line, of course, because the flag hasn't come out yet, but certainly these 6 drivers all hunting for victory, and Kian Bernard trying to stay with them just in case a podium might come up. 4 minutes, plus the additional change, and the extra lap on top. Off the turn, down the stretch towards Christmas, and Emerson McAndrew having a great run. There goes Colby Patterson again, Jensen Chalk again resists! Terrific. Jensen Chalk hangs on. Don't you dare overtake me. Colby Patterson's running out of patience, though. He tries again, and Chalk still resists. Jensen Chalk is not going to concede the victory here. And as far as he's concerned, Patterson getting through is going to stop that chance. So Patterson rolls off the steering a little bit more. And here comes Oliver Spencer, having worked his way past Haynes and Bradshaw. Now he's working his way through to try and get into 3rd position alongside Colby Patterson. And there goes Spencer up the inside. Lovely move from Oliver Spencer. So Spencer gets into 3rd position. And oh, and off the road goes Edward Haynes. He gets 2 wheels on the grass, and that drops him from the 5. So now he's down to P6, Edward Haynes. And now surely under pressure from Kian Bernard. Poor Edward Haynes, that did not go his way at all. So now there's just 5 drivers in the hunt for the victory, although it could just be 2 because McAndrew and Chalk are trying to distance themselves from Spencer, Patterson and Haynes and trying to pull away. Spencer, Patterson and Bradshaw, I should say, because Bradshaw is the one who's got past Haynes, and now Haynes has dropped into the clutches of Kian Bernard. So Colby Patterson tries for Spencer, who uses a lot of curb. Colby Patterson is still going to be there, diving up the inside. Bradshaw goes with him. So Patterson to 3rd, Bradshaw to 4th. Spencer, the little mistake, drops him to 5th. That's how costly mistakes are at this level. You cannot afford to make a single one. So McAndrew leads Chalk, Patterson, Bradshaw, Spencer, and then Haynes. Bernard is 7th from Oman, Murrow, Lush, Cormack, and Otis Cleary. So Colby Patterson looking for the third place on the podium. Theo Bradshaw fourth. Oliver Spencer hoping to try and fight his way back into contention. There are Haynes and Bernard. 6th and 7th as a result of the little moment for Edward Haynes. That'll be bitterly frustrating. The last 2 minutes of time. Still a great race in the offing here in the Micromax Super Final. Can Oliver Spencer get through on Theo Bradshaw? Harry Friel says, come on Emerson, keep pushing. He's the man in the lead at the moment. And Ben Simpson is cheering on Alex Goodson, who has had a very difficult recovery to the race. I said he was out of the race. He's not. He's just recovered a lap down from the field. So never give up, Alex. That's a very spirited manoeuvre. Oh, and there's the move on the inside from Oliver Spencer. Gets the run on Theo Bradshaw through Oblivion and Crook, and now has the nerve and audacity to gesture to Theo Bradshaw. Come on, now I've got you. Work with me. Don't overtake me. My goodness, these race drivers, they really do have the psychological gamesmanship going on all the time. It's like a game of chess, a game of snooker, outwitting your opponent, getting in their head, trying to outfox them. Just as much tension here as there is on a Wimbledon centre court, trying to psych out your opponent and trying to get in their head. So Emerson McAndrew is your leader from Jensen Chalk, then Colby Patterson. Theo Bradshaw is now behind Oliver Spencer as the top 5 work their way through. The gap has opened up to 2.2 between the 5, and McAndrew is now pushing. He is in very much attack mode, trying to get away from Jensen Chalk, the last 30 seconds of the race. But can Emerson McAndrew pull further enough away from Jensen Chalk that he doesn't even have to battle him? So Jensen Chalk is doing everything he can to close up on McAndrew. This is critical for Jensen Chalk. He has to be all over the back of him going into the final lap. Or if he can even find a move about nowish. Quarter past now is when the move has to come, really. 3, 2, 1. Time is up, so the next lap is going to be the final lap. It's now or never for Jensen Chalk. He's really got to push Emerson McAndrew going into the final tour. Here we go. Last lap begins here at Whilton Mill, and it's all about Jensen Chalk trying to take on Emerson McAndrew through Oblivion, through Crook, and up Fine Lady along Manuel's Bank. Can Jensen Chalk make the bid into Christmas? Emerson McAndrew certainly thinks he's going to try. Jensen Chalk goes the long way round and tries to cut back in for a switcheroo. Could have had a move there in the kink. Up towards Inkermans. Will he make the bid into Ashby? McAndrew certainly thinks he might. Jensen Chalk's trying to go the long way round and get the switcheroo. Jensen Chalk takes the lead on the last lap. Beautiful from the O-plate. Jensen Chalk. McAndrew comes back at him. They go side by side, and look at Colby Patterson. Patterson's got them both. Colby Patterson and Ollie Spencer both overtake them. Colby Patterson is going to snatch the win. Chalk dives back on the inside of McAndrew. Watch for Spencer and Patterson. Colby Patterson is going to steal the win from defeat. Colby Patterson wins at Whilton Mill. What a final lap. Colby Patterson steals the win on the final lap. Never give up. Never say die. Colby Patterson wins in Whilton Mill. Superb final lap. No matter what Jensen Chalk could throw at Emerson McAndrew, McAndrew threw back and they drifted down the order. McAndrew to 3rd, Chalk to 5th. So near, but so far. But Colby Patterson wins, and it was BEA beautiful. Colby Patterson in superb style for Toby George Motorsport. What a result for Colby Patterson. What a victory. What a win. That was superb from Colby Patterson. 2nd place for Oliver Spencer. He can be delighted with that. Emerson McAndrew will be so disappointed. 3rd position. Theo Bradshaw almost on the podium after winning the Honda Cadet race earlier. Jensen Chalk will not want to talk to anyone. The O-plate finishes 5th. What a last lap that was. But Colby Patterson gets the win. What a result. And Kev Harris will be there for all the reaction. And what a man he'll get to talk to. Colby Patterson.
Well, what a fantastic finish to that race there for those Micromax racers. The man that started on the second row of the grid in 4th place, there he is, kart 24, Colby Patterson, taking the win in the absolute dying stages of that one. Jake Sanson was going wild on commentary, and I'm not surprised. There's the man. Come on in, Colby. What a race. What a last lap for you. Did you think that one was going to come off?
Not really, but since they had such a big gap, I had no clue. But when I saw them go side to side, and then I knew it, they're going to go off. And then I went round the outside, and it was such a happy moment.
Oh, I bet it was. Jake Sanson, our race commentator, was going wild when that one played out. You started 4th, well, 2nd row of the grid in 4th place. Going into the final, did you think you had it in you to take the win?
Yes, I did, because I've carried the pace all weekend. But like you always say, it's not always going to work your way in some races, but in half the races, it's going to go your way.
Yeah, it really did, and you had to keep your head there because it was on the last lap. It was in the dying stages. Well done. Here comes his dad. How about that? Nice one, Dad. I'm guessing that was your dad?
Yes.
Who would you like to thank? Your dad and who else?
My family and the KR Motorsport for giving me all the waft I've got.
Well, well done to you. Huge congratulations, Colby, taking the 1st place. Are we going to see you at Larkhall for round 2 in the UKC?
Maybe, but I'm doing British, so I might clash into it.
Well, I can tell you there isn't a clash, so we'd love to see you.
I will be there then.
That's the man. Well done. Congratulations. Go and enjoy the moment with your family. Let's get the next man in. Oliver Spencer, 2nd place. Oliver, the face says it all. You didn't think 2nd place was going to be the result, did you?
No.
Not at all. Just tell us about the dying stages of that race. What went on in the last couple of laps?
Jensen, Chalk and Emerson. Emerson defended and Chalk tried to go up the inside and they collided, and that gave me and Colby 1st and 2nd. Not where we wanted to finish, but it's okay.
Well, it is okay. You are on the podium, and sadly, that is kart racing. Who would you like to thank for your weekend? Because you've obviously been fast. I mean, you got yourself there, front row of the grid. You were starting in 2nd place, so you know that you had the speed all weekend, surely.
Yeah, we was fastest in one heat and obviously fastest in that final as well. So, yeah, it's all right.
Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Sinji, Driver Development, Rob, my mum and dad, KR Engines, and yeah, and my mechanic Alex.
Listen, it was a great race in the Micromax there. You boys all did really, really well. We'd like to see you all back at Larkhall. You're coming up to do it all again for round 2?
Yeah.
Great stuff. We'll see you there. Well done to you, Oliver. Congratulations. There goes Oliver Spencer. Let's grab our next man in. Here comes Emerson. Emerson, wow. Look at your face. Come in nice and close. Started on the 4th row of the grid in 7th place, and you've ended up on the podium. How does that sound?
It was good. It was a tough race, and I had to work hard.
Yeah, you really did have to work hard, and it all kicked off in that last lap, didn't it?
Last lap, I think I got one of the defender moves wrong, and then that screwed me, but it was a good chance, and got back on Chalk on the inside, but then we just both ran wide.
Well, it's the way it goes sometimes, but I have to say, you've obviously been quick all weekend. You've done, you've enjoyed the weekend, though?
Yeah.
And who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad, my mum for supporting me, DHR and Time Engines.
I just said to Oliver that you guys all raced so well. You gave the fans such excitement because it was such close racing. We'd love to see it again at Larkhall. Are you all going to come up to Larkhall and do it again for us at round 2?
I think I might be going to Larkhall.
We'd love to see it. Ask your mum and dad if you can come. We'll see you there.
Yes, see you.
Well done. Congratulations, there's Emerson. What a race that was. How about that for those Micromax racers? It was incident-packed, wasn't it? And in the finish, though, it was our man Colby Patterson, who also picked up the fastest lap there, turning the timing sheet purple, who did the business. Let's relive some of it now once again as we take a recap with our race commentator, Jake Sanson.
Thanks, Kev. Well, I've only just got my breath back after all of that. What a fantastic Micromax Super Final it was. 5 drivers all the way through that race for me had what it took to win the race. Jensen Chalk, Theo Bradshaw, Emerson McAdrew and Oliver Spencer all gave as good as they got. But the man who was there when the final checkered flag flew, Colby Patterson, what a steal. Absolutely terrific racing all the way through. and some really exciting battles. There were so many great overtakes. Look at McAndrew versus Jensen Chalk in the early stages. And then we got to see some really good duels just behind them as well. Look, Colby Patterson at this stage is down in about 7th position. Who would have thought at that point that Colby Patterson would be the one going for the win? He finally got his way up into P6, then worked his way through, having had a little bit of banter there. Look, at this point, it doesn't even look like Colby Patterson's got a chance of going for the win. He's there in the traffic, trying to work his way through, but he really got a lot of stumbling blocks. It was only when these incidents really started to hype up, and then he just got on the horse. That's really unfortunate to see Otis Cleary diving through. But look, at this point, even Patterson is in 4th position. It looks as though other drivers are going to be the ones in the hunt for the victory. But then he just got his job done. He got Bradshaw, then he got past Jensen Chalk, but then Chalk would not let him have it. So he just decided to wait after that point. Multiple attempts to get past Chalk, so he just decided, you know what, I'll just sit in 3rd. I'll let those two fight for it. I'll let those two play out. He then lost out to Oliver Spencer, and we thought, well, definitely no victory for him there then. But Colby Patterson just kept it nice and calm and stayed in the hunt, stayed in the top 3 fight, did everything he could. This was the move that really got him into the victory-winning position for me. 3rd position on Spencer, Bradshaw going with him, and then there was a little bit of a gap left, and that's Spencer getting back past Bradshaw. That's what got him to 2nd place. But then comes the big battle, McAndrew defending, Chalk managing to get the lead done, so McAndrew felt, right, well, I've got to go for it. He dived in, Patterson drifted out wide, got the victory, Spencer got 2nd. What a fantastic result. A great, great win for Colby Patterson. 2 more races to go. And so comes the main event. We've had 4 fantastic young guns coming through to take the victories after some sensational battles all the way through your race day. It really has been a great season opener, hasn't it? Theo Bradshaw, Lucas Blandford, Jacob Ashcroft and Colby Patterson. Your 4 winners so far, but there are 2 more races to play out. And in Senior Rotax, they want to try and take it away from one man and one man alone, Kai Hunter. Pole position for the final. 2 points scored only over the course of these qualifying heats and superheat. He is the man at the moment. 12 points for Lucas Ellingham. He starts on the front row of the grid. 17 apiece for Lorenzo Cordell and James Lowther. 20 for Sean Butcher. 25 for Pearson Bullock Carter. That's how impressive Kai Hunter has been over the course of the weekend. There are still so many battles to play out, but only 34 drivers have made it to the final. So it's very important that they do not let this slip in the final stages. Kai Hunter and Lucas Ellingham on the front row of the grid. Lorenzo Cordell and James Lowther on the second. Sean Butcher and Pearson Bullock Carter on the third. From Leo Brown and Stephen Letts. Then Lachlan Robinson and Benny Chilton in the top 10. Leo Purchase and Stephen Duncan. Theo Federick and Tristan Rennie from Charlie Pritchard. Matthew Lambert, Scott Mackerel and Declan Russell. Philip Rawson and Jack Lilly. Stephen Napier, Isaac Lord, George Hunter, Thomas Wood, James Tester, Zaki Hussain, Sam Mitchell, Lucas Ivaskovicius, Romarian Ubi, Andrew Hughes, Gary Bird, Jack Bate, Jay Pearson and Oliver Duffel. The 34 drivers gearing up ready for the Senior Rotax final. So many drivers to fight for the first major conflagration of 2023. Who is going to get the job done? You can see the sun has come out now here. There's your pole man, Kai Hunter. Lorenzo Cordell lining up in the number 2. Sean Butcher, the Australian. Then it is Leo Brown. Lachlan Robinson flying the flag for the UAE despite racing under a British licence. Leo Purchase, Theo Federick, Charlie Pritchard, Scott Mackerel. There's Philip Rawson in the 29. Stephen Napier in the 19. Isaac Lord. Thomas Wood in the number 9 machine. 27, James Tester. Sam Mitchell in the treble 7. There is the 77, Romarian Ubi. The 11 of Gary Bird. And then Jay Pearson at the back of the grid. On the other side, you've got Oliver Duffel in 34th. Jack Bate in the 55 in the Sam Pollitt racing cart. Then the racing perfection of Andrew Hughes. Lucas Ivaskovicius for Sam Pollitt Racing. Zaki Hussein, the privateer, full guns blazing. The number 8, Thomas Wood in the ST racing car. Isaac Lord in the 57. Jack Lilly for Sam Pollitt Racing once more. Declan Russell, the privateer on his Lando Norris chassis. Matthew Lambert in the 80. Tristan Rennie, the privateer, number 5. Stephen Duncan, another privateer. Benny Chilton in the 38. Stephen Letts, welcome back to racing. 75, Pearson, Bullock, Carter for Jacks. Then James Lowther for Coles Racing. And on the front row of the grid for Jack Dex Racing, it's Lucas Ellingham, who is going to get the victory in the Senior Rotax Final here at Whilton Mill. Round 1 of the PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship 2023. This is a very tough final to predict. If anybody can keep up with Kai Hunter at the start, there are so many drivers that could challenge him. Ellingham looks quick. Caudle looks ruthless. Sean Butcher looks particularly hungry. James Lowther can always string together a good result. And despite being in a lot of pain, it's been 4 years since Stephen Letts last raced competitively at this level. He is doing a great job up in the top 10. Lachlan Robinson flying the flag for the Middle East, and in the United Arab Emirates, a lot of his fans are watching and hoping that he can storm his way through to the top end of the dais. He's got a great chance of doing so as well. So hello to everybody who is having a great battle. So a fantastic situation. So a fantastic battle is in the offing. So many drivers, such a little amount of time to go to battle. So really exciting opportunity. And let's see how this all plays out. It's going to be very tricky, very tough. But now we're going to see how it all plays out. Lachlan Robinson is also an Aussie, of course. So there's several drivers from Australia in this particular field, Sean Butcher being one of them. And Lachlan Robinson, of course, despite the fact that he lives out in the United Arab Emirates, he's driving under a UK licence, and he's originally from Australia. How many more countries do you want to come from, Lachlan? But this is the first time he's ever raced at Whilton Mill. So to be in the top 10 up against drivers who have basically grown up in this back garden is pretty impressive from Lachlan Robinson. Great to see him in the top 10 for the final. So here we go. The tension is going to mount now. The fastest category of the weekend, the Senior Rotax Brigade. I finally got my first taste of these karts while I was out in Kuwait Motor Town in the winter. They asked me, do you want to have a go? I think I said something along the line of, does a duck swim in water? I only had 2 sessions behind the wheel, but I tell you what, I want more. And now I know what these incredible drivers put themselves through week in, week out. Who wouldn't want more? It's the ultimate thrill fest. As far as the driving is concerned, how would I describe it? It's Formula One without the money. It's that simple. It's unbelievably fast. It's incredibly relentless. And going down the straight on full throttle is like taking a series of sledgehammers to the back. It's so awesome. There is no better experience, if you ask me. And I want more. The previous races were 12 minutes plus an additional lap. These ones will be 14. You've got a little bit more time to play with in the senior battles. My apologies, in fact they've all been 14 minutes. There were 12 minutes earlier on in the superheat, I do apologise. But still, Senior Rotax for 14 minutes plus a lap is definitely going to be exciting. 34 drivers, only one of them can win. Hunter, Ellingham, Caudle, Lowther, Butcher, Bullock Carter, Brown, Letts, Robinson and Chilton. They come off the final turn In through the tram lines, are we going to go racing? Yes, we are, and off we go to the first corner. Perfect start from the pole sitter, Kai Hunter. Cordell slots through in a second place. A good start too from Sean Butcher. He's already going wheel to wheel with Lucas Ellingham as they head down to Christmas for the first time. Little bit of a jockey for position as they run through, in through Christmas corner. And everybody just about getting through without major incident. But several drivers already on the back foot. Oh, it's a false start, I do apologise. The false start flag has come out. So the false start flags are out. So we are not ticking down the time after all. That's going to be reset. I got a little bit eager there. I do apologise. I didn't see the lights not go out. I assumed we did because the timing screen started ticking down. But that is now back into the operation again. Okay, so we'll try that one more time. That was the warm-up. So now we'll go racing again. So Kai Hunter, Lucas Ellingham, Lorenzo Cordell, James Lowther. Let's try this again, folks. They come around the final turn, into the tram lines. Are we going to go racing this time? That's more like it! Lights go out, and up to the first corner. Kai Hunter gets the start. Cordell in second place. Ellingham beats Butcher to the line, and it looks like the fourth place man is James Lowther. He's got a great start too. He's going to have to pressure Sean Butcher around the outside, going to fourth position. And as the field works its way through Christmas, it looks a lot faster. No wonder we weren't racing last time. Now we are. So as they slide through, a couple of drivers take into the grass. And now they return back onto the circuit again. Is everybody going to get through? Ashby, looks like they've all just about made it. So out in front, Kai Hunter, Lucas Ellingham in second place. Third place, that is Lorenzo Cordell. And in fourth is Sean Butcher. This is going to be a tough race to decide as they come through the far side of the course. And they will now charge forward. There's a warning flag already going out to the 57. That is Isaac Lord. So Isaac Lord is already in trouble. Here comes Sean Butcher making his bid on the inside of Lorenzo Cordell. Thank you very much. Third place for Sean Butcher. So Sean Butcher gets through. And a very tidy start. So the Australian really is pushing hard here to try and get the best of it. But this is definitely going to be an exciting run all the way to the checkered flag. Sean Butcher now in third, taking on Ellingham. Kai Hunter is not getting as far away from Ellingham as I thought he might. In fact, Hunter is already defending. Why is Kai Hunter defending on lap 2? He really is struggling for pace here. And Ellingham wants to get past him as soon as humanly possible. So Ellingham all over the back of Kai Hunter. Kai Hunter is really struggling, but Butcher is going to assist Ellingham. Here they go. Trying to go round the outside into Christmas. Kai Hunter is keeping that cart as wide as a Cadillac. Through they come. Up to the braking zone for Ashby. Ellingham dives, and they both drift wide. Oh, that was inevitable. But surely who's going to take the lead now? It's going to be Butcher. No, it's not. It's the 259. It's Stephen Letts. Ellingham spins. Ellingham spins off. Oh, my goodness. Lucas Ellingham spins it at Osiers, and that is devastating for Lucas Ellingham. If you snap that cart in half, it would have bad luck written through it like Blackpool Rock. Lorenzo Cordell, second position, but Stephen Letts finds himself in the lead. Who would have guessed it? Stephen Letts, who hasn't really been racing at all since 2019, decided to make the comeback here this weekend, and he's now leading the final. That is unbelievable. And over the grass. That is a bit of an issue for Stephen Duncan, who has drifted off the road. No, sorry, that is the 9. That is Jack Lilly. So Lilly has made the mistake, gone off on the grass and recovers. But Letts is your leader. Cordell in second. Third is Brown. Oh my goodness, what else can happen in the Senior Rotax final? And this is only the end of lap 4. So Cordell is now dueling with Leo Brown for second position. Duncan is fourth. Kai Hunter down in fifth, but it looks as though Hunter has not got the pace he had earlier in the weekend. Rennie is now dueling with Lowther, and Charlie Pritchard in the 26 is in the mix there as well. Any predictions you might have had as to who was going to win the Senior Rotax final is completely out the window now. Diving up the inside. That's a very brave Charlie Pritchard. And that's James Lowther now getting the move on Tristan Rennie. I tell you what, there has been quite a few weeks where we've seen quite a lot of squabbles in a Senior Rotax final. This isn't the first time in 2023 there's been an absolute war on the final. They've certainly left their most aggressive elbows out drives until the last race of the day, yet again. If you get into a senior Rotax final, you'd better pack body armor, because they will take chips out of every part of your body, out of the shoulder, out of the elbow, out of the armbands, everything. Tristan Rennie run out to dry and on the grass and goes airborne. Manages to cut back in, but he's at the back of the queue. Oh my word. This is a relentless race. And we've got a car having spun off. That's one of the Mad Crocs has gone. So one of the Mad Crocs has gone off there at Ozier's. I can't make out who it is. I think it's Zaki Hussein. So Zaki Hussein out of the race. Oh, and that looks like Pearson Bullock Carter's gone off. Pearson Bullock Carter, one of the drivers battling for the victory, is now dropped out of the top 10. So Pearson Bullock Carter has gone off on the final lap. On the final section of the corners, I should say, on this lap. But Charlie Pritchard now wrestling with Matthew Lambert. What is going on? And that's another retirement. Who is that that's gone? That's the 71. Is that Purchase? Sorry, yes it is. It's Leo Purchase. Leo Purchase in the BKC racing car has gone off the road. So we've lost Zaki Hussein. We've lost Purchase. Pearson Bullock Carter has dropped a long way down the field. So big scalps are being taken left, right and centre. And now where's Kai Hunter gone? Where's Kai Hunter? He doesn't appear to be out there. I think Kai Hunter is down at the back of the field. So he's clearly got a mechanical issue. And Kai Hunter has just dropped out of this race. That is devastating. But Kai Hunter is out. My goodness me. Talk about drama at Whilton Mill. So Kai Hunter, the man who was starting in pole position for this one, and the man who started alongside him, Lucas Ellingham, are both out of the top 20. Kai Hunter is out of the race, full stop. Devastating. So Hunter, Purchase and Hussein are already out of this one. Kai Hunter has not got what it takes to win the final. And all of a sudden, it's pandemonium. Get out the boxing gloves. Never mind the driving gloves. Lachlan Robinson has dropped down the order to 17th on that lap. Tester down to 21st. Mackerel down to 23rd. As drivers continue to make moves around the circuit. But even Stephen Letts is not safe out in front as Rennie gets the move there on the 20 of Theo Fedrick. And I think Philip Rawson got there first. So Stephen Letts is now only half a second in front of Lorenzo Cordell. Their battle for the lead is about to kick off again. There's Tristan Rennie. Now in 11th. I think it now might be 10th. Oh, and off the road. Who is that? Bouncing over the grass. Now that looks to me like it could be Stephen Duncan. Stephen Duncan seems to have dropped back. No, Stephen Duncan crosses the line in 5th position, so it must be somebody else in the mix there. I think it might be Theo Fedrick. Or is it Napier? It's none of them. It's Declan Russell. My goodness, it is so hard to keep track of what's going on out there. But Stephen Letts is only 0.2 of a second ahead of Lorenzo Cordell now. So the battle for the victory really is on. There is the battle for the win. And Leo Brown is part of it. Leo Brown going for the move. Can't make it happen there. But here comes Lorenzo Cordell. He's going for Stephen Letts. And he takes the lead. Lorenzo Cordell hits the front of the final. But here comes Stephen Letts back for more. Thinks about it in the toe. Bails out. Still a long way to go. 6.5 minutes. Don't worry, Stephen. There will be other opportunities. There will be other overtakes. Here comes the first attempt. He's going to go with Leo Brown. And they storm past Lorenzo Cordell. Perfect. Stephen Letts back in front. Well, he certainly didn't take long about that one, did he? Brilliant from Stephen Letts. Now he's got a block to cover Leo Brown. 3 teams in the mix for the victory. KR Sport, Jax Motorsport, and Cadet Motorsport. Here comes Leo Brown. Takes the lead from Stephen Letts. Up on the curbs goes Lettsy, and now Cordell comes through in a second. 3 different leaders in one lap. First Letts, then Cordell, then Leo Brown. And now Sean Butcher has caught up to them. This looks like fun, boys. Here I come. So now he's going to try and make his bid up into 3rd position on Stephen Letts. Here comes Sean Butcher. He attacks. And that's a fair dinkum move for Sean Butcher into 3rd position. So now he's going to charge after Leo Brown and Lorenzo Cordell. Butcher is 3rd. Letts is 4th. And who's that in 5th? That is Stephen Duncan. Stephen Duncan has just been quietly getting on with this in 5th position. A great charge forward from Stephen Duncan. Excellent work for him. So the battle continues to rage. Now, for some reason, Andrew Hughes has popped up in first position briefly, but he's now been removed back down the order again. But what a dramatic race, and we've still got 5 minutes plus the additional lap left of it. It's not done. Leo Brown leads. Lorenzo Cordell second, Sean Butcher third, and Stephen Letts in fourth. All 4 of these drivers have a chance to win this final here. 3 of them have led in the last couple of laps. Sean Butcher trying to work his way forward, having been fourth a couple of laps ago. Now he's up to third. Cordell is just trying to get back on terms with Leo Brown in the lead of the race, but the Jax Motorsport driver is your leader. Lorenzo Cordell second, Sean Butcher third, Stephen Letts in fourth. Diving up to the toe of the boot. Lorenzo Cordell thought about the move for the lead there. Not going to take it at that moment. Sean Butcher closing in on them in third. This is going to be won by timing and tactics. Got to be very careful about when you go for the overtake. Don't just rush in. Leo Brown leading Cordell and Butcher. They've settled into a little triumvirate here. Duncan in fifth, behind Letts, then Lowther, Jack Lilly, Philip Rawson, Tristan Rennie and Matthew Lambert. Not the top 10 I would have predicted going into it. Pearson Butter Carter is down in 11th. Lachlan Robinson down in 15th. Ellingham down in 16th. Kai Hunter out of the race. Who would have thought that coming into the final with 3 minutes and 40 to go? A very tricky senior Rotax final. Even by senior Rotax final standards, this one has classic written all over it. Brown, Cordell and Butcher, 0.3 of a second apart. Let's trying to stay in touch with a second adrift. And there is Kai Hunter's kart on the main straight, on the grass. So he clearly pulled off knowing that the kart wasn't going to go any further. Very disappointing indeed for Kai Hunter. And it looks like Declan Russell has now joined the retirements list. There goes the move up the inside from Lachlan Robinson. And the other Australian in the KR Sport awning is doing a great job. Dives through, takes the place. Ellingham goes with him. So Lachlan Robinson, oh, that's Butcher into second now. Butcher's got past Cordell. So on the day of the Australian Grand Prix, Sean Butcher is trying to bring out Australia fair here at Whilton Mill. He races under a British licence. He is based in London, but you can't take the Aussie out of the superstar. And Sean Butcher is going for it. Can he work his way through from fourth? He's going to make a leap in. Oh, what a move! Sean Butcher! What an overtake into Christmas! The last of the late breakers. And Sean Butcher slices into the lead. Now round the outside, Brown is going to have Cordell. Cordell's going to dive through. Second place. Butcher's trying to protect. Butcher over the curbs. Oh my goodness. What a battle this is now. Butcher, Cordell, Brown, Letts. Any one of them could win this. All 4 of them have been in the lead at various points through this final. But can Sean Butcher do it? Cordell second, Brown third, Letts fourth. All of them have what it takes to win this. But this is going to get feisty. Round the outside, Stephen Letts on Leo Brown. Oh, beautiful. Stephen Letts in a P3. Butcher now going defensive. Holds up Cordell. There goes Letts in a second. And now Letts and Butcher want to win this in a rout. 1 and 2. Don't ask Lorenzo Cordell and Leo Brown for cooperation. They aren't going to give you any. But Sean Butcher leads from Stephen Letts. Lorenzo Cordell third and Leo Brown in fourth. I'll tell you what, the KR Sport team are grinning from ear to ear right now. What a result this could be for Sean Butcher and Stephen Letts. This is absolutely magic. And now Leo Brown trying again to go around the outside of Cordell, who protects on the inside. There's a minute to go. So this is the anti-penultimate lap, as far as my maths can work out, because they will cross the line one more time before time runs down to 0. Cordell is defending like crazy from Leo Brown. It almost looks like he's bailed out of the win. He's desperately trying to hold Leo Brown at bay now. Look at him. He's not even thinking about the 2 guys up front. He's just parking the bus and stopping Leo Brown. Go for it. Brown has to go over the curb to try. Leo Brown is getting very angry. Tucked up behind Lorenzo Cordell. They're going to lose ground to Stephen Duncan here. Stephen Duncan is going to catch them if they're not careful. But the 2 KR Sports up front are now going to battle for the victory. I wonder who's going to get it. Will it be Sean Butcher, the Aussie superstar, or will it be the comeback kid, Stephen Letts, in second place? There's only one rule in karting. There are no team orders. There are no team championships in British karting. There's only one rule. Do not take out your teammate. And Sean Butcher in the 101 is ahead of Stephen Letts in the traditional 259. Can Sean Butcher hold off his teammate? Here we go. The last lap begins. And this is all going to be about what Stephen Letts does behind Sean Butcher. He's got a chance to win. He wants to win. So does Sean Butcher. There is absolutely no team orders. There is no obligation to stay behind Sean Butcher. And Stephen Letts knows it. Here they come. Stephen Letts power slides down to Ashby. Gets his way through. Sean Butcher still the leader. Butcher knows he's there. This is going to be a rip-roaring final couple of corners. Letts is building up to something. Sean Butcher down the back straight. Can he hold on in front of Stephen Letts? This has been one of the most incredible senior Rotax finals I've seen for a long time at Whilton Mill, and it's going to be the Aussie. Sean Butcher is the Australian fair across the line in first. Oh, beautiful. Sean Butcher, the Australian fair, here at Whilton Mill, and how about that for a handshake? Butcher and Letts, first and second for KR. Lorenzo Cordell in third. Leo Brown has to be content with fourth, and all four of them are covered by less than a second of the flag. Tell me you're going to see a better senior Rotax final today. Tell me that you're going to see a better karting final in senior motorsport today. I won't believe you. I will not believe you. Sean Butcher, Stephen Letts, Lorenzo Cordell, and Leo Brown all led during that race. They all had the chance to win. They all deserved to win. But only one of them could, and it's Sean Butcher. What a race. What a sensational performance. What a great end to the weekend for Sean Butcher and Stephen Letts. 1-2. Absolutely magic. And Kev Harris has the best job in the house. Get the reaction from the KR Sport 1 and 2, and Lorenzo Cordell in third. I'm proper gel.
Well, how about that? It went off like a family-sized box of fireworks in the senior Rotax race. Sean Butcher, the KR Sport driver who we haven't seen in the UKC, coming back with a win. And how about that with his teammate 259, Stephen Letts taking second. He was 8th on the grid coming into it. I think I'm right in saying Stephen hasn't been in a kart for about 5 years. What a phenomenal race. Commiserations, though, must go to Kai Hunter. He's been superfluous all weekend. Started on pole, but on lap 3 it was an incident, I think, with Lucas Ellingham that was the catalyst for all kinds of chaos that saw everything just sort of play out in the way it did. 2 or 3 laps of absolute chaos, but in the finish there, Sean Butcher was the man that kind of got the job done. He's run miles away, but we do need to go and grab him. We've got to get him for his winner's interview. We'll get our second place man up first. Come on in here, Stephen. Stephen, fantastic result for you there. We're going to try and grab Sean. He's gone down to your KR Sport team down there, but I mean, what a race, what a result for you guys out front.
Yeah, wasn't really expecting to be in the lead at any point because I've been struggling throughout the weekend with strength more than anything, but yeah, I think I dropped that to 4th, and then I had to get my rep back a bit.
Just tell me, am I right in thinking that you haven't been in the kart for a few years?
Yeah, 4 years was 2019, and then the time before that was 2018, so yeah, just happy to be here.
Absolutely phenomenal, really happy to be here. Second place on the weekend. Is this the start of a season for you? You can do all the UKC rounds?
Well, I wasn't really expecting to, but after that, it'd be hard to say no, wouldn't it?
It really would. We'd love to see it. Huge congratulations. Get Sean in as well. Well done, Stephen. We'll see you next time for sure. Sean, come on in, my friend. How about that? I haven't seen you for a year, but you're back, and you're back with a win.
Just about, yeah. It got a bit squeaky at the end there, but yeah. Let's
just try and unpick what went on in that race, because Kai Hunter put it on pole at the start. Obviously, he was leading for those first few laps, and then something went on about lap 3 maybe, and then an incident, and then he was off, and then suddenly, you know, you were one of the benefactors.
Yeah, to be honest, like, I think Kai got really unfortunate. It was coming down the hill, he was in the lead, he was defending, and then someone still tried to move on him, and he just got completely caught out by it. And then later on in the race, he got harpooned again, basically. But yeah, I didn't really benefit initially from it, but the second crash I did.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, you know, that's racing, that's karting. You still had to keep your head, you still had to get the job done, and it wasn't cut and dry for you. For a big portion of that race, it could have been anyone's.
Yeah, to be honest, like when all of the crashing result unfolded, I think I lost a little bit of pace and probably overheated the tyre a bit, but we still came through strong in the end.
Fantastic. And we haven't seen you in UKC for a year now, but you've had a good season elsewhere last year.
Yeah, last year was pretty good, but this year looking to be even better.
Brilliant. Sean, thanks ever so much. Welcome back. Anyone you'd quickly like to thank?
Yeah, obviously everyone at KR Sport, my mechanic Jay, my mum and dad, and a big well done to Steve Letts on his comeback as well.
How about that? 4 years out of a car.
So good, so good.
Well done. Here's Lorenzo. Come on in, Lorenzo. Congratulations, mate, on the podium in third. I mean, could have been anyone's race. Could have been first for you as well.
Yeah, it was just a shame that midway through the race when I got into second, I had a collision, and I think that upset the car a bit of damage maybe, but it's a good race considering that I haven't raced in 6 months, so.
Yeah, exactly. You've been strong all weekend, so, you know, is this the tale of how it's going to be for the season for you?
Yeah, I hope to have a lot more strong weekends this year, because last year I come second in the championship, but that was with a lot of bad luck, so hoping to go one better this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm right in saying you've been second the last 2 years, so surely one better this year.
Yeah, that's the plan.
But what a field in the senior Rotax. Some great drivers, some strong contenders that you're up against.
Yeah, definitely British champions, European champions, world champions that I'm up against, so it's a good weekend.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Kato from Kato Motorsport, Fiber King, KR Engines, and everyone that's helped me this weekend.
Well, Lorenzo, huge congratulations on the podium. Well done once again, third place on the day.
Thank you.
Well, how about that? Senior Rotax boys, some of the most experienced drivers here, as Lorenzo just said, European champions, world champions, and indeed former UKC champions. Arguably the most exciting race of the afternoon so far. So many moments that we could unpick, but like I say, commiserations to Kai Hunter. You know, fantastic weekend for him, just didn't play out in that final. Let's relive some of it now then with your race commentator, Jake Sanson.
Did we not say that even though the first 4 finals were exciting, that Senior Rotax was going to try and upstage them? Boy, oh boy, did we have a race. Right from the start, I think Kai Hunter had issues, because even though he was leading, he was just in ultra defensive mode. Look, and that's the big move. As he dives in, Lucas Ellingham to try and get past Kai Hunter. They both drift wide. I didn't really see what happened with Kai Hunter initially. There it is, the second move. That's when drivers got spat out. Ellingham got spat out down to the back of the grid. We didn't really see what happened to Kai Hunter. There he is at that point, the 95. But there's drivers still hunting and trying to find their way through. I think by this point, Kai Hunter has already fallen by the wayside. But there were a couple of big moves, and unfortunately, the 95 not able to finish. But so many drivers fighting for the victory today. It was a really good final. Then Leo Purchase bit the dust. One of several big names to drop by the wayside. But there was so much to talk about. Zaki Hussain, Kai Hunter, Leo Purchase, Declan Russell and Isaac Lord all failing to finish this one. But that battle up front, so irresistible. Leo Brown, Lorenzo Cordell, Stephen Letts, all dueling for the victory. And then incredibly, the more they duelled, all 3 of them had their turns at the front, didn't they? Brown led, Letts led, Cordell led, but the more the 3 of them battled away, the man in the background, Sean Butcher, suddenly found his feet and got himself into the fight for the victory, and he managed to pick his way past all of them. First his teammate Stephen Letts, then he managed to get himself into second position, picking his way past Lorenzo Cordell, and then he managed to dice through. Good effort from Lachlan Robinson in that race as well, the other Australian in the field. He managed to pick himself back into contention a couple of times through the course of racing. Unfortunately, in the closing stages, he ended up dropping back another time. But still some very exciting racing out there all the way through. I think we had 2 retirements on the last lap as well for Andrew Hughes and Lachlan Robinson. Drivers also ending up off the road in the final lap. But what an irresistible race this was up front for Butcher, Letts, Cordell and Brown. And then once Letts got through into second place to pursue his teammate, that is the way it ended. What an astonishing duel. Brown tried one more trick on Lorenzo Cordell, couldn't make it. But a 1-2 for KR Sport in the first Senior Rotax final of the year. And there's one race to go here at Whilton Mill for Junior Rotax. So one race to go. We've had 5 different races, and it's been a phenomenal battle all the way throughout. What a final, says Catherine Donaghy. I can't put it any better than that. Absolutely phenomenal racing all the way through. Some phenomenal competitors, some great comebacks, some great drives. There are so many races, and they've given us so much drama all the way through. I'm finding it harder and harder to give one driver of the weekend. Who on earth do you give it to? There's so many decent names. I've got about 8 drivers on my list now for who I could give this to, and we've still got one final to go, the Junior Rotax final. What a fantastic battle it's going to be. So let's talk you through the grid. Jack Hobson and Ollie Stevens will be on the front row. Then Finn Leslie and Archie Clark, Deacon Russell and Harrison Whitcomb. From Freddie Ingram and Alfie Richards, Lizzie Mentia and Liam Hartley. Then Adam Wooden and Jack Thompson, Rhys Bailey and Archie Buttle, Zach Heslop and Arthur Thacker. From Finley Buck and Matthew Sayer. Then Charles Green and Joshua Whitcomb, Kasper Tomilewski and Cameron Nelson, Ben Cordingley and Lewis Goff from Joe McMahon and Sky Parker. Then Logan Howes and Archie Lyons, Riven Welsh and Stephen Barnes, Gracie Mitchell, Luca Magni, Harry Gilbert and Jared Fox-Whiteley. Only 34 contenders have made it through to this point, so it's tougher than ever before. There are the drivers gearing themselves up ready for the start. Lizzie Mentia, Adam Wooden, Rhys Bailey, there's the 41 of Zach Heslop, Finley Buck in the 313. We have Charlie Green. Cheesy is ready to go in the 77. Kasper Tomilewski in the 20. And then the Cato Motorsport drivers joined by Ben Cordingley on that side of the grid for Ultimate R. And then Joe McMahon in the treble 3. There is Logan Howes, the 54 for Cato Motorsport. Riven Welsh in the treble 8. Gracie Mitchell, candidate for driver of the weekend for me. 36, Harry Gilbert, starting on the back row of the grid. Alongside this man, Jared Fox-Whiteley, having had a very tough weekend, but he's in the final. So too is the 207 of Luca Magni. Stephen Barnes in the privateer Tony Kart. Archie Lyons in the 33. But we don't have time to go through them all because it's race time. The last race of the day, the last race of the weekend, the Junior Rotax Super Final. Bring it on. 14 minutes plus the additional lap. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far, particularly those of you on Twitch for the first time on the UKC official channel. There's going to be 5 more weekends to go this year. In 4 weeks' time, we go to the West of Scotland Kart Club at Larkhall. So really enjoy that. You're going to have a great season. Find all the details on ukcglobal.com. And you can follow the Ultimate Karting Championship on Facebook, on Instagram, on YouTube and on TikTok, as well as here on Twitch. And for those who are on the Alpha Live YouTube stream, well, you know how good it's going to be. You've been here before. You know how good it gets. Stanley Clark says good luck to all of the Junior Rotax Sam Pollitt Racing drivers. And good luck to Jared Fox-Whiteley as well. Come on, says Lacey to Hack Nobson. I think that's Jack Hobson somehow. And he starts from the front of the grid. So let's see how it all goes. George Bagley is rooting for Harrison. It'll be a tough one for Harrison Whitcomb. There's no getting away from that. But he's going to have a tough job from the 3rd row of the grid. The Junior Rotax final is about to get underway. You can follow on, as I mentioned before, with UKC Official on Twitch. If you want to follow me, you can on Virtually Challenged. And on the social media channels, you can join me on Jake Sanson Online. So, Jack Hobson and Ollie Stevens, front row of the grid. Finn Leslie and Archie Clark, Deacon Russell and Harrison Whitcomb, Freddie Ingram and Alfie Richards, Lizzie Mentia and Liam Hartley. This has all the makings of another classic. The last race of the weekend, the final for Junior Rotax. Jack Hobson and Ollie Stevens. Live on YouTube and Twitch, the UKC season opener at Whilton Mill. The PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship Junior Rotax Final 2023 here at Whilton Mill. Jake Sanson and Kev Harris with you. Out of the final turn, are we going to go racing? First time of asking. Let's see if the lights go out. They don't. So we do not go racing. It's a false start. And already the drivers are very much under pressure to to get this right another time round. That just shows you how tense it is. A false start is called instantly. They're not quite in position. So the tension and the drama is rising once again. So let's see how it all plays out again. OH management cheering on Jack Hobson. Zach Heslop has Omar Cindy in his corner. And Serena House is cheering on Reese Bailey. Good to see everybody supporting their favourites as we're getting ourselves ready for the final race of the weekend. This is a tough battle in front. So now, who is going to get the job done in the last race of the day to join our previous final winners? It has been a very busy day at the office. Sean Butcher, Jacob Ashcroft, Colby Patterson, Lucas Blanford and Theo Bradshaw have won the finals today. Who will be the sixth? It is definitely going to be a tough one as they come off the final turn and line up. Jack Hobson to your right, Ollie Stevens to your left, with Finn Leslie and Archie Clark set to give chase. Here we go racing, the battle is going to be joined, and now we go racing. Up to the first corner we go, and it's a perfect start for the pole sitter, Jack Hobson. He gets into the lead as the rest of the field, oh, contact! Kart's going off there at the first turn, in through Oblivion and Crook, and there are several drivers caught up in it as the rest of the field squabbles through Christmas. We've had a pretty good start in every final so far, but there was always going to be one. And on this occasion, it's the junior Rotax that ends up having trouble. Deacon Russell has come through to third position. The rest of the field continues. I think everybody has just about managed to get restarted again. Despite the conflagration, Ollie Stevens is down to third, and up in fourth place, that's Adam Wooden. So a great start for several drivers in the pack. But now it's all going to be about who can get back on terms with the leaders up front. Is everybody going to make a good run of this? There's Archie Clark having lost a few positions, but it's Hobson from Ingram, then Stevens, Wooden, Russell, Whitcomb, Clark, Hartley, Richards, Thompson, Green and Lizzie Mentier. 13 minutes to go. And the battle has only just got started between Hobson and Ingram. Then we've got Stevens, Adam Wooden, Deacon Russell and Harrison Whitcomb. So the battles continue. And it looks like there's big damage to one of the front nacelle panels. I'm not entirely sure who that is that's taken the mother of all beatings. It's the treble 3, I think, of Joe McMahon. So Joe McMahon has had big nacelle panel trouble a little further back in the pack. Not entirely sure when that kicked off, but certainly Joe McMahon, who is down in 15th position, is having a rip-roarer already. And this is the end of lap 2. So there is Harrison Whitcomb on the Argenti. And the Argenti is trying to work its way forward. Whitcomb is up to 5th position, now trying to take on Adam Wooden in the KR Sport. So up the straight. Here comes the opportunity, and Harrison Whitcomb will not hesitate. P4, good charge forward. Up into 4th place, taking on Adam Wooden. 6th is Russell from Clark, Hartley, Thompson, Richards, Mentier, then Reese Bailey. There's the move from Archie Clark. He gets through now on Deacon Russell. In there behind Adam Wooden. So Archie Clark and Harrison Whitcomb are the drivers on the charge. Whitcomb up to 4th, Clark up to 6th. But Hobson and Ingram are the men up front. This is a long final though. They've still got a long way to go. And Harrison Whitcomb just trying to hold station in the lead of this particular battle as he settles into 4th place now. Hobson, Ingram, Stevens, Whitcomb, Wooden and Archie Clark, who now bangs in the fastest lap of the race, a 46.2 for Archie Clark. I'll tell you who is on the move. Charles Green, Stephen Barnes and Gracie Mitchell yet again. Gracie Mitchell has come up from the 30th up into 16th. What a drive from Gracie Mitchell in the final so far. This is absolutely brilliant. Lewis Goff is making great places up as well. So some excellent performances in this final. Jack Hobson doing a grand job. Out in front with Freddie Ingram, falling into the clutches nearly of Ollie Stevens. A long final in the offing here as Archie Clark closes up on his teammate Adam Wooden. They go down the hill. And despite Jack Hobson's great start, he's not able to pull clear of everybody. Ingram and Stevens are catching him, and Whitcomb's not far behind. Reese Bailey makes the move on Zach Heslop on that lap. And Gracie Mitchell seems to have had an incident, I'm afraid. Her brilliant race weekend has come to nothing as she is out of the race, along with Matthew Sayer and Joshua Whitcomb. Very unfortunate for Gracie Mitchell. She was doing such a great job up to that point, and Gracie Mitchell is now out. She has not come through. Very unfortunate indeed in the final. was looking so good up to that point. But the fastest driver on track is now Charlie Green. 12th position, in behind Lizzie Mentia. So some good performances throughout. And the drivers are still giving us a good run. There is Lizzie Mentia, having a good run, just trying to get herself back into the top 10. Adam Wooden goes wide. Archie Clark should have a run on him here. And Archie Clark might be joined here by Deacon Russell. Russell can't quite finish the move, but Archie Clark can, up to 5th place. So a terrific charge forward. Still plenty of drivers will give us so much of a great race of it. And so they continue to make good progress. So Hobson, Ingram and Stevens, half a second between the three of them. So that is very much a race battle for the lead now. Adam Wooden still there in 6th position in front of Deacon Russell. And there is the 19 of Liam Hartley in 8th position, trying to get himself into the mix as we look back to the battle for 10th. This is Richards versus Mentia. And then in 12th place, it is the treble 7, the double 7, I should say, of Charlie Green. Here's the move for the lead. Freddie Ingram goes for Hobson and gets through. I thought Ollie Stevens was going to join him there. So an epic battle, and now Harrison Whitcomb has joined in. Whitcomb's going to go for 3rd on the inside of Stevens. Job done. Harrison Whitcomb comes through to 3rd. So a terrific duel. Everybody's still putting on a great display. Hobson, Ingram, Stevens, Whitcomb. And then Archie Clark in front of Wooden, Russell, Hartley, Thompson and Richards. So they continue to battle on as they drop down the hill. A really exciting run for all of the contenders. Freddie Ingram leads the way in front of Jack Hobson, Harrison Whitcomb and Ollie Stevens. Then it is Archie Clark. Lizzie Mentia on the move. She has moved up to 10th place now in front of Alfie Richards. So Lizzie Mentia definitely making up progress. Ingram, Hobson, Whitcomb, Stevens, Clark, Deacon Russell going well. In front of Wooden and Hartley. But it looks as though Adam Wooden may have got back through on Deacon Russell. Indeed he has. So Adam Wooden making a good overtake then on Deacon Russell to get into 6th place. Then it's Hartley, Jack Thompson and Lizzie Mentia. There is Lizzie Mentia in the background. You can just about make her out. But Deacon Russell is climbing all over the back of Adam Wooden. 8 minutes to go. Still a lot that can play out here in the Junior Rotax final. But how about this? Deacon Russell swarming around all over the back of Wooden. A very tough race battle. And still the contenders have plenty to do and say. Battle for the lead! That's Hobson and Whitcomb, both getting the move on Ingram. And as they come towards us, there is Hobson out in front. 2nd place is Ingram. They're still side by side. Whitcomb trying to get alongside Ingram now. Run out of road. And that's enough for Ollie Stevens to get through and Archie Clark to get through. Tough racing at the front. Jack Hobson takes the lead back again from Freddie Ingram and is hanging on to it for dear life. Ollie Stevens in 3rd. 7 minutes to go. Hang on to something, folks. This is going to be an absolute nail-biter. 5 racers pushing to the limit for 4 different teams. Ultimate R, KR Sport, Dan Holland Racing. Up the inside, there goes Freddie Ingram. Dives through to take the lead back from Jack Hobson. And don't forget that we've got the Argenti of Whitcomb in the mix as well. Ingram defending valiantly from Jack Hobson. And we are defending with 6 minutes 30 to go. Oh my goodness. Ingram is determined not to let Jack Hobson back through. But surely he can't hold them at bay for so long. The queue is just going to build and build and build here at Whilton Mill. 5 drivers in it at the moment. Make that 6, 7, 8. 8 drivers now in the hunt for the victory. Make that 9, because now Jack Thompson has joined it. Charlie Green and Lizzie Mentia are going to give chase to it. 9 drivers fighting for the win. Here comes the bit up the inside from Spencer to try and take on Hobson. Hobson denies him. And there's great racing further back as Wooden tries to hold on to 6th position in front of Deacon Russell, Hartley and Thompson. Still they duel for the lead. There's the move from Hobson. Dives in on Ingram. And now Stevens will go for 2nd. He launches in. Whitcomb is going to try and get 3rd around the outside. He gets boxed in. And here comes Archie Clark, level with Whitcomb. He bails out, waiting for another chance. And you just saw Gracie Mitchell's cart off to the sidelines there, having retired on lap 4. Very unfortunate indeed for Gracie Mitchell. So, 4th position is currently Whitcomb. but for how much longer? Because he is on a charge. Leading the race, though, Jack Hobson has got Spencer and Ingram all over the back of him, with Whittaker, Clark and Wooden giving chase. This is so close. Hobson dives for the inside. So does Ingram. He gets through on Stevens. So he gets up to second place. Whittaker has now lost out to Archie Clark. Archie Clark's got through the fourth. Battling for the lead. Ingram and Hobson. Ingram is going to lose out. Passing both of them. Stevens and Clark get into first and second, just like what we saw in the final lap of the race earlier on in Micromax. Brilliant racing, and look who's been left out to dry. Jack Hobson tumbles down to 7th. Whittaker tumbles down to 8th. And now Green and Mentier have joined the fray. This is now a 12-kart bout. Richards has joined in as well. 12 drivers fighting for the victory in the last final here at Whilton Mill in the PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship season opener for 2023. Ingram now going well to well. Off the road goes Wooden. Wooden's gone off the road. That is devastating for Adam Wooden. He was doing so well. He had climbed up as high as 4th. Jack Thompson's now come up to 4th position. We need to watch out for him. Stevens is defending from Clark and Ingram. Clark now trying to get up the inside of Stevens. No, you don't. Hobson down to 7th. Whittaker down to 8th. But now Green has come up to 6th position from Hartley, Whittaker, Mentier, Hobson, Richardson, Wooden in 12th. And now Lewis Goff has joined them. 13 karts now battling for the victory. Up on the inside. Here comes Ingram. Dives through and gets Archie Clark, his teammate. But Ollie Stevens is your leader with 4 minutes to go. Archie Clark battles back for second. Takes it. Side by side, Thompson and Ingram now. Jack Thompson having a great final race as he now tries to go for the podium. What a sensational battle. So many drivers battling away here. A really exciting run. So many candidates to go for the victory now. And there is Cheesy, there is Charlie Green having a really tough race. Looks like there's a problem for Jack Thompson. Jack Thompson is slowing. And Jack Thompson is going to pull off. Bitter devastation for Jack Thompson. I've got a feeling that the front fairing has come loose and got caught in the front pedals. So Jack Thompson is out. What a shame. He was driving beautifully. And now that's Cheesy in front of Deacon Russell. They are battling for 4th and 5th. What a great run. Still they battle away. Clark and Ingram behind Ollie Stevens. So much can still change in this final. And there is Cheesy, 77. Charles Green looking good in front of the 53 of Deacon Russell. As they come through, Hartley is now P6 from Hobson, Whittaker, and then Mentier up into 9th in front of Wooden, Goff, Richards and Barnes. But Jack Thompson, I'm afraid, is out of this race, as I expected it. There he is. He's pulled off at Christmas, and I'm afraid Jack Thompson, who had driven such a beautiful race up to 4th position, goes no further. Motor racing giveth and motor racing taketh away. And unfortunately, Jack Thompson does not deserve to be sat on the sidelines like that after such a great drive. Joe McMahon has dropped to the back of the field as well in a separate incident. But now Ollie Stevens in front of Archie Clark and Freddie Ingram. Those three are battling for the win. And it looks like Clark and Ingram have got through past Stevens. They have. Clark is in the lead. Ingram in 2nd. Stevens in 3rd. And with a minute and a half to go, it's all change again. Ingram gunning for Clark. But these two are teammates. Archie Clark is hoping to win the first Junior Rotax final of the season. He's out in front of Ingram. Stevens in 3rd. 4th is Green. 5th is Russell. 6th is now Liam Hartley. He's not out of luck. He's not out of contention for this. Liam Hartley could be strong. Here goes Ingram. Dives in on Clark. Stevens will have a run at Archie Clark as well. He gets through. And Archie Clark is going to be run wide. Green gets into 3rd. Russell gets into 4th. Archie Clark is down to 5th with a minute to go. Oh my goodness. What a battle. Freddie Ingram having a terrific race. Stevens in 2nd. Cheesy Green in 3rd. Charlie Green having a great race. What a podium finish this could be for Charlie if he can hang on to it. But Ollie Stevens is battling to get past Freddie Ingram. Ingram is in ultra defensive mode now. There's going to be 2 laps to go at the end of this one. And Ingram is defending for everything he's worth. What about Ollie Stevens? Stevens is really getting impatient, sat here in second place now. Clark has got back up to Russell. They're all defending. Clark's going to get his run on Deacon. He gets through, past Deacon Russell, into fourth position again. And here comes Stevens, going for Ingram. It's not going to happen. Watch out for Charles Green. Clark tries to get through him. He can't get by. And so it's stalemate. 7 seconds to go as they cross the line. Ingram, Stevens, Green, Clark, Russell, Hobson. Hobson's not out of the water yet. 2 to go. There goes Green, trying to take on Stevens. It won't happen. Hobson trying to take on Deacon Russell. Archie Clark just trying to stay out of harm's way. Diving up the inside. Stephen protects from Charles Green. Green still hanging on to it. Clark gets run wide. And Harrison Whitcomb on the grass. Hobson round the outside of him. Here comes Lewis Goff and Lizzie Mentia. They want a piece of it too. Onto the back straight. Just when you thought the senior Rotax was going to peak, junior Rotax is leveling it into the final lap, and Ingram's got to protect from Stevens for one more lap, but he's got daylight. Last lap begins. Can Freddie Ingram hang on from Stevens and Green? If Freddie Ingram hangs on to this, he really will be the master defenseman. Charles Green defends from Deacon Russell. Archie Clark hoping for a crack at the podium here in 5th. It's going to be tight. Charles Green defending. Archie Clark goes for it. Gets Deacon Russell on the last lap. Into 4th position. And now Hartley dives in on Hobson. Whitcomb dives in on Hobson. And Hartley. Whitcomb gets them both. What a dramatic final lap. But it's going to be drama to the end. Freddie Ingram is going to come through to take it all. Freddie Ingram wins at Whilton Mill. Ollie Stevens second. Cheesy gets third. Charles Green, 3rd position. What a comeback in the final. Absolutely amazing. What a final race. What a final we have had today. Some superlative performances. Some amazing drives. But Freddie Ingram comes through to take the victory in the final here in Junior Rotax. That is monstrous. Superb performance, fantastic display. Ollie Stevens has to settle for 2nd place, and Charles Green is 3rd. Freddie Ingram, Ollie Stevens, and Charles Green, your top 3, in front of Archie Clark and Deacon Russell. Harrison Whitcomb, P6. Jack Hobson, P7. From Liam Hartley, Lewis Goff, and Lizzie Mentia. So many candidates for driver of the weekend in Junior Rotax alone. Just incredible. Such an amazing end to the weekend. And I genuinely don't know who to give this to. I've got to think about this when we go off air. Who is the driver of the weekend? Who's your driver of the weekend? Put a comment in. What an absolutely fantastic race. So that's it from the commentary box. It's been an amazing day of race action here at Whilton Mill. I'm Jake Sanson. What an amazing weekend. I'm going to hand down to Kev Harris, who'll wrap things up with our top 3 in Junior Rotax. I'll see you at Lark Hall. What a great weekend it's been here at Whilton Mill.
Well, here we are then, final one of the afternoon, Junior Rotax, and what a race it was. We thought the Senior Rotax was a good one, but oh boy, Junior Rotax delivered the goods as well. Lap after lap, there was what, 5, 6, 7, 8 drivers who could have taken the win. But once again, KR Sport take the spoils with their man, kart number 69, Freddie Ingram. How about that? He started on the grid on the 4th row in 7th place. He was fully in the mix for much of the race, and in the finish with a few laps to go, he got himself that all-important top spot. Being congratulated now by his friends and family and teammates through the railings. Let's get a quick word with him. Freddie, how about that one? What a final, what a race for you.
Yeah, that race was so hard. I mean, it's so hard to just race out there in the front, but I managed to pull it off and come with the win, so.
We were watching from the sidelines here in disbelief. For so much that race, there was 5, 6, 7 over. You push him for the lead. It was like a midfield battle.
Yeah, it was really hard. We were all on the pace, so it's just a matter of whoever comes out of the fight clean, to be fair.
Coming into the weekend, did you think this was going to be the result? How were you feeling? Were you cast your mind back to Friday or even first thing Saturday morning?
Well, I came back off a win last weekend. Coming into Friday was not very good. We were about last, to be fair, every session in the wet. And then Saturday we started pulling back, and then Sunday we just won it. So
KR Sport have done well this weekend, just taken a 1-2 in the senior Rotax and now put you on the top step of the podium in the junior Rotax. It's a great team to be on, surely. Yeah,
KR Sport, they do everything, like engines are outrageous. It's a very good team to join.
And hopefully we're going to see you in Larkhall for round 2 at the end of the month.
Yeah, should be.
Freddie, huge well done to you. We'll see you next time round. Well done.
Cheers, thank you.
How about that? Next man to step up. Here he is, Ollie Stevens. Finished where he started, second to second. Ollie, just speaking to Freddie there, he said you were all on the pace, and it looked to be that way. So many of you could have won that race. You were all fighting for it.
Yeah, it was a really tough race. Everyone was really quick. Unfortunately, at the end, I didn't come out on top, but there's always next time.
Yeah, I mean, there was moments in that race, like you started on second on the grid there, but you easily could have taken the win. You were fully in the mix for all of it.
Yeah, I think it was just, if I'd have defended when I was in first a little bit, then I could have had a better chance. But yeah, I don't know. As I said, next time I'll be there.
Coming into the weekend, did you feel that you had the pace? I mean, Friday was a difficult day because we were in the wet. Saturday was our first chance to get a look and see how the kart's running, how you guys were doing. Did you start to think that it may be on, that you could get a podium this weekend?
Yeah, definitely. I've been on the pace all weekend. Yeah, the pace has been there. And yeah, I think now it's just making those fine adjustments and yeah.
Team's obviously done you proud then. Quick shout out to Dan Holland Racing.
Yeah, definitely. And Time Racing Engines.
Well done to you. We're going to see you in Larkhall, hopefully.
Yeah, definitely.
Huge congratulations, Ollie Stevens, our second place man there in Junior Rotax. Chaotic scenes down here. The man actually that came home in third, kart 77, Charles Green. I mean, what a story this man's got from BKC Racing. Charles, how about that? Just tell us where you started on the grid. I've got you as row 10, starting 19th, and you've just finished third.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, leaders were fighting from the start, got through the pack quickly, and then managed to like slip my way into third place, which is amazing.
So many you racers at the front of the pack there, you were all on the pace. There was about 5, 6, 7, 8 karts all pushing for the lead, and you were fully in the mix.
Yeah, it was a bit surprising. Coming into this weekend, we just wanted to get to the A final. We found this pace to try and get into the top 3, and even fighting for the win is incredible, really.
Just casting your mind back to, well, as I just said to the other lads there, Friday was a bit of a write-off because we were in the rain. Saturday morning was your first look at, you know, a dry track here at Whilton. How were you feeling on Saturday morning? Did you think that you might be getting yourself a podium spot come Sunday?
In the O plate we did all right. We got 9th in the O plate, so we thought we might at least have a chance maybe to try and fight for something, but we didn't. I did not think we would be fighting for the win today.
Huge congratulations. Who would you like to thank? Who's been here watching you?
My dad, my mum, my sister, Nibs as always, Ayrton as well, and to the whole BKC team for making this all happen.
It's really exciting, and I do hope that we're going to see you throughout the UKC season. The next round is at Larkhall in Scotland. Are you on your way up there?
Yeah, trying to go all the way up there from Cornwall, so it's a mile away.
It is. That is your longest journeys, but you'll be pleased to know that we do have Clay Pigeon, which is a little closer. I think round 4 or 5 we're coming down that way. Yeah,
I've done Clay for many years now. Excited to go down a little bit shorter than Larkhall, but Larkhall, new track for us going into their blind, but we'll see how we can do up there. You know, we'll see how we do. Yeah.
Huge congratulations, Charles. Well done. Go and high-five your team, high-five your fans. I can see Mum looking through the railings there, I think, some family members. There he is, Cheesy, it says on the back of his race overalls. And Cheesy is the grin on his face as he takes himself third spot. Well, how about that, folks? What a fantastic afternoon's racing here at Whilton Mill. 6 super finals, really didn't disappoint. And those last 2 in the senior Rotax and junior Rotax, wow, what races they were. So next time out then, when you join us, end of April, 29th and 30th of April, we're going to Larkhall. It'll be round 2. Do make sure that you follow us on that one, on the Alpha Live. You can watch online, of course, but between now and then, make sure you follow us on the social media, on the Instagram, and see at PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship. I've been Kev Harris down here in the pit and paddock, and you can of course watch the highlight show coming out a little bit later on, which we'll be bringing you. And Jake Sanson has been your race commentator all afternoon. It's been a fantastic afternoon's racing, but from all of us here, until next time, Larkhall, see ya.